put.
ちゅ、時間の無駄。
Hello, good to be live. Welcome all. Hello, 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 hello. It is good to be live. Welcome all to stream, Twitch and YouTube. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. I am not muted. I can see it on OBS. Don't lie to me. Turbo's British. Things start making sense for me. I'm sorry you had to find out this way, but it's true. I am, in fact, I have the incurable disease of being British. There is no cure. I have about 3 months to live. Waydroid is a disappointment. Thank you for making me say that, Iramex. I'm sorry to hear that it's a disappointment. I thought I was under the impression it's quite good. Never mind. Bottle of water, innit? I'll fucking shank you, mate. Fucking beans on toast, innit? Lapland is amazing early game too. Okay, so I'm glad we're getting straight into it. This is exactly why I wanted to do the tier list, because I know people will have like strong opinions about this stuff, and when people want to contribute. So yeah, actually, hang on. Before I start, I haven't done my free pull yet. Get that out of the way first. Easy 6-star. Okay, well.
Deep color.
Deep color. Okay, right, cool. That'll do. Do this. Cool. It was broken after an update. That's tragic. I kind of like, as much as I want to, you know, the games that I play, like, you know, my gacha games, they are quite literally the only reason I haven't already moved to Linux. And given that I want to be making content, I can't really afford to be. I don't think I can afford the risk of moving to Linux, which is really annoying. Never mind, it is what it is. Hello, 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 hello all. Okay, why am I British? Because specifically to piss you off, Genreal. Before I was even conceived, I said to the angels in heaven, make me British, just to piss that one guy off. You got a license for that, right? Okay. Did they take the whole deployment slots, even if it's balanced? Yeah, I mean, yeah. Like, summoners are supposed to solo stages. You're not really supposed to take summoner skills, with some exceptions. You're not really supposed to take summoner skills as part of a squad. You know, there's exceptions like, you know, Megalon S1 is quite a good supportive skill, but generally, like, why are you bringing, like, you know, Ling S3 with a whole squad? You know, it's pointless. So William Paul has been done this shit again, goddammit. Yeah, unlucky spawn point. I got spawn trap. So qualifiers for this tier list. Some tier list for new players, as in players without intimate knowledge of the mechanics, players without the resources to E2 every 6-star. General. The qualifier, the only qualifier is that they've just started the game, and like, okay, I'm gonna imagine yourself in these shoes, right? You are a new player. You've just downloaded Dark Knights. You've just given it a try. You've just like opened chapter 0, done the first couple of stages, and you've just you've just unlocked the headhunting screen and stuff. You go into a server and you ask, who should I level? Who should I prioritize? What should I do? Give me some advice. This is the tier list. That's the qualifier for this tier list. It doesn't need to be hyper specific. The only thing is, so like you can see here, like the first operator in the list is Hoshiguma. Obviously, Hoshi is not going to get recommended. She's a 6-star. You have absolutely no need for a defender that strong in the early game. Cardigan, Beagle, even, you know, if you really need it, Quora is good enough as well. Like I still use Quora, and I play basically only at late game stuff. Like I will almost always choose Quora over Hoshi just because she's cheaper and has an absolute giga tank. There's just no reason for me to ever recommend, like, you know, that sort of thing. Versus like this is all 6 stars, Jesus Christ. So like the first 5-star on the list is in Manticore. Like there's no real need to recommend Manticore either, because, you know. So if there's a 6-star, if there's basically going to be no 6-star that you would recommend to a new player, right? What we might do, if there's time, if this gets done quickly, what we might do later on, yeah, is. So like we do this to the new players, like who've just opened chapter 0. Then we might do another one for once you've cleared chapter 4 and you've like fully upgraded your base. Because my logic is that you need to be focused on your base first, getting the base, the control center up to level 5, and then you're upgrading the facilities and stuff to 252, stuff like that, all that stuff, the technicalities. And then once you've got that passive income of resources from the base, then you start investing in some other units, and then so maybe we can do another tier list for that point when you've just like fully upgraded the base. Right, I think that's reasonable, right? But for this is just like chapter 0, right? Seria's pretty good early game 6 star. Did S1 being really good? No, this is exactly what I'm saying, right? No, the 6 stars are forbidden. I am just drawing that line in the sand. Okay, actually, let me just make a text box so that everyone's like up to speed, because people will like watch on mute and stuff for some reason. I don't know why they would do that, but I'll like a little text box on here. Bear with me. No, don't do that. New players were still on chapter 0. Oops. Six stars are banned. Five stars are probably also banned unless I can be convinced they should be an exception. There you go. 6 stars are universally banned. They're just far too expensive for new players to build. And then I can add more, like I can add more context to that if needed. There we go. That's reasonable, right? Okay, that'll do. Let's see. That one star go. No. So I'm like just because the way this is like I found an Arknights tier list on the tier maker thing. This is just the way the tier list is done. I'm not gonna search through it. Search through it for the 1 stars and stuff first. I'm just gonna go like in the order that these images are presented, right? Just scroll through it and go through it like this. I don't think there's any prerogative to do it by rarity. That'll just be kind of unnecessary. It goes all the way up to Rydian. It's up to date. Let's do it. Seria S1 is interchangeable with basically every other healing defender. Yeah, exactly. Like for a new player, why the fuck would you use Seria over Gummy, right? Why, like, if you are telling a new player to build Seria instead of Gummy, you are doing it wrong, right? You want me to cheap regardless of rarity, though? I don't care. It's too expensive. Like, apart from it, it's not just about the expensiveness, what am I saying? It's not just about the resource cost of building a 6 star. It's also about learning, like, to play the game. Because if you've played Arknights, you will know that it's not just like other gacha games, right? It's not, you don't just play it like other gacha games where you have, you know, where the high rarity units are just unequivocally, you know, they cost the same to build, for example. If you know, lots of people will come to Arknights now because of the like Hoyo games, where 4 stars and 5 stars cost the same to build. It's the same in Wuba, right? Arknights doesn't do that. 4 stars, you know, each rarity is more and more expensive to build. But, so no, I absolutely, I'm not having it. Like, it doesn't matter if the 6-star is good, 6 stars are banned, regardless, for new players. They need to be using the lower rarities to like learn how the game works for the early chapters. Like I'm not saying that they can't use 6 stars ever, but for the early game, at least up until they've built their base, they need to be using the lower rarities. That's what this game like strongly encourages you to do. So like I'm drawing that line in the sand. It doesn't matter if E1 is cheap for 6 stars because it's also it just doesn't matter. Like just no 6 stars for new players. 5 stars that are readily accessible to even new play. Yeah, so that's why I've put like the extra context with the 5-star thing, right? Because I was going to be like, no 5 stars either, but like if I can be convinced that the 5-star should be considered an exception, then yeah, sure, we can include them. But it's important it's worth pointing out, right? I've written part of the script already for this video, right? I've written part of the script already, and my logic is let me see if I can find like where they are in this list. It shouldn't be that hard to find, right? Yeah, here's okay. So, for example, like Telopsis, new players get 3 vouchers. They get 3 5-star recruitment tickets that I know of anyway, and then there's also 1 6-star ticket. But that's the point. Warfarin, Telopsis, and Silence are all on the Colonel banner. Colonel banner units are exceptionally more difficult to get now these days. When there was a new player in my server, I think they're called Hello. I think they're pinging Coral quite a bit now just to ask questions all the time. But like, I recommended they pick up Silence, Warfarin, and Lapland, and I now regret doing that because they're probably not going to be able to get Telopsis at any point. It's going to be exceptionally hard for them to get Telopsis without getting a selector. And so my plan is, if anyone wants to like convince me otherwise of this, by the way, like this is open. I'm not saying it's in stone, but this is what I've written. My plan is to recommend that they take up the 3 medics from those vouchers: Warfarin, Silence, Telopsis, because they're on the Colonel banner unit. In Telopsis recruitment, yeah, but they're not like. How often do you get 5 stars from recruitment, and how often are they going to be a specific 5-star that you want? Right? That's not good enough to. That's not a good enough reason to not do this. If you feel free to try and convince me otherwise. Like I'm open to changing my mind on this. This is not set in stone. The 5 stars that are on those tickets are not that good. Like besides maybe like Lapland, right, or Project Red, stuff like that. But all the DPSs, the specialists, the defenders, and stuff like that, they're all replaceable. But the medics, Warfarin, Silence, Telopsis, they are consistently used today by veterans. They are consistently used. They are considered some of the best medics, even amongst just amongst the entire medic class. They're still very frequently used as really good medics. But new players don't really find it. They have a lot more. They have a much harder time accessing them because they're on the Colonel banner. So that's my plan, to recommend those 3 medics. Even though it will feel a bit weird to say pick up these 3 medics instead of damage dealers, defenders, stuff like that. That's my plan, and that's my justification. I think that's reasonable. Starter medic-wise, Perfumer is also more than enough to get you through. Yeah, exactly. That's like my... I don't need to convince anyone here that Perfumer is my favorite operator in the entire game, but yes, Perfumer will absolutely be going in EX tier, I think. Well, maybe, I don't know, it depends how restrictive we want to make the EX class, but at least, S tier for sure. So, 5-star medics are the most irreplaceable relative to their 6-star counterparts. Yeah, exactly, I agree. Metal being able to basically ignore DP as a resource to be boring. Well, yeah, that's why, I'll tell you another one of my plans, right? I also do not intend to recommend building Myrtle until Chapter 6, because Lapland is generally considered to be what, is generally what people recommend for Chapter 6 because of the silence mechanic for the cold slugs and stuff, the ice slugs. My plan is to recommend Myrtle and J at the same time. Because I don't intend to recommend J to new players because, like, right away, because it's like, well, they're just eating the DP, and like it's not really thinking of DP as a resource in that way. But like, it's just that kind of makes it needlessly difficult for them. So I plan to like recommend J and Myrtle at the same time, because there's no point in trying to not recommend Myrtle to new players. You're like, no, don't build Myrtle. Obviously they're going to build Myrtle. Myrtle's really fucking good. But the point is, I intend to say no. People will tell you to build Myrtle. Just hold off. You'll be building her later. Just don't do that for now. Building her with J has that at the same time. Like, you have the operator that eats DP like for breakfast, as well as the operator that makes DP for breakfast. That's my plan, right? I think that's reasonable. No agents because agents were strong. I mean, there's no 4-star agents, so that's, you know. But yeah, basically. Speaking about the science, you can also consider Podenko. Yeah, that's also true. Yep. Okay. Anyway, let's get started. Let's make a start. So these are all 6 stars. Manticore. No, we're not going to be recommending Manticore. Let's go here. Amiya. Well, yeah. Okay. Amiya needs to be. Amiya we can consider a special case. You can just go in EX because. You need to be building her anyway you need to be building her to E2 for the JC83 for the to progress past chapter 8. So like, yeah, Amiya's literally mandatory, so she can go in. That's an exceptional case for a 5-star, right? Yeah, that's fair enough. The Cliffheart you get for free, but no, because there's no real need to build Cliffheart at all when you have like access to rope, and later on, like once you've started building 6 stars Gladia, there's no real need to build Cliffheart. Why would you not be including the people in the starter banner for the newbies? I've explained it already. 6 stars are banned. Like they're not only the expensive to build, but we want people to be learning how the game works. Once you've built the base, then you can start building 6 stars. But this is not for that scenario. This is for people who are on chapter 0. You don't need 6 stars for chapter 0. You know what I mean? Or for like any of the early chapters. So they like Red no, Cliffheart no, Fita no, Estina no, Province no, Blue Poison no. Firewatch, Meteorite, Platinum, Pramonix, Savage, Maya, Sora, Franca, Spectre, Lapland, Indra, Null, Liscom. I'll put a new tier down here, right? I'll put a new tier down here. Save for later. And then we can reconsider them later on, rather than just like skipping over them now. I didn't mean to do that. Add a row above. And then we can put like Lapland and Liscom. Okay, I guess we can put Liscom in there as well. Savage you get for free. Yes, Savage is free, but she's also not very good. I don't think there's any circumstance in which you would recommend a new player or even like a mid-game player to build Savage, right? Am I insane for saying that? This gun's not for newbies. Yeah. I don't know though. Like Liscom. I feel like Liscom could be. Because, you don't generally want her on skill 2, right? You want her skill 1. But if you were to build her to Elite 1 in the mid-game, it's the same with Lapland as well. Like I guess I don't really want to think of Lapland as ignoring a mechanic, because she doesn't really just ignore it. It's a countermeasure. It's a counter to the mechanic rather than ignoring it. Whistlerdale would be ignoring it, for example. Liscom, I think, could be considered a good teaching unit. Not in the early game. And this is why I put her in Save Layer. Not in the early game, but like Liscom S1 can be, it's a battery. It's an SP battery. It can be considered a good teaching unit if you use her properly. If you just use her as a general defender, then definitely not. But I think she can be considered a good teaching unit. So that's why I'm going to keep her in Save Layer. We can take her out later on if we decide not to, but like, yeah, is that reasonable? Do people disagree with that? Does this teach exactly? If you have her as an SP battery, like basically, it's important, Raito, for people to learn how units work together, and not just how units work in and of themselves, right? If you have Blitzcom, if you just plop Blitzcom down as a general defender, it's like, oh, she can do damage as well, and yeah, that's not a good unit to be doing that, right? And yeah, like these new players that you should be talented. Like if you can teach new players how to use Blitzcom as an SP battery, then you start getting them to learn how to make operators work together, and start thinking about operator synergies and team comps in that way. I feel like am I crazy for saying that? Is that wrong? You can disagree with me. I'm not gonna insist that I'm right here. This is completely open discussion. Feel free to correct me on these things. Blue Poison extremely good from the get-go. Wait, what do you mean extremely? Oh, extremely good. Blue Poison, I don't know. I don't think Blue Poison is a good unit to recommend. And I know she's like a decent FK unit for the game, but I'm not going to recommend people build Blue Poison, in all honesty. You put Cruz in EX already? Well, is she visible? I mean, I haven't got to her yet. And then of course, Deluxe is there as well. People strategize, I agree, yeah. Add Spectre to save her later. I don't know, I don't think this is, so a few years ago, yeah, I would have agreed. Good idea, but I think synergies like that is a bit too early because at the point people are figuring out the general game flow. Yeah, that's exactly, again, this is the save for later tier list. Save for later tier, like. Right? Can we I'll just add that as a qualifier? Get a bit easier to read, maybe. I don't know if Spectre belongs in Save Layer. I don't think it's really that important. Yes, she has like the talent that makes her immortal, but I don't know if that's like all that valuable. Especially like a few years ago, yeah, I would have agreed, but I don't think that's necessary these days. Meteorite could be a low priority recommend. I don't know about that. Meteorite doesn't offer anything different. Like, yes, she debuffs defense, but so does Meteor. Like, if I want to be teaching players about debuffs, then we would just recommend Meteor or Haze for res, right? I don't think Meteorite is a good recommendation. Texas and save for later? I don't think so either. That doesn't really teach you anything. It's just like, you get 2+ extra DP for having her in the squad. I don't think that's necessary. Bison you can learn Taunt with, but I also don't think that's necessary because you generally want people to be thinking about deployment order and stuff. I don't know, like Bison could be cool, but that's not worth recommending. Spectre's a crutch, but I don't think she's a good teaching unit. Exactly, yeah. Wouldn't wreck her for a new player. Yeah, exactly. I would honestly don't care if Jessica's good or not. She's just wife to me, so I like fully mixed out both Jessicas. I mean, that's base, that's cool. But again, this is so like a block spy. I'm glad you brought that up. Like, I think it's important for. I think it's also important to give new players not to be too strict with them. I think as well, because there are going to be people who play this game because they saw some new unit coming out and they're like, oh, I love that design. They're like perfect, and then they're going to be like really attached to that unit for a long time. Telling that new player not to build that unit is probably not going to be very productive, right? They're just gonna not going to listen to you. And so you could maybe allow like one waifu slot if you want to, for just to use that terminology. Tell them it's fine to use, it's fine to have these favorites, but just don't go overboard with building loads of 6,005 stars. Maybe we can allow like one like wife slot if you want. Maybe that's reasonable. Shamare niche and not useful again. No, yeah, you definitely do not need Shamare in the early game. That is that is a hard no on Shamare. That is Shamare is a late game unit that is it really late game? But yeah, Shamare is definitely not even slightly needed until like chapter 6 or 7 at the very earliest. Okay, but we can see some 4 stars in a minute. Let's silence in there. Scene in Viz Reveal, I'm gonna say no to still, because this is I get about teaching people with summons and stuff, but I'm still going to say no to that. I don't think that's particularly necessary. It's Mint, April, Orpherin in here as well. Kafka, Robin, Iris, Tuya. Oh, Amiya's there. What the heck? Why is... Oh, this is the more default. We'll just put there you go. Don't know. Okay, Rope. Okay, we're at the 4 stars now. Here we go. Now, this is where we start. This is where we start thinking about. Like, this is where the real meat of the discussion comes in, right? 4 stars. So, Rope. Rope is the only puller that. No, sorry, that's not the case. Rope is the 4-star puller that players will have access to, but of course they are given access to Cliffheart early on. Nonetheless, Rope definitely belongs on there somewhere. I don't think there's like there probably aren't any 4 stars that would be. Yeah, if maybe we can just add an extra thing to it. So F is don't build. F is don't build, and then we can consider everyone in F in D and up to be like a recommended build, and it just being a priority. So F is don't build, a D and upwards is. I think Rope at the very least belongs in D. Cliffheart's no longer a free unit. Oh wait, is she not? Really? Well, the 5-star selector. Oh, okay, never mind then. Damn, old times have changed. Shaw and Rope should put in the same tier. Yeah, I agree with that. Shaw and Raw English. Shaw and Rope should be put in the same tier, definitely. Pullers are very situational. Yes, I know. Pullers are situational, as are pushers, but the situations come up fairly often in the early game, and it is reasonable that you would want new players to learn about pushing and pulling. Obviously, the game forces you to learn pushing and pulling. There are points where it's like, you put the pusher here, there's a thing there that increases shift strength, and you push them off the side of the building. Like, obviously, they'll learn that, but like, given that, you don't really need them to be beyond Elite 1, but so it's cheap. I think putting them B tier is fair. Not high tier by mid tier, not high tier by situational. Okay, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Cicerosha has some good healing. Yeah, I mean, but we're going. Remember, we're going through them one by one. We're going through them one by one. Let's add another tier. So let's just to get people to make sure people are like on the same, all on the same page. Make it blue. Current discussion. Oops. So we're currently discussing Shaw. There we go. Currently, I don't know, fucking whatever, it'll do, it's fine. Currently. What is this song request? Oh, damn it. Okay. I've also got a redeem on Twitch. Let me see. I'm not doing the helium. Not today. And the same as Star. Sorry. I won't. Oh, no helium today. Maybe later. Rope is D tier. A skill level 4 only to pull on early game. Rope D tier? Really? Rope and Shaw should be within a different category because everyone has to deal with the occasional shift stage. I mean, yeah, but even, like the fact that that Shaw and Rope are, that everyone has to deal with them at some point. Everyone has to deal with the shift stage, means that they probably should be built, right? So we would want them to be in like at least the mid tier. Like having them in a special category because there's always going to be situations. That's not like a justification for a special category. That's a justification for putting them in at least mid tier. Like, yeah, you don't need to build them much, but like we don't need to have special categories just for every little bit of nuance, right? There's no need to have that much specificity in the tier list. The tier lists by design don't have that nuance in them. And the tier list isn't going to just be presented as is. The tier list is going to be a supplement to my video. And like these things will be explained. So I don't think this nuance doesn't need to be baked into the tier list. You know what I mean? You can ignore me, but no, I'm right. Tom, there's a lot of people in chat. I'm not ignoring you, dude. Follow is S. I'm not. Okay, I'm not. Yeah, I am ignoring you. Never mind. C. Short A tier, rope D. A is crazy. Unless you're personally planning to participate in shift means, short and rope are all you need, and the cheapest way to get all you need. Yeah, I agree with Saf there. B, I think, is reasonable, right? Because it's like again, this is nuance that can be explained in the video. The nuance doesn't need to be baked into the. Okay, let me add this actually to the text. Get a lot of these hiccups out of the way. Nuance, oops, doesn't need to be baked into the tier list. Nuance and asterisks will be explained in the video. There you go. Right? Tier lists by design just lack nuance, so it's fine. It's fine if there's no, if the nuance isn't like baked in. It doesn't matter. E1, they've done everything I want to do. I'll eventually build Gladi. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. Like, it's rare that you would want. It's rare for people to want to build these, to build the 4-star shifters past Elite 160, right? But nonetheless, you do still want to be building them to at least Elite 1. Therefore, I think B tier is reasonable. I think that's fair. And then Shaw can be in the same. Right, Shirayuki. Shirayuki, AoE sniper. Maybe we'll just like move this a bit up further. Shirayuki is an interesting unit. Just but like her module is weird as fuck. Like let me see if I can pull her up on my account. Do I have a max level? No, it's level 40. She's built otherwise though. Like her the SP recovery and stuff, and then but her thing. It's weird, right? Her S2 makes her deal arts damage, but her module ignores defense as its base trait. She's a weird unit. It's strange. I'll start reading the event, but the notification just hit. Well, welcome to stream. RSTVS A tier for sure. She scales pretty poorly. C tier, Shirayuki C. Used her a lot early on. C or D. AoE is big early game. You can get Silvergun. Well, Silvergun. I don't know. I don't think. I don't know. If so, if you want to try convincing him, then yeah, sure. But like, we don't really need the. You know, Silvergun is good at making 4 stars look really good, but Silvergun is also the kind of person who just doesn't really care about power creeper or Giga strong 6 stars because of that. So I don't know. I disagree with Silvergun on some things, as much as I think he's absolutely one of the best AK creators at the moment. AoE go a Pinecone? Do you? Do you go Pinecone if you want AoE? She's very short range AoE. AoE snipers are still like relatively reasonable. You could make the argument that you just bring Catapult if you want AoE. I think Shirayuki is C tier. I think she's C. I don't think she's bad. Like remember this. Let's add this again as well. Actually, let me. Everyone in D tier or above is tier. His recommended tiers are the matter of priority. Tiers exist to exist for priority, i.e. not everyone is must build. Pinecone's S1 makes it up for a short range. Pinecone's A tier. We're not at Pinecone yet, guys. Holy fuck. Meteor. No, Catapult's bad. No, Catapult's bad in because recruitment's lying long. Recruitment text is fine now. So Catapult is forgiven because her sins no longer matter. Meteor's a solid B. So okay, this is be interesting, right? Meteor is a debuffer. She debuffs defense. As in general, though, you don't really need to be debuffing defense in the early game. Remember, this is actually maybe I'm gonna add even more context to the fucking text. In the early chapters up to 4-7. So like with that context there, with the like up to 4-7, I don't think Meteor is really needed. You generally don't need to be debuffing defense that early on. Never used Meteor, but she never seemed relevant early on, and I haven't found a reason to build her later on either. I mean, I found good reasons. You know, having the defense debuff from Meteors, even just her S1, it's quite good, but you don't need it early on. You absolutely do not need it early on. And if you, generally, as a rule of thumb, if you find yourself needing to shred defense in the early chapters, you're probably better off just adding more levels to your DPS or just bringing arts damage instead, right? I think this is F tier for the early. Jessica's I don't know. I think there'll be people who like advocate for Jessica, but I don't think she's a very good option. I think I am on the side of May is the best anti-air sniper to be building early on. I think May is the best one, but I'm willing to change my mind. Like, there's also Cruz, but I'm speaking in terms of 4 stars. Please, Jessica's moral support, ST, true. Jessica's skip, agree with May being better. Meteor's D, Vermeil C. Oh yeah, this is Vermeil as well, I forgot about her. May A, true. Feel like this tier list is inherently bad from the start. Fair enough. If we stick to the condition that we're working with Chapter 0, it absolutely doesn't matter what you build as it won't take much resources since everything is E0. We shouldn't condition ourselves with Chapter 0 since Arcanines offers a lot of content from the very start. Basically, the best route for beginner is pushing E2 on 4 stars or Amiya and then going to IS2 or IS3 with picking Ling as a support unit and clearing it for mats. No, you lost me. You lost me at the end there. Sorry. Okay, let me pull this up because this is an interesting thing. I think this is reasonable to an extent. Let me pull this up. If we're working with Chapter 0, then it doesn't really since it won't take much resources since everything is E0. But remember, like, this is a reasonable take. Like, this is fair, but this is only considering the amount of resources it takes to build something. We're not doing that. This is not the purpose of this tier list. It's not simply about the amount of resources it takes to build a unit. It's about teaching new players to play the game because we changed it to Chapter 4-7, but like, it's about teaching new players, like, basically because new players get told to build Myrtle and like build Myrtle to E2, borrow a strong 6-star and clear through the early game slog. You have a bunch of new players who their early game experience has been ruined by that. And my aim of this video is to give new players advice that won't ruin their early game experience by this absolute dog shit advice that people give them. And so it's not just about the resource cost, it's about how how they learn the game in the early, how they learn to play the game in the early stages. No, we're not murdering people. I'm just bringing up this message because it lets me bounce off it as to explain the purpose of the tier list. And here like the best route for beginner is pushing E2 on 4-star Amiya, then to go into IS2 or IS3 while picking Ling as support unit to clear it from mats. This is it's thinking about it as purely in terms of resources. I'm not doing this purely in terms of resources. I don't think any new player should go to IS2 or IS3 until they've cleared at least Chapter 7. In all honesty, including even IS2. I don't think new players should be doing that. I think they should be going to basically what I consider the cutoff for late game is 718 Patriot. I think once a new player has cleared 718, at that point I think it can be considered that they have reached late game, not end game, but late game, right? I think that's reasonable. That's generally the stage that people. I think that's a reasonable thing to do, the reasonable cutoff to place as Patriot. And so once they've cleared Patriot, then go to IS2 and start doing all this stuff. I don't think any new player should be doing IS2 or any IS that early on. And definitely not RA early on. RA should be much later, because you need a lot of units for that. So no. Jessica, I think same tier as Shiryuki. Like, I think this is reasonable, right? If anyone disagrees with this strongly, then feel free to say that. Again, because this is an open discussion. I'm not going to be. I have my opinions about stuff, but like, I'm not going to insist that I'm always going to be right and all of you are wrong. Jessica over the Meteor, yes, because Jessica, Meteor is a debuffer. That's what Meteor's purpose is. She is a debuffer. She's not strictly anti-air, whereas Jessica is more based, more around survival, especially with her S2, right? She's like the physical dodge and stuff. I think Jessica is around the same as Shiryuki in that, she'll do the job of an anti-air sniper, but there's better options, right? I think that's reasonable. Take events into account? No, we're not taking events into account. This is just like main story. This is like the up to chapter 4-7. Meteor talent deals extra damage against air. It doesn't matter. I'm sticking with this. There are no aerial units in chapter 4-7 or earlier that really need the extra damage against air. I don't think it really needs it. Like after chapter 4, yeah, Meteor was a good option, but early chapters, no. Susuro, this is easy S tier for me. Easily the strongest medic in the game. I think Susuro and Perfumer should be an S tier. But it's important to remember. Like I know she's an S tier unit in terms of her strength, but remember, this tier list isn't purely about the operator's strength. It's also about it's also about new players learning, right? Is Susuro a good teaching unit? Is Susuro going to teach players medics? I think yeah, she's very good healing. I think you could also make I think there is also a case, because I know she's strong. Like she deserves to be in at least A, at the very least. I think there's a strong case for having her in A instead of S. People can disagree. Like if anyone disagrees, please. Again, I have to keep saying this. If anyone disagrees with her being an A over S as a thing for new players learning as opposed to just pure strength, feel free to air it. Feel free to disagree, because I am willing to change my mind. Why instead of S? Because actually no. What am I saying? I've forgotten about something. So I was thinking purely about her, her healing strength. But I wasn't really something I hadn't actually thought of, and till just now is the fact that this can only be used twice, and so this is also kind of fairly good at teaching in that you don't just activate it whenever you need it. You need to think about when you're using this in each battle. Generally, in normal stages, it doesn't really matter, because by the time you've used it twice, the stage will probably be over. But I think this is actually, I think that's fair. I think yes, Susuro S tier. It has to be timed with the enemy's DPS. Yeah, because it's only two activations. Yeah, so that's fair. That's good. That's good. Deep color. Too hard, build later, F tier, while Twitch is saying D, B, C to D. Very different. Okay, this is interesting. This is the first divide between Twitch and YouTube we've had so far. YouTube is unanimously saying F. Twitch is a lot more like B, C, D sort of thing. Interesting. Interesting, very interesting. Depends on what the player intends to do. C, don't build. Deep color for the fun factor. Too high investment for early game players. F, so okay, I think the thing with deep color is, right, when she gets to Elite 2 and with module, deep color is quite good. In the early game, they're not going to have that. In the early game, they're going to have the initial deep color with, like, what is it, 3 summons or something like that? And, you know, you can use deep color, you know, you can use the summons as bait sometimes, but that's not really learning how to use a summoner. And so, I think this is F tier, actually. I don't think, I guess you could make the argument for D tier. My instinct is F, but you could make an argument for D tier in terms of using the summons as bait. Like, again, I will repeat what I said earlier with regards to Rope and Shaw. The nuance of this doesn't need to be baked into the tier list. She doesn't need any kind of special tier list, or like an asterisk or a special explanation. This can be explained in the video. This is a supplement to the video. Nuance, like using deep colors summons as bait instead of as a summoner, can be explained in the video if I use it as a, you know, if I decide to mention deep color. Using deep color will stop you from using and understanding other characters too. Will it though? Will it stop people from understanding other characters if they use deep color? I don't know if it will. Some class has been a high skill floor and high skill operator, especially with deep color. Yeah, I agree with that. Build later, she's cool, but you need to know some of the game to really make good use of her. I think that's fair. That's a fair comment. Deep color isn't E2, she's still useful. Should be better than F at least. Well, it's not just about that though. Again, this is about new, like you've got to put yourself in the shoes of someone who hasn't yet reached chapter 4. You're recommending like every medic, are you insane? Cicero is S, Perfume is S, pick silence from vouchers, or from until I think this might sort of lead to account damage and uninstall. No, I'm not insane. I've explained my reasoning for every single one. I have explained the justification for every single medic on this list so far. And I think every single one has been reasonable, right? These medics, these 3 5 stars in save for later don't build yet. It means there is precisely one medic on this list that I have recommended new players to build. What are you saying? We just got started. I've recommended these 3 are picked, like I said, the nuances built in the list. I explained that these 3 medics are the ones you should pick from the vouchers that new players get. The 3 5-star recruitment vouchers. Selector tickets. Because they are exceptionally difficult to get for new players, because they're on the Colonel banner, right? I'm not saying they should build them early on. I'm saying they should pick them up so that they have access to them. That's my justification. There is precisely one medic on this list that I have recommended to build so far. Get a grip. No, wait. Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit, I think, is F tier. I don't think this is controversial. Earth Spirit, when she has her module, is excellent. You know, she is a permanent slow with her module at stage 3 and with her S2 at I think it's M2 or M3. I don't remember what the breakpoint is. But early game, no. Early game, she is absolutely not necessary at all. Orchid and Podenko will do more than enough in terms of slow. Easy F tier for me. So actually, maybe I should rename this instead of save like the WS, like selector picks or selectors. There you go. Maybe that's a bit more explanatory. Doberman, that's another F tier. You have no reason to build Doberman ever. I don't, like, even, you know, there is no point at which anyone should ever be building Doberman. Unless you're, like, doing 3-star only clears, like 3-star plus Doberman, because of the Doberman's talent. There's just no reason to build Doberman ever. I'm sorry. Blue will fight on Doberman. Really? Why would Blue fight on Doberman? Why? No, there's no reason to build Doberman. I'm sorry. Like the benefit, and I say, by the way, I say this. I'm qualified to say this. Look at this. I am qualified to talk about Doberman. Okay, you see this? I'm qualified to talk about her like this. Okay, you see this? I am allowed to say that you should not be building Doberman. Okay. Look at this talent. This is just not worth it. Use her when I play Pero only. Yeah, sure. No skin. I just don't like the skin. That's all. Who requested this? I should play Musume more. Okay, Estelle. I don't think this is a good option. I know Silvergun gets a lot of mileage out of Estelle. I've seen Estelle many, many times in Silvergun videos. However, Estelle is... Not only is she difficult to use, but she's also not a very good teaching unit. She's difficult to use, but the payoff of learning how to use her is that you just are able to use less operators, and she's quite technical in that regard. I don't think Estelle is a good teaches you talent interactions. I don't know about that. Estelle can't be healed. Yeah, she can only heal herself when a unit in her surrounding tiles is killed. Let me... Yeah, whenever enemies defeated in the surrounding 8 tiles, she recovers HP. I don't know about Estelle. I don't, like... We can't just be recommending every unit that might be kind of good, right? I would personally put her in F tier. If you disagree, that's fine. But again, let me know, because this is open. Okay, that's kind of weird as we're making the tier list for education purposes. Basically, we want people to stop people from building La Creatura, but it's up to people to seek enjoyment and knowledge. What's the point in telling people what to build for learning if the best way to learn is to make mistakes and reflect upon them? If somebody wants to learn, he won't quit the game just because he built Frostleaf. Everything falls into economy issue where Arknights really fails because it's a gacha. Right, so this is a fair point. This is a reasonable thing to say here, right? What's the point of telling people what to build for learning if the best way is to learn by making mistakes and reflect upon them? This is a good point, but we have to be practical. Like Asta says, we have to be practical. If this video that I'm trying to make doesn't exist, they are still going to go to a server and look for advice some way or another. And if they go to that, the advice they're going to get is almost certainly going to be Elite 2 Myrtle, borrow Whissadel, and their early game experience is going to be ruined because of that. And they're not, and then they will be they'll reach, like, I don't know, chapter 6, chapter 7, chapter 8, and then they still won't have a really solid understanding of the game. And they'll have to use the later game stages to regain that understanding. That's what the purpose of this video is, right? I think that's reasonable, no? So yeah, I can teach, yeah, you can say that what's the point of telling people what to build for learning if the best way to learn is to make mistakes? But if this video, if without this video, at the moment, they aren't really doing that. They're building Elite 2 Myrtle, borrowing Whissadel, and then just blasting through everything. And that's even worse, like orders of magnitude worse. I think that's a reasonable, like, compromise, isn't it? Is that fair enough? Zai, can you allow the word Whissadel again, and please? I'm assuming you've added Whissadel to the auto mod in Twitch. Can you allow it, please? Because I'm getting tired of, like, allowing the auto mod stuff. It's blacklisted. Okay, there we go. It's allowed again on Twitch. Thank you. Estelle's a unit in this game that you can build. True. Bee Hunter. We're not doing Bee Hunter yet. We're still on Estelle. I used to build only 6 stars because I didn't want to spend resources on lower rarities. I didn't know 6 stars costs were much higher. This made me quit the game after some time because my progress was so slow. That is, yes, Labby. I mean, I'm glad you've given this as an example. This is precisely what I am doing this video for. This is my number one motivation for doing this video, because this is what happens. This happened to me as well. I built Surta, Silver Ash, and Aya when I was starting out, before I'd even reached chapter 4, and it bottlenecked me so hard. It is such a resource. Like, yes, I'm not doing this solely in terms of resources. It's also about learning, but like this, I want to avoid this. New player experience is being ruined by like people giving bad advice, and I want to be an antidote to that. Fuck, where am I? Where'd it go? Go back. I'm still gonna be replaced by Poppicar most of the time, but she's still a nice AoE damage option that carried me far. It's one of my first E2s. I certainly wouldn't put her any higher than D. We'll put her in D tier for now. I don't think, like, D tier is whatever. It's no big deal. Bee Hunter. I, like, Grim, I'm sorry. Grim, just, you are going to have to forgive me for this one. I know I'm sorry. This is going to hurt. Bee Hunter is F tier. I'm sorry. I am sorry. I am apologizing to you profusely in advance, but there is just no way you can justify putting Bee Hunter in anything other than F tier. I am sorry. I know you love bears. I know you are Bee Hunter's biggest cheerleader. I'm sorry. She has to go in F tier. I'm sorry. The resource to Tata can be the words I want to say. Oh no. We can still hook it like Creator. Tata costs like 23 bucks. Fucking, why is everyone such a rock here? God damn it. Wait, hang on. So someone said something about Estelle. Come. I put Estelle in F, not for power level, but because by the time you're lucky enough to get Estelle from recruitment, you should know the basics. That's true, actually. Yeah, no, I forgot about that, actually. Estelle is a recruitment-only thing. Maybe I'll put her in F too, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna move it down to F. If anyone strongly disagrees, then let me know. Bee Hunter teaches how defense works the hard way. Maybe Bee Hunter is the best. Please disregard her place on the tier list. There you go, Grim. There you go. I watch new players start all the time, and the amount of people who are ruining their chats by saying E2 Myrtle Borrow Wizardel isn't, and now they can't figure out why the funny singing bird creature in chapter 8 is rolling them when they only have 1 helos. Oh no! Oh, they're getting all the way to chapter 8 to the Mephisto bird, and they're just, oh my god, fucking Christ! I mean, we need to get this video done soon. Right, comparison to the current tier list, I put Estelle in C personally, much like Shiryuki and Jessica. She's fine at what she does. A new player can certainly use her, but I don't see her as having special educational purpose or being a top recommendation. Yeah, okay, that's a fair point. I agree with that, actually. I'll move her back up to D. I don't think she belongs in C tier, but I think D is fair. Like, she can do her job. She's a reasonable recommendation, but she is like on the lowest priority of the ones I would say is fair to build. I think that's fair, right? Repeating an earlier question, are cert 5 stars going to be included due to ease of access? It's not about ease of access. It's about, like, the selectors here, like, it's, you know, I've got it in the text on the right. 6 stars are straight up banned for the reason, partially because they are expensive to build, as are 5 stars early on. But also because this is about, you know, the other goal in this is, you know, making sure new players have a solid understanding of the fundamentals, a solid understanding of the game before getting to the later game. Why would you E2 Myrtle first nowadays? Because people you have no idea. You have no idea, Reldan, how many people will just immediately default to E2 Myrtle to start with. Always. It's so common. So common. Right. Korea. Korea is easily accessible from the Red Cert shop. No, is it workshop or is it credits? Is it Red Certs or credits? I don't remember. But regardless, anyway, that's not the point. Korea is not that good. He's, you know, the Pioneer Vanguards, you got Scavenger. If we want to get people to use a 2-block Vanguard, in general we want them to be using Scavenger probably, I think, right? Korea is fine. I don't know if he's F tier. I think D is probably reasonable for Korea. But I think Scavenger is the better recommendation. And yeah, also Fang as well. It's from credits, yeah, okay. Free Texas, so F IMO. I think, maybe. Again, I don't think this nuance needs to be baked in. I think D tier is like, I wouldn't recommend. Okay, let's just attach a specific meaning to D tier, right? Where F is we're saying don't build. D tier is, I wouldn't recommend against building them, but of all the people I would recommend building, they would be the absolute last. The F tier is the only ones I wouldn't recommend building this early. Korea is not someone I would say, okay, no, you've made a mistake by building them, but I would not. They would be like among the absolute last to recommend. I think that's a fair description of the D tier, right? I think Korea belongs in there. That's fair. Oops. Moose. Is it easy to get a good Vanguard? Yeah, which is why I wouldn't recommend against building him. Scab miles over Korea. Korea's fine. Scab is actually awesome. Yeah, true. I would agree with that. I would agree. The map with those spotters are walking in the middle and lanes on both sides being rushed by dogs. Wait, which one is that? I don't remember that. Moose is solid B. Moose is great early game duelist. Melantha's better for early game. Moose, yes. Moose C, Moose B. I think, I don't know. So the main thing with Moose, right? So like she has a decent enough elite skill 2. Where's Moose? There she is. Yeah, skill 2 is like reasonable enough, but like remember she's an arts guard, but also the vast majority of most people are going to be using Moose as an attack debuffer. It's not a defense debuff. Like an attack debuff is a somewhat more reasonable thing to be using in the early game. So I think that's more reasonable. Like it's not like a meteor situation where you don't really need to be debuffing defense. Attack is different, but still, is it really needed? Especially if you're, in terms of arts damage. Maybe Moose is fine. Maybe Moose is fine. Maybe I'm wrong. Arts damage, but her S1 doesn't really matter early on because enemies don't have enough attack. Yeah, okay, I guess that's fair. But there's also, they also get stuff like, for example, in Chapter 3, I think it was in the YoStar stream. I don't remember. Was it for the Pepe event? They had like certain stats on the screen, and it mentioned that the most failed stage or something like that, or something along those lines. Basically, the great filter. The great filter of when people quit the game and when people just hit a wall and couldn't progress was 3-8. What's her name? Not Crown Slayer. It's the other one beginning with C. Skull Crusher. That's the one. Yeah, Skull Shatterer. What's Skull Crusher? Where am I getting? Skull Crusher's from How to Train Your Dragon. What am I saying? No. Skull Shatterer. Same meaning. Yeah, Skull Shatterer is like the great filter. That's where the most new players have struggled to progress. I think Moose could help with that, but I think it's probably better to just be using medics. Like Susuro. The AK vets are posting our 3-8 autos in the AK General in your Discord. If you want to ogle, I have... Wait, really? Oh, no way. People posting their 3-8 autos. I see an arc there. That's based from Amon. Wait, this is peak actually. Wait, okay, so this is Zai's. That's Zai's 3-8 auto. Silver Ash, Seria Exu. This is long before. 5 6 stars. Oh my god. Pin point and laugh, chat. Zai used 5 6 stars to 3-8. Good lord. Taninka not on S yet? No, we haven't got that far yet. This is Observer. Shining in Siege. Let's go. Perfumer used. Automatically a good clear. Let's go. This is Amon. Arknian and Blaze. Good lord. Very based, very based. I see the Myrtle there, though. Another 5 6 stars. This is from GFM. Good lord. This is Pigeons. Flametail. Okay, you started quite late. Flametail in 3-8. You started like 2022, I expect. And Underflow? Wait, you started recently. Hang on a minute. Path of Life was like late last year. You started very recently. Interesting. Okay, I gotta grab mine. This is hilarious. This was meta back in the day. Remember I was talking about earlier, it was 7-9. Had to level a new Vanguard for that back in the day. Because the Dog Rush owned my squishy Vanguards. Let's go. Let me see this. What else is there? This is... I can't fucking see the... Oh, this is animates. Because my stream mode is active and I can't see the names. Okay, this is Animates. Nyan, the only 6-star. Let's go. Oh, this is old. Holy shit. This is an old screenshot. This has the old UI. Holy shit. Everest, Surtur, Court. Mine probably has Surtur as well. Mini. Oh boy. Oh. Okay, Mini. I'm sorry. You're getting the point of shame. You're getting the dunce cap today. Point and laugh. Logos Whissadel Ella in the 3-8. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. This is precisely what we are trying to avoid, chat. Precisely what we are trying to avoid. Well, this is the last one. This is Ubolg. Oh, this is the last one we'll look at. Nightingale Hoshi Aya. Good lord, right. And in the spirit of fairness, let's look at mine as well. But mine might have been overwritten. I won't lie. It might have been overwritten. No, it's not. Never mind. Oh, I got a 6 stars. 6 stars. Oh, caught. Oh no. Hey, I got vanilla there though. It's okay. Oh dear. Caught. Absolutely caught. Red-handed. Can you believe I had all this? Like, I had Silver Ash, Bagpipe, Blaze, Sarah, Blemishine, Schwartz in early game. Good lord. I was using Jitado early on. And Perfumer. Let's go. Mine's good. Let me see. Okay, I want to see Grimm's. Lucky. Only Hoshi. Oh, you got Bee Hunter there? Okay. Lancer 2. Okay, this is kind of good. This is I'll accept this. This is a good one. This is the kind of thing we're going for. Okay, Grim, you win this one. You win this today.
Unit you used later, it will show up as E2 in the auto SMH.
No, it's not your unit levels. So if E2 unit, it'll show up as E2 in the auto. Yeah, I know. It's always on that. Is this? Oh, I got a 6 stars. Caught. 6. Oh dear. apparently people forget this. Tell your chat what? Oh yeah. No. So yeah, no. Yes. If people aren't aware, autos do not snapshot levels. Yes. This is what I said. It snapshots the unit and the skill. It doesn't, and the module used, I guess. It doesn't snapshot the level.
Someone use that clip in the future Turbo call out video clueless.
We don't need to, because I'm openly stating that part of my motivation for making this is because I had such a poor experience in the early game. Because people just told me to build 6 stars, right? Out of interest, what did I do for 4-7? Is it 4-7? Yeah, this is the one, the last of those things. It's this stage, okay. I think I'm, oh no, this isn't also so. This is similar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 stars. Whisper Rain, what the fuck? Oh, there's Surtur, Blemishine, and Seria. Silver Ash skill 2 though, let's go. Silver Ash has 2, wait, no, is that Silver Ash has 2? I don't know. I was using Perfumer a lot, let's go. 4-4. Passenger, let's go. How long did I wait for 4-4? What the fuck? Roberta? No, this must have been way later. This looks like an overwrite, yeah. There's not a chance that I did 4-4 like October or later. When did Roberta come out?
Wait a moment, please.
Episode 9, yeah, okay. This is an overwrite. Never mind. I was streaming when the Roberta came out, with Silo. I was well beyond chapter 4, way beyond chapter 4. Okay. Also, out of interest, just one last one before we continue with the tier list. Last one. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Meteorite was the very first unit I got. From the pull that it forces you to do.
And if you need more DP, there is a thing called a vanguard that refunds deploy points. Just retreat your plume or your Venia and place the box. It's simple. Use your fucking brain.
Truing. That's fucking true. Actually, I low-key want to see one thing. Hang on, chapter 5. I think this was overwritten. I would be surprised if it hasn't been. Yeah, this is overwritten. Never mind. Okay. It is what it is. Okay, let me minimize. Okay, let's continue. So, yeah, we were talking about Moose. No. We need to make progress. We need to make progress on the tier list. No more autos. Okay. What are we saying for Moose? I wouldn't recommend against building Moose, so I think pulling her D tier at the minimum. I don't know if I think C or D is probably reasonable. I certainly wouldn't put her in B. What are we saying? What do we think? Game gives you 2 to 3 6 stars on start. Why not use them? We've explained why several times. See mine, no 6 stars. I can't see, like my streamer mode hides the usernames on Discord, so I can't tell which one you is. I can't tell which one yours is. Never mind. This is too many metal pipes. I'm sorry, Twitch. Okay. C. We're saying a lot of C's. We're saying a lot of C's on YouTube. C or D maybe. I'd say D. I feel like Moose would be a solid recommend for a new player. Arts damage from the melee tile is a solidly useful sometimes. Yeah, I'd say that. Okay, we'll go with C. We'll go with C. Now, Frostly. I don't think this is controversial. I'm sorry, Frostleaf fans, but can we all agree? Can we? Okay, of course we go. We get a solid mix of both F and like S and EX. I'm sorry. This should not be controversial. I think. Okay, this one might be more controversial though. Matoi Maru.
Don't keep me too long.
Frostleaf is F because she does one frostillion
One
damage.
frostillion
and
damage.
Trivializes the game, you will not learn anything.
Most 6-star units are okay any one, will be better later on, like Gladio or Lessing. Game gives you them for free, while set up for worse. Exception is only for someone OP like Cruz. No, it's like, so you say someone like Gladio or Lessing, it's like Gladia, especially in the case of Gladia, they still compress quite a few roles, even at Elite 1, like with Skill 1 or Skill 2. They still compress those roles, and it's like we don't want them to be learning the game with units that compress roles, right? Again, like when you get past Chapter 4, that's totally fine. When we get past, if we have time, we can make another one for beyond Chapter 4. But again, going up to Chapter 4, where you haven't even encountered, like you've only just barely encountered the roadblock stage with Crown Slayer, like it's just not necessary at all. Alt 3.8 also has 7 6 stars and 5 5 stars because I speedrun chapter 0 to 3 to get to IS and didn't do 3.8 until the Amium anymore. Okay, if it was for your alt, Kuroito, if it's for your alt account, then you've already learned the game and you're like speedrunning just to get to IS. I think that's fine. That is like you're not a new player in that case, right? D just use Melantha. That's a good point. That's a good fucking point. I hadn't thought about Melantha. D just use Melantha. Is that a reasonable take? Well, we consider at the same time. Melantha and Matoimaru. Does Melantha teach you HP sponging? I don't know. Kind of. Like the game does teach you how to use Melantha, right? It explicitly tells you you'll deploy Melantha here because Melantha has high HP and she only blocks one unit, so you use her to deal with like the more threatening enemies, right? Easy A teaches about Heli Drop. Immediately activate Melantha skill. You don't need more than one Melantha per stage. I think that's fair. I think that is a good point. You don't generally need more than one Melantha per stage. And I think Zai is mentioning the point of like Matoya teaching about HP sponging. I don't think she explicitly is the unit. Is explicitly the unit that would teach HP sponging, right? I don't think. Which way did she go? Whatever. I think there are plenty of units who can teach you HP sponging than Matoimaru. I think she's F tier for early game. I think Cardigan is probably the better option, yeah, for that. And like Cardigan, Melantha together. I'll talk about I need Melantha alter. That's a common thing, actually. It's a common request. I don't think we're going to get it ever, though. If you're needing multiple Melanthas that early, then you've learned something wrong, probably. I think that's also a fair point. Yeah, I think Matoimaru, like, there's, the units you, like, I get that she's, the point about HP sponging and stuff, but, like, in general, the things you would want Matoimaru to do, it's better to be learning those with units like Cardigan, Melantha, Gravel, stuff like that, right? I think that's fair. Quora, this is an easy A for me. Do people disagree with this? Not only because she's just insanely tanky, but just like it being like insanely valuable early on, because not only is she really good, but she continues to be good throughout the entire game. I still use Quora like as one of my go-to tanky defenders, even with all the 6 stars I have at my disposal. Like the reason I'm not putting her in S is because Gummy is the S tier defender. I would even go as far as to say Gummy is possibly EX. Gummy is like one of the best 4 stars for you to build. Gummy is like really high up there. That's why I'm not putting Quora in S. Super's that you? We don't need it. It's completely independent of Super. Gummy is just like really, really good. Everyone knows that. Isn't Gummy also roll compression? No, she's not. Guardian defenders aren't roll compression. They're just like, because they don't do anywhere near the healing of medics. It's not quite the same thing. And if we, and it's, I say, I was talking about roll compression earlier. Like it's to an extent, if you want to like be pedantic about it, like roll compression to an extent. Like 6 stars compress rolls very heavily, and so that's why like just 6 stars are universally banned. I'm just not putting any 6 stars on this list ever. Quora is classic reliable when you need a floor block defensive break to slow the game down. Excited to see the fallout from the Myrtle. Yeah. Put Gladiator in S so they'll learn about the Abyssal Hunter Squad. Yeah, true. I think Quora in A is fair. Right, now, Gummy, this is EX tier for me. Gummy, I'll explain why. Gummy is incredibly strong, incredibly good defender, because she is... you generally don't need to be learning about different roles defenders can play. They are defenders. They defend. Quora is obviously really tanky, but Gummy is able to block reasonably well enough, physical and arts. Especially when we're talking about the early chapters of like up to chapter 4. She can block physical and arts like completely competently enough. She can stun on hit, which is something that can teach. That's I think that maybe it's overthinking it to be thought as about teaching players, but Gummy defends basically everything in the early chapters like more than well enough. She heals herself and she can self-sustain, but she doesn't do those things so brokenly that you don't have to keep an eye on her. You don't have to think about where you're placing her. You don't have to think about the place the tiles she's holding at all, right? She just you can put her down and she'll get work done without needing to switching off and just not thinking about what Gummy's doing. As opposed to something like Mountain where you press skill 2 and then you don't need to think about that anymore. Right? And also like as I said with Quora, like the value that you get in building Gummy continues throughout the throughout the later stages in the late game, because Gummy is just universally good. Doberman F tier. I'm sorry, Bloop. I am qualified to say this, Bloop. Okay, I'm qualified to be putting Doberman in F tier. Okay, and I have her fully built. I have had her built for a while. I have her skin and everything. I am qualified to say this. Doberman is F tier. Yes, no, like I stand by this 100%. Gummy EX tier, 100%. Matterhorn. I think Matterhorn is B tier personally, because Matterhorn is like for early game, maybe even higher than that. But I think B could be fair, because we were talking about rope and shore in terms of situational use cases. You are always going to need. At some point, everyone is going to need a puller and a pusher. At some point, right? At some point, basically everyone is going to need an arts tank. Someone to tank arts damage. Matterhorn is very good at that. Yes, there are other units who can do that. There are plenty of other units who can do that. But if you are facing a lot of arts damage, Matterhorn is just really, really strong at tanking arts damage with his S2. And when you later on in the game, like obviously we're only talking about up to chapter 4 and everything, but like Matterhorn later on, when you have a Matterhorn built, people start to realize that actually with some like res buffs, Matterhorn's insane at tanking arts damage, right? So I think Matterhorn is in B tier is probably reasonable. Do people disagree with this? I don't see anyone putting him higher than B for sure, but I see some people saying B. So I see some people saying C tier and D tier. Matterhorn's too niche for such a lot of investment, so Targ and it's better to use Bubble. Use Bubble. I would put Bubble higher than Matterhorn for sure. Actually, no, yeah, no, that's a good point. Yeah, put him in C tier, because I would put Bubble higher than Matterhorn, but I wouldn't put Bubble high at the same tier as Quora. So yeah, no, Bubble B tier, Matterhorn C tier. I think that's reasonable, yeah. Around the same sort of utility as Moose. Yeah, I think this is fair. Grey. Okay. It's almost time. So okay, Grey. Yeah, no. Let's just be real. Let's just be real, okay? If you need AoE arts damage, why are you building Grey? You need AoE arts, you know, even Shiryuki is a better option than Grey. And then if you need like a caster and you have Lava, you have Gitano, Grey is just not. It's just not it. If you need arts and slow simultaneously, you have Pudding for that. And Shiryuki for that matter. Now, the big one. It's time for the big one, chat. Myrtle. Now, let me first explain what my first thought is. My first thought, I explained earlier that I intend to recommend Myrtle later on for Chapter 6 alongside J. Which means I think putting her in the don't build yet category is reasonable. Do people disagree? Because Myrtle isn't really a selector. Myrtle is just... You know, you're probably bound to get Myrtle at some point. I don't think you should build her yet, but putting her in this tier is probably unhelpful because I think there are units that you would want to build later on, like say maybe Meteor even, like for defense. Maybe not Meteor, but you get the point. Like Myrtle, I will be recommending people build because it's futile to recommend people not to build Myrtle. But for the early chapters, no. You want people to think of DP as a resource instead of just like a needless bottleneck. So I think, based on the fact that I don't want people to build her early, I've given my justification for it. F is too harsh? No, because we're not talking about like I am specifically. I have explained so many times already what my justification is for doing this video and what my justification is for making this tier list the way it is. I don't want people to be building Myrtle super early on because it then just teaches them. Because Myrtle's really fucking good. She's really strong. You put her down and she just makes DP in the corner and you don't have to think about DP really as a resource anymore. You just click Myrtle when you see the yellow diamond, you click her and you get DP, and then you just don't really need to think about DP as a resource and you don't need to use any other vanguards. And you just... I don't think that's a wise thing to do. I think past Chapter 4, it's totally fine. Past once you build the base and stuff, why not put her in just... Because this is like 5 stars. Like I've called this selectors, like don't build yet. Maybe it's reasonable to put her in there, right? Because I'm not going to be telling you to build any of these later on. I am going to be telling you to build Myrtle later on for Chapter 6. So maybe it is reasonable to put her down here. Again, I don't need to like bake the nuance into the chart. It just needs to be explained at some point. I think this is fair. Okay, Dunna. I'm actually not sure. I have her built to an extent. I have her S2 built, and she doesn't have a module or anything. Dunna, level 40, like whatever. But I'm actually not sure. I don't ever find myself using Dunna that much. I think I've used her maybe like a few times. You know, Arts Defenders are kind of like, you know, the forgotten child of Hypogryph. They haven't made an Arts Defender since, I think, Cherney. Needs a while to get because of credits. That's true. That's a good point. So we'll just put an F tier, I think. No one needs Dunna, right? If you really need Dunnar, I think you're probably doing something wrong. I think this is fair, right? And additionally, like someone made the point, like you need to spend a lot of credits to get her very early on, so we can just say don't build, because you know. There's no 6-star Arse Defender. It's just 5 stars, like you know, Asbestos, Cherny. I can't remember the other ones. I think there's Asbestos, there's Cherny, there's Dunnar. Who else is there? You is a primal defender, not an Arts defender. Shalem is the other one. Yeah. Okay, anyway. Scavenger. So we put Career in D tier. B tier, I think, is probably... I think B tier is probably the minimum. But at the same time, Scavenger doesn't really feel situational. She feels like you would, you know... You would want to be using her as the pioneer. You know, we're talking about Fang and stuff. We can maybe put Fang in A tier and Scavenger in B. B or A, I think, for Scavenger. Where, are we saying B? Are we saying like A or C? What do people think? Because S is definitely way too high. Why is Career in D? Because we were talking about Scavenger. Why is Scavenger so much higher than Career? Because Scavenger's just better. Like, Scavenger is just a better unit for both for new players and in general than Career is, in my opinion. Like, you know, Career and Dunnar are both attained with credits, and I don't think it's really necessary for anyone to wait. No, it's Career and hang on, is Dunnar credits or is she red certs? Who are the red cert ops again? I know Ethan and Breeze are. And then there's also Gavial. Yeah, credit store. Yeah, so they're all credits, all three of those. Yeah, no, I don't think it's really necessary to get any of those units with credits. I don't think you know, Cicero, Perfumer, Pure Stream, all more than good enough. You know, those three are more than good enough for the 4-star medics. And you also have like Ansel and Hibiscus. And then I've also been recommending them to get these 3 5-stars as well because they're Colonel banner now. You'd have Gavial and Courier pot 6 by the time you can buy her. Yeah, so yeah, exactly. And Courier, Courier is in D tier because I wouldn't recommend against building Courier, but I also wouldn't recommend Courier as the first point of call. Ethan, Contrail, Quartz, Pudding, Caper. Okay, no, thank you. Contrail's not a very good new player. Yeah, no, that's you know, Contrail will come later on, whereas like she's down here somewhere, all the way, fucking there, like all the way near the bottom. Yeah. I think Scavenger. Can we just confirm on the Scavenger? Scavenger's S in my pants. Very cool. Thank you. Scavenger B. Fang is a thing. I think it is reasonable to say that you generally, you know, new players are going to be using Fang most of the time for Pioneer Vanguards. And like, you know, for the early stages, I think maybe Scavenger. I think Scavenger's B is fine. Because Scavenger is a more offensive Pioneer Vanguard, whereas Fang and Courier are both defensive. So maybe B is I think B is reasonable. Yeah, yeah. We'll go with that. We'll go with that. Courier survives early on, but Scavenger dies. Yeah, but Fang is also Fang plays the same role as Courier does. Fang is defensive, as is Courier, and I don't think Fang is dying that quickly early on, especially not if you're using medics, right? They're closer to each other. I don't know. I mean, if anything, I would just move Scavenger down. I would use the 3-star, like the 3-star Vanguards I would put higher. Because we're going to get to the 3 stars soon here, like they're just over here. I would put Scavenger a tier below, because I would recommend the 3-star Vanguards over these. Do people disagree? You are free to disagree with this. You are more than welcome to. There's no issue with it whatsoever. This was to Korea 2 rank slower because Fang is just too good. Keep Scavenger at B. Yeah, well, I think this is fair. We'll just move on. Vermeil. I don't think Vermeil is any good. I think she's dog shit. I'm gonna be real. I think she's the worst AA sniper in the entire 4-star. I think she's F. I think there's just no reason to build Vermeil ever. I think this is a resounding agreement from both Twitch and YouTube. We can just move on. Ethan is EX tier. Or S. One of these two. Ethan. What do we think? I think Ethan is S at the very least. Ethan has an asterisk. What do you mean by that, Saif? Can you elaborate? Because I'm interested to know that. EX for sure, agree, EX, Ethan is EX. For new players, how? Because it's important. So, okay, let me get simple. I'm gonna, I apologize to Hina here, the Ohio Hina, who's Arknight streamer, long-time veteran, we're big fan, but I am recalling a point where I think it was Ascalon banner. Hina brought Ascalon and saw that she was an ambusher, and ambushers do not block anything. They have 0 block. And she was like, I don't know. Maybe I think there's a kind of common perception that ambushers are kind of hard to use. They're not. Ambushes are, it's teaching. Ethan is a good way of. Apart from anything else, his S2 bind is has crazy good utility, and but without being so busted that that it ignores certain things. It's just a good way. It's a really good way of teaching crowd control is Ethan S2, and it's also a really good way of getting players to be confident with using units they might not necessarily understand at first. Like, you see a unit with 0 block, and you're like, hey, wait, what? How the fuck am I going to do anything without blocking? And then you use Ethan S2, you see his bind being really good, and you're like, oh wait, that's actually really good. Is that unreasonable? Do people disagree with that? I think that's fair, no? There's a lot of situations where players need the bind before 4-7. No, there aren't, but also, so that was why I was thinking, is it EX or is it S tier? Maybe I think putting it S tier is more reasonable, right? Because at the very least, I think he is S tier. My just gut instinct was to put him in EX. Ethan's crowd control, I will concede there, yeah. I will concede that Ethan's crowd control and the teaching thing is much more useful beyond Chapter 4, but I think it's fair to get players comfortable with using him. He teaches ambush as well, yeah. And he also just does good damage to us. S is acceptable, respect, yeah. Okay, we'll say S tier, May. I think May's A tier. Do people disagree with that? I was talking about, the AA snipers and what, Meteor is good, but not really needed early on because you don't really need the defense debuff. And if you do find yourself needing to debuff defense, you're probably doing it wrong. You probably should just invest more in your DPS for the early chapters. And Vermeil is just bad, and Jessica's just not really that good because Jessica, even though she'll get the job done, May is the better AA sniper. That's what I think, personally. Consistent damage, consistent CC with the stun on S2 as well. You should go for new players. Yes, for new players. There are plenty of situations where you want more than one AA sniper. Yes, we can tell players to build Cruz. Obviously, we want players to build Cruz, the 3-star, obviously. I don't think anyone would disagree with wanting players to build the 3-star Cruz. There are lots of situations where you want more than one AA sniper, though. And I think May is the next, is the other one you would want players to build, personally. Cruise does exist, so I don't know. Yeah, but I think, like, as I said, you often want 2 AA snipers. It's rare that it's rare. It's not uncommon that you would want more than one. Cruise, absolutely A or S tier, absolutely. Like at the very least, the same tier as May, if not higher. May, I think, deserves to be in the A tier, 100%. Skyfire could be an honorary 4-star. The Skyfire is not getting added to the tier. I'm sorry, that's not. How much we recommend building or how strong they are? It's more how much we recommend building. It's not really just how strong they are, because like, Meteor and when you have them built with modules and stuff, Meteor, Earth Spirit, Matomoro, they're plenty strong. They're plenty good, but I'm not going to recommend new players build them, right? Ambriel. Global range, but it targets, I don't know, is this a reasonable, I wouldn't recommend against building Ambriel, but I don't think she's that good. At least S for Cruise, yeah, I agree with that. The crit has taught some people in defense calculation, yeah, I think Cruise is definitely like super high for new players. It's just like the global range is just not going to be needed ever, and like she can increase her range and do the stun and stuff, and she targets the lowest defense and everything, which could teach players, to be fair. Like the fact that she targets the lowest defense first could be a good teacher for new players. She's target priority, so it's important. So be at the least. I think, given the situationalness of it, but like again though, I think Ambriel is generally not someone you're going to be using or employing very particularly well until at least chapter 5, like with the drones and everything. Am I wrong in saying that? Maybe D tier. Because I wouldn't recommend against building her, but I think she'd be pretty low down the list. Supplement DPS from one side of the map to another if you like built units for both sides. Yeah, but there's other units who can do that, right? That's not unique to Ambriel. Yeah, like it teaches unconventional target priority. It's kind of similar to Estelle in that she can be, and Deep Color to an extent, in that she can be useful in teaching, but it's not really that necessary. The kind of thing she teaches isn't really that necessary early on. There's plenty of other ways of teaching target priority and stuff, right? Even just with anti-air snipers inherently, targeting ranged units first. I mean, aerial units first. Pure Stream is a good medic. I don't know if I would recommend building Pure Stream early on, because the status effects that you would want Pure Stream to mitigate only start appearing in chapter 6. So yeah, like later on, I think Pure Stream is probably a recommend. But right now, no. I think this is a reasonable thing to her, no? Like build later. Seeing it's just as strong as Susuro? Yeah, but we already have Susuro. I think, like, recommending her later on, she's recruitment only, don't build or F. That doesn't mean anything. Like, like 4 stars aren't particularly difficult to get from recruitment, right? I think build later on is fair. And it's also, like, not an essential build. Like, you can players can learn how to deal with mechanics like cold and frozen and silence with Pure Stream on the team. Like I will still recommend players build Pure Stream for chapter 6. Chapter 6 is the first real challenge I think players come across. I think that's fair, no? Okay, Utage. Okay. Interesting. This is it's Melantha Premium. I don't know if you want that early. Yeah, that's kind of, it's not, I wouldn't call her Melantha Premium. She's like, she generally gets used as like a DPS arts duelist. Kind of like a Helidrop Moose, you could say even. I think she's good. She doesn't really teach you how to use Solar Blades, but she is a useful unit that people can, because it's not like a Texas Ultra thing where she just ignores a bunch of mechanics and you put her down tons of arts damage. She has the redeployment time, and so you want to be thinking about when you deploy her. I think Utage is fair. I think Utage is a fair recommendation because situational, like B. I think B tier because she's not going to be like a staple in your team, but she is situational to the point where you would want to have her in your arsenal should you need it. Because it's not just about, again, this is not just about strength. This is not just about operator strength. This is about good for new players to build. Target being unhealable is going to be a strange experience for newbies, but yeah, that's kind of why that's kind of a good thing. Enmity units are not exactly uncommon in this game. Good Helidrop tutorial, not a good solo, but yeah, I mean, you don't need to learn every single subclass, but like, it's the Helidrop thing is what I'm putting her in B for, because if you want, Gravel is going to be quite high, right? Players need to learn about fast redeploys. Obviously, they need to know about fast redeploys. They're going to need to learn how to use Gravel. Gravel is going to be a high tier unit. Utage Gravel doesn't do damage. Utage does damage, but she's a Helidrop damage dealer in a way that doesn't just ignore mechanics. You put her down, she does loads of damage, but she still has the redeploy time. I think B tier is fair because she is situational, right? A lot of people are saying A. Do people think A or do people think B? I think these two tiers are the options here, right? B with an asterisk. Yeah, okay, we'll stick with B. Conviction is F tier. Sorry, if you disagree with this, you're just memeing. I'm sorry. There should be no debate about Conviction here. If you really want to fight in Conviction's corner, be my guest, but I'm not going to listen. Like, we can talk about how the 5% chance to deal tons of damage on S1. We can talk about the funny if you want, but like, no, F tier, sorry. But what if you crit 10 times in a row? Yeah, but well, what if I fucked your mom? Everyone plays gadget. True. Okay, Cutter. This is easy. Come. I give you the come. Cutter is easily A tier or above for me. I would, you could also make the argument of S tier. Offensive recovery also deals tons of damage. Just like teaching you that. I maybe S tier actually. Because she's very strong, but she's also like not so strong that you ignore what she's doing. She can just handle things, but in a way that you're still. I think Cutter's S. I think Cutter's a really good unit, really good unit for every kind of player. Yeah, S tier for sure. A because she needs module. She doesn't need module though. Certainly not in the early game. Curly's not an investment, not really. E1 Cutter isn't that good. Are we thinking about Cutter in terms of, like, you know, current events and later story stages? Because remember, this is up to chapter 4. Conviction and EX tier to teach new players a valuable lesson about trusting tier lists. Wait, this is a giant brain actually. Wait, he's cooking. wait, hold up, let him cook. You might be right. Okay. Podenko. Podenko has like a tier of her own above EX. No, I'm kidding. She does in my heart anyway. Podenko. Pogdenko. Podenko, I think. If we're talking about purely as a slow supporter, you just use Orchid. So that's not really necessary. But Podenko also. Yumizua, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Podenko also has the silence on her S2 and heal on her S1. Now, remember earlier I was talking about roll compression. Podenko is the 4-star that compresses rolls. Like, that is what she does. There is no other 4-star that compresses rolls more than Podenko does. But in addition to that, like, we want, not only do we want her for chapter 6, which, you know, if it was only for chapter 6, then I would just put her down here, right? But she can heal, she can silence, she can do a little slow with DOT, she can, you know, as a supporter, I think she's a really, really good unit. She gives, you know, she's probably like, I think, you know, as a source of silence, because we're not telling players to build J yet. I think Podenko's A tier. You could also make the argument that Podenko is B tier because it's situational again. But I don't know. I feel like A tier is the more it just feels right. This just feels right. I wouldn't put Podenko in S tier yet. I think A tier feels correct. Wouldn't Conviction be on its own tier since it's only available from the April Fool's event, so it shouldn't be accessible for new players? I mean, true, but I don't have any like prerogative to distinguish that. I don't think that matters that much. I don't need to bake that into the chart either. Remember, asterisks and nuances can be explained. This is a tier list. Tier lists remove a lot of nuance by default. Do you need her S1 outside of IS? Not really, but that's also not really the point. It's like, you know, the S2 is the one that you're generally going to be wanting Podenko for, which does a lot of things. It's slow, it's silence, it's DOT, arts damage, and on top of the slow, you know, basic attack, it's yeah. I think maybe Podenko B, maybe B. I like it. A just feels right to me, but maybe I'll put her in B because just to be consistent, right? Click is absolutely A tier or S tier. Click, you know, when it doesn't really teach you about drones. The Click, you know, I know apart from anything else, new players don't really need to learn the, you know, drone ramp up attack stuff. I don't think that's really necessary. But Click is just a good caster. Click is just a really solid source of arts damage that is going to be a staple in most new player squads, all the way through mid game and stuff like that.
Hi, after a long distraction I have looked up M88 records on Arcric. Challenge mode, Wisadel mod plus Susuro. Also listed, Readout 3 Liscam 1, Tragodia 2 Quercus 1, and a lot of Ling 3 Ort Exalt 3 plus 1 friend. Regular mode? Wisadel solo.
For M88? for regular mode, Whistle solo. I mean, why? Tragodia 2 Quirkers 1 is crazy. That's kind of insane. Anyway, that was distracting. S tier is more easy to use than Ethan. Is she? That's not what? No, what do you mean more easy to use than Ethan? That's not. I don't see how that is relevant. Click is a YouTuber. F tier. True. Click is better than Amiya caster. Yeah, but Amiya is EX tier because you need to be. You know, you need to be using her at some point. You know, she's the. You have her all the way from the start. She's the only unit that you have like right. Like you need to. Yeah, I stand by having Amiya an EX tier. Yeah, I think Click maybe A or S tier maybe. Like what other, like apart from Amiya, like what other caster? I can put Amiya as like an EX with an asterisk, right? Click. Yeah, I think Click is S tier. Yeah, I'll go with that. Vigna, I wouldn't. Vigna, you could argue, is actually like the best charger Vanguard that's not Bagpipe, and you don't really use Bagpipe as a charger anyway. But I think Vigna is like I certainly wouldn't recommend someone not build Vigna. I think Vigna is like perfectly decent. She's a good single target unit. As for where she would go in the tier list as a new player recommendations, yeah, like that's my thinking as well. You have Plume. I think for the same reason Scavenger is in C, I think Vigna should go in C. I'm open to putting her in B though. Teaching principles and preparation for later content. The latter star. Why is Scavenger C all of a sudden? Because Fang will be higher. We're going to get to the 3 stars very soon, and I think the 3, you generally want new players. I think would be better off using the 3-star Vanguards early on. That's why they're Scavenger and Career are low. And for the same, I think for the same reason actually, Vigna should be in C. But B is also like totally fine because she's a charger. It's not like she's I don't know. Yeah, I think this is fair. This does also give us the situation though. This does also cause Vigna to be in a higher tier than Scavenger, which for if I'm recommending new players, maybe that's fine actually. No, actually, yeah, maybe. B is fair because she can also Moonlight as a guard. Yeah. You can tell me about physical damage versus defense. Drop early, then retreat for full DP refund. Surprisingly strong. Yeah, okay, we'll keep her in B. J, I'm putting in here because, as I said earlier, I'm gonna be recommending players build J for Chapter 6. There's also Podenko in B, but like J is not someone I would want to recommend to new players ever. But later on, yes, absolutely. But at the same time as Myrtle, as like a as a sort of equal and opposite thing. Giving you loads of DP while consuming loads of DP. Acid drop. There's no reason to use acid drop. I don't think this is controversial. I know she's a bird's eye, but maybe you can. I think hopefully you'll agree with this anyway. Just acid drop is just not someone you would recommend anyone builds. Erin. Haven't used her in ages. Yeah, that's fine. Arene. The thing with Arene is he's just I don't think he'd be F tier. Like, but the thing with Arene is like he's not bad. Arene isn't a bad unit. He's just like prioritizes attacking drones, and he deals the arts damage and everything, and then cannot block it. Like the S1 could be. Like, I don't know. Arene's not bad. He's just kind of like, I don't know if he's that useful for people. Most people grab Lapland, yeah, but like I don't know. Arene, I don't know. Like I don't think he's bad. I don't think he's a bad unit, but I just don't think it's worth recommending him. I don't think I would recommend building against him though. I think Arene goes in the same tier as like Shirayuki Jessica, right? Because he can do work. He can help with drones for like drone heavy stages when you got like, you know, he can block, you can choose to have him not block with S1, and you can do extra arts if needed. I don't think it's bad to build him, but I just wouldn't like put him high priority. I think C is fair, right? Because I certainly wouldn't put him in the same tier as like Utage, the Shifters, Pedenko, but I don't think he goes in the same tier as these four, right? I think C is fair. Yeah. Bubble goes absolutely A or B. What do we think? I'm not sure about this one. Bubble doesn't really feel situational to me, but I also feel like, is it reasonable to put her in the same tier as Korra? A but below Korra. I can get behind that. I don't think she's like worse than Korra enough to be put in B tier, but I think it's worth pointing out that Korra is better than Bubble. Well, it's so much better than Korra against environmental or arts damage. That's also fair enough. Yeah. Okay, well, okay, we can say A tier. We can say A tier for that. Because in low stages, don't really build so many defenders. That is a good point, actually. This is fair. I have Gummy, Korra, and Bubble all in, you know, EX, A, and A. And if I'm being real, there's going to be a situation. There's going to be, you know, thinking about the 3-star defenders. Beagle isn't worth recommending. Cardigan, I will be recommending 100%. And then there's also Spot. So if I'm recommending Cardigan, Spot isn't really necessary if you have Gummy. Does Bubble have Taunt on skill? I forget. Yes, she does. Bubble has Taunt. Okay. So yeah, I think B tier actually for Bubble. Because purely for the fact that I'm going to be putting Cardigan in at least A tier. There is no situation where Cardigan goes B or below. Cardigan goes in at least A tier. And having 3 defenders already there, it just feels like too much. So I think Bubble goes in B tier. Because if in the situation where you want to, you know, like with the taunt with S2 and stuff like that, that's a useful thing to learn. But again, it's yeah, I think B tier is fair. With Core and Gobble in the same makes sense, but you can clarify not both. That's true. That's true. Yeah. No, I'll do that. I think that's a good stipulation to make. Core and Bubble are both A, but not both of them. We can just specify that. Again, nuance doesn't need to be baked into the chart. Yeah, that's true. Again, we'll go with that. We'll go with that. Okay, Jackie, we're making a new tier. Add row above. New tier. S plus 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 plus. That's it, the Jackie. Let's go. Okay, sick. Implement side grades? No, not really. This can just be specified later on. You know what I mean? Jackie, F tier. Like, I am one of Jackie's biggest. I am one of Jackie's not just biggest. I am one of Jackie's only cheerleaders. When I play Pero only and stuff. I am like one of the only people who has a fully built Jackie. I don't think this is a good thing to be. I don't know. Jackie teaches dodge? No. If I'm gonna put Bee Hunter in F tier, I have to put Jackie in F tier as well. If we're talking about like, oh, it teaches physical dodge, you don't need to do that really. I don't think that's something that, you know, you need to be explicitly teaching new players. I think Bee Hunter and Jackie are both F tier. I think that's fair. What does Jackie do? She's essentially a dodge tank. You know, she has a ton of physical dodge. With her skill, she gains even more physical dodge. And every time, like, you know, with her skill 2, she starts attacking, and then every time she's attacked, she will counterattack. So against something like, for example, Code of Brawl, and the mobsters who have really high attack speeds, but without doing much attack, Jackie's really, really good against, you know, enemies like that. But I don't think Jackie is. No, I think Jackie is fair there. There's plenty of other ways of teaching dodge. I don't think that's something you need to explicitly teach new players. You have to be careful not to be like patronizing and all this, you know. Pinecone, I think, is a really solid unit. Pinecone is a really solid recommendation, like always, I think. But as to where specifically she goes, I'm not 100% sure. One sec. Sorry, hold on. Okay. Anyway, I got a message. Pinecone's got an A, S, E, X, S, A, S. Okay, Pinecone is at least S. Pinecone A. Okay, Pinecone is definitely a high. Our highest sniper at the moment is May. Pinecone with the Def Ignore AoE is really, really good. But do you really need it early on? I think just having, you know, the controlled burst is quite good. I think that's fair. It's also, she is an expensive unit. I think A tier is reasonable for Pinecone personally. Yeah, no, I wouldn't say Pinecone is better than May either. Eventually bring caster. Yeah, it's not just the defense ignore though. The defense ignore is the defense ignore is just kind of a bonus for Pinecone. I think just the S1 having, you know, the single instance of high damage, like true AoE in the, you know, as a close range sniper. I think that's just quite good. I think this is a reasonable tier for Pinecone. Is A tier. I think this is fair. Now, this is an interesting one. I'm very interested to know what you all think. Beanstalk. Beanstalk is a really, really good unit, especially in, you know, for like, you know, when we're talking about late game situations like IS5, really, really strong is Beanstalk. But talking about chapters 0 to 4, is she that good for new players? Because her S1 cooldown is quite long when you don't have her masteries and stuff, and her skill levels. I don't really think she's needed that early. I wouldn't recommend against building Beanstalk. So like, I wouldn't put her in F tier by any means, but the things that Beanstalk teaches are things like, you know, if you look at like what, I don't know, a Silver Gun Clear, you can stall. Excuse me. You can stall quite effectively early on with Beanstalk. But there's also other units you can. She's not the only unit who can do that. I don't know. Like with the tactical summon and stuff. I don't know. Is she? I wouldn't recommend against it, but I don't think she's essential by any means. She shouldn't be that high. I think very solid unit that does something unique. Yeah, which is I think B though is probably fair. I think putting her in the same tier as Vigna is probably reasonable, right? Because she's far from necessary, but she is solid. Like, she's not a unit that you would be like, no, what are you doing? Don't build Beanstalk. That's a bad idea. But like, you also wouldn't be like, oh yeah, no, but definitely build Beanstalk as like as you know, for early chapters. Like, I think B is fine, right? Mer and Gavial, I have... So Mer, Gavial, Perfumer here. I'm just going to get this out of the way. Perfumer should be EX tier. And that, like, I know that, like, I have some personal biases and everything, you know. Like, what? Tobo put Perfumer in S tier? Like, what? That's crazy. No way, dude. Why would he do... But, like... Perfumer is just really fucking good. You know what I mean? Like, she's... So if anyone's been around, like a lot of people won't recognize this name, right? There was a guy who was a regular in the Arknights category for a while, who streaming in the Arknights category on Twitch for a while, called Sharknado. Not Sharknado, sorry, that's the name of the meme film. Sharkado, but with a Q or something. I can't remember exactly how to spell it. Anyway, Sharkado. He made a video based on his new player experience a while ago. And, you know, he talked about the fact that most people would recommend that he build Myrtle. That's a text alter sucks guy, yeah. He talked about the fact that most people recommend he build Myrtle. Based on his experience as a new player with Arknights, and like, you know, because he was streaming his early game and he was, you know, getting feedback from chat, but he wasn't just, you know, listening to them blindly. It was a really, really valuable thing just for the Arknights category in general to have. When he made his video saying like, you know, talking about his lessons, the lessons he learned as a new player, he said he thinks the first unit that people E2 should be Perfumer. Because it's not only it's just not difficult to be a bad medic, but Perfumer is just really, really solid. I don't know. It's she's not so broken that you start ignoring things, because the passive healing is not something that ignores mechanics per se. But you do not even need to heal her. Yes, that's true. That is the case. But also, if you want, like, you know, for if I'm not mistaken, yeah, like because Pure Stream is single target unless, you know, she has a skill on. Perfumer is the only AoE healer that isn't 5-star or above. Gotta head off, take care. Thank you, Namanai, for stopping by. Appreciate it. I think Perfumer EX tier is, you know, you want AoE healing, but you also, like, just Perfumer is just I think EX is fair. Does anyone disagree with this? I think best operator people should E2 is Doberman, but I guess I'm a fucking idiot. Why Doberman? What the fuck? Why? Like, I'm not, you know, Bloop, I, you know, respect your opinions on this stuff, you know, a lot. So I am very curious to know why you think it should be Doberman. I disagree with the ex-Perfumer, fight me. Well, no, I'm not fighting you. I just want to know why you think so. Because, you know, I am not going to insist that she goes in EX tier, but I think, you know, S tier is reasonable as well, but like, I think she should go in EX. The amount of times I have seen Echo say build your medics and defenders to people. The handholds are near endless. That's a good point. That's a very good point. I see this as well. You know, when you're watching people doing handholds and stuff, the amount of new players who just don't fucking build medics or defenders is unreal. It's insane how people don't just ignore them. Like, holy shit, just build them. Yeah, no, I agree. I think this is... So yeah, I think Perfumer X tier. It's too much, I'd say. Should be at least same tier as Susuro. No, because... No, I think EX tier. Maybe I'm slightly biased, but like, Perfumer's a good safety net. My second E2. Cockroach PL, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Thank you. E2 Ethan first, maybe, sure. EX is you must. None of musts, only very good. No, I don't think EX is you must. Like, because like maybe the Amiya is just giving that wrong expectation. I think EX is just like it could be worth saying that there's no one unit that is like you absolutely must build this unit besides Amiya. EX tier is just like the units that I would say I think everyone should build these units. I don't think you absolutely must build them. I think absolutely every new player should build these units. It's fair to say that like sometimes, you know, some new players aren't going to want to build Susuro, Ethan, Cutter, and because some new players are going to want to, you know, they might have some other unit that they want to build. Them like I said earlier, like we'll allow new players, you know, a waifu slot or something like that, because, you know, sometimes a new 6-star will come along that gets people into the game in the first place, and so it's going to be unreasonable to try and convince them not to build them, but you just allow a waifu slot. So I think EX, you could say, is like, even with the waifu slot, even if the waifu slot plays the same role as them, you should still build them. Perfumer's utility, but I think Perfumer's utility is kind of similar to Susuro, which puts her at S. There's a must-build unit in the game, and it's Gladia. Okay, sick, thanks. Put Amiya in Amiya tier. I mean, that's also reasonable. Oops, wait, didn't mean to do that. We could also just put a row above that says Amiya. As much as much. Okay, we'll put an S. We'll put an S. I think there's enough disagreement on putting Perfumer in EX. What I'll do instead is I'll say my personal recommendations would be Perfumer. That's just my personal bias. And I can explain that, you know, she can be like the same priority as Susuro. I think that's fair enough. Mer and Gaviol, on the other hand, like we have Susuro, we have Perfumer, we have Pure Stream, like later on, and we'll have Ansel and Hibiscus as well. That I think, you know, can be up here. I don't think Mer and Gaviol are necessary at all. Gaviol's first letter, sure. Gummy EX only with Gonly Gummy. I mean, no, because there's going to be other units in EX. Like once I've put all the units in here, I will adjust it a little bit if it feels a bit imbalanced, right? But just so far, like Gummy is the only, you know, EX tier. Haze, for the same justification as Meteor for Haze. You generally don't need the res debuff this early on. Gitano AoE arts. No, I put where was it? I put Grey in F tier because I was like, well, you have Gitano for that. But Gitano is C tier, I think, because Lava's usually enough, right? Gabriel is actually really good, but for a new player, I agree, it's just unnecessary. Yeah, like just compared to the medics, you know, it's hard to be a bad medic. Like just being okay is not really good enough for me. Like yeah, we're fine with these. I think that's reasonable enough. Like, again, F doesn't mean they're bad. F just means you don't need to build them. Pudding is easily obtainable. Yeah, I think Pudding is the better option for AoE arts. Gravel is at least S. Would Gravel be considered S tier? I mean EX tier. Why is Gabriel a no build? Because if we're talking about medics, right? We have Gummies like pseudo medic. We have Susuro and Perfumer both in S tier. Pure Stream, I'm going to be recommending people build later on for like chapter 6, but we're talking about up to chapter 4 here, so like that's why she's in this special tier. And there's also going to be Ansel and Hibiscus down here for the other medics. We really don't need Myrrh and Gabriel to be built. They just don't need to be built at all. They are unnecessary for new players, especially considering Gabriel is obtained with credits. You don't need to be spending credits on Gabriel, Korea, and Duna, like at all. It's just really, really unnecessary. Gravel's usage is niche enough that she doesn't need to be built. Is that really true? Is it hot take to say Lava's EX tier? I don't know. We'll get to the 3 stars. Well, we're about to get to the 3 stars. This is like Gravel is the last one here. So of the initial 4 stars, Gravel is really essentially for the Skull Shatterer fight. I wouldn't say she's essential, but she can help a lot. I think EX tier is definitely too much. I think S or A tier. Like my initial thought was EX because it's like, you know, everyone fucking uses Gravel. Gravel's just like insanely useful, and you know, everyone needs to know how to use fast redeploys effectively. But maybe EX is too much. Gravel is at least S. Gravel A, Gravel E1 works well. So maybe just tanky enough. Gravel waits the drone bombs. Like that's another thing, yeah. For the drone bombs, for the those are going to be annoying. Like you can use defenders and medics for that, obviously, but learning how to bait them with Gravel, I say learning how. It doesn't really take that long to learn it, but being able to bait them and do that and have that option in your arsenal, I think is good. I think that deserves at least S tier. But in addition to that, though, like just having, like Skami makes a good point that she doesn't need any investment to bait drones and bait casters, but I still think it's, even if she doesn't need that much investment, it's still reasonable to like put her in the high tiers to say, as a sort of statement of intent, like even if she doesn't need much investment, it's still worth building her to the Elite 1 level 1 and having that Gravel S2 in your arsenal. I think that's reasonable, no? Agree that she should be EX. That was also my gut instinct as well. But I think there's enough disagreement from people. There's enough disagreement from people on the EX thing. But then again, I put Gummy in EX and justified it and you know, convinced people. So maybe... Do you plan to cover 3 5 stars available through events? Not for these. Remember what this tier list is for, right? This is for early game. This is for up to chapter 4. I expect we'll do another one after this, where we're talking about after chapter 4. This is for chapter 4. Sorry, stage 4, 7, and earlier is what this one is. I think that's reasonable, no? Because again, this is about it's not just about the strength and necessity, but it's also teaching. It's also about resources. It's about lots of things. So I think I'm gonna stick with Gravel in the X actually. Yeah, Gravel EX. Now we move on to the 3 stars. Orchid. I think Orchid goes in S tier because I have Podenko in B tier because she's kind of situational and teaching silence and stuff like that and having those roles. Orchid, you are going to need a slow supporter. You're going to need a slow supporter. You are going to need to build Orchid. There is just no situation. There is no timeline, I don't think, in which you can avoid building Orchid unless you really want to build Podenko. But that's kind of like, picking splitting hairs. That's the word. That's the phrase. I don't think you need a slow supporter early at all. I do. Why do you not think that, Scummy? Like learning, it's not. It's even. Okay, no, right. Hang on. I need to clarify this right now, actually, because okay, Scummy, you really, really like nitpicking. You've said this explicitly yourself before. Someone not being strictly necessary in early game doesn't mean they shouldn't be recommended. I think a slow supporter is a very strong recommendation for new players like Orchid, just a simple slow supporter, because new players should not only be learning damage, they need to be learning crowd control as well, because crowd control plays a massive role in this game. It would be a massive mistake to say you don't need crowd control because you can just kill everything with enough damage, or you just need this, and this, and you can get through the early game. It's not about just getting through the early game. It's not about just what is necessary for the early game. It's about what is teaching players the fundamentals, what is teaching players to get a solid understanding of the game in the early chapters where it's, their mind is still fresh and, malleable. My thought process is in early game you don't do enough damage to kill stuff before it gets blocked. At the point of slow supporters is to kill things before they're blocked. No, disagree with that part. The first part, yes, I agree with the first part there. In early game you don't do enough damage to kill stuff before it gets blocked. The second part, this part, no, I don't agree with that. Slow supporters is not just to kill things before they're blocked. Slow supporters are to I don't think that's their role at all. I think it also does explain support early on. Like you're going to need. Early game is very strongly about blocking stuff on defenders and killing them with dedicated units like Ether or Lava. That doesn't matter. It's not. Yeah, it is, but it doesn't. Like I think Skami, this is. I think you're not seeing this the way I'm trying to see it. The way I'm trying to go about doing this. I'm not just trying to recommend what players need to solely what players need to get through the early game. Because if it was solely about what you need to get through the early game without building the 6 stars, then I would just tell them to build like Lapland. And I'm specifically not telling them to build Lapland and Myrtle and stuff like that, because that's, I would just tell them to build Myrtle and stuff like that if it was just purely about getting through the early game. But it's not that. It's I want players to have a solid, new players to have a solid understanding of the fundamentals from the early game, and slow supporters help in doing that. Yeah, you don't need a slow supporter if you build the right units and stuff like that. It doesn't matter. Learning to play with slows is useful. If the point is using Orchid teaches you how to use other slow supporters, then that's reasonable. I just think her CC is weak enough that her usage isn't that much like other CC units, and she operates more like another single target caster. I mean, okay, that's fair if you can compare her to like Pudding or something like that, but like, for the her CC is very basic. Yes, I think. We're talking like I have actually no. Okay, though, right? Yeah. So I maintain my reasoning for having Orchid be a high level, but this part about her CCing being weak enough that she's more like a single target caster than other CC units. I think this justifies putting her in A, because that is a fair point. Ethan is more important for learning crowd control and stuff. Ethan is a more and May as well is here as well with the slow and stuff like that. And Podenko I have as situational B. I think Orchid in A is probably reasonable. Talking about learning that almost all 3-star units are up there. Well, yeah, that's the intention. Like, we're going to be putting a lot of 3 stars up there. Beagle doesn't need, she goes below. I think here in C tier, to be honest. We don't need Beagle. Melantha is EX tier. Does anyone disagree with this? Does anyone disagree with Melantha EX tier? I'm open to putting her in S if people disagree with that. Yeah. Okay. I think we're like unanimously in agreement on Melantha being EX. Let's go. Cardigan is S tier. Like I will. This is one I will defend. Like I will defend vehemently. I think Cardigan is easily the best 3-star defender for new players to build, because we were talking earlier about Matoi Maru, and I think Zai mentioned, it was Zai who mentioned HP sponging. You know, just like having really high HP pools. That's what Cardigan is. That's what Cardigan does. Cardigan is the much better option for doing that. Like the Cardigan HP pool and self-sustain, and you know, the self. I think Cardigan is a really, really good unit for new players to build. I wouldn't put her as must build. But I think S is fair. I think S is totally reasonable for Cardigan. Does anyone disagree with this? Again, I'm doing this as a stream because I want your input on this. S is too much. She and Spot should be in the same spot. Cardigan is not hard for new players. I think A. Cardigan is very good, but I can see it being lower because Quora does a very similar thing to her, which I assume is why Beagle is lower. Yes. A tier. I don't know about putting all 3 of these defenders in A tier though. Like, I would put Spot in A tier personally. That's the order I would put it in personally, in terms of like the 3-star defenders. Beagle is low, and then Cardigan, and then Spot in A tier, specifically because I have Gummy up here in EX. Yes, Spot in A because Gummy is up here. That's the end. Like, if Gummy is removed from this chart, then yes, absolutely Spot up here. But Gummy is there, and we can't ignore her, so that's why I have Spot in A. Are we supposed to be ranked based on teaching? I mean, not solely teaching, but that is one of the things that we're considering here. Yes, is like how good they are at teaching players. Spot should be above Cardigan. Why is Cardi so high? We already explained it. I think Gummy is more similar to Spot and Cardigan than Beagle, to be honest. I would probably put all the 3-star defenders in B with maybe Spot in A. Okay, I'm open to putting Spot up here. I really do think Cardigan should be higher than A though. Beagle is in C for a reason. I don't think Beagle offers anything, you know, I don't think it's worth building Beagle over Cardigan or Spot. Spot literally teaches you to activate skills when needed. Yeah, that's fair. That's reasonable. Problem with Spot is that he starts attacking and some enemies are more likely to leak. I mean, that's kind of not really an issue, you know. I don't think that's a reason to rate him any lower. Yeah, okay, fine. Okay, sure. Cardigan A tier. I'm like, I don't think... Can we agree with this? Can we agree with Cardigan A tier? I don't think... I would very strongly object to having Cardigan in B tier. I would strongly object to that. I think Cardigan... Like, I still personally think she'd be an S, but like, because I'm asking for your input specifically from, like, for you guys. I think... Is A tier reasonable for Cardigan? Should cardigan lower than Spark? Well, that's what I was saying. Thoroughly, I thought it should be like that, but like there's enough people who disagree with this that was swapping around. Defender tiering is really awkward because they're also similar, and I have strong objections to A for cardigan. Okay, I mean, yeah, that's also fair. Like, but like, so for another thing to point out is like just the tier list format removes a lot of nuance, and an asterisk that should be explained when presenting this, if I do present it, is that that Quora and Bubble are both A tier, but not both of them. You shouldn't build both cardigan and you shouldn't build both Quora and Bubble in for the early chapters if you have access to like spot cardigan, stuff like that. Later on that's totally fine, but like you know what I'm trying to say there. Any comments for every operator in the list saying why they're here and any nuances? I mean, I can do that later. The video isn't going to be focused on the tier list. It's going to be focused on what new players should be doing. Just purely looking at the tier list is a bad idea because tier lists are just bad generally because they remove all of that nuance. And so, if I'm honest, when I do the video, I probably won't be like sharing this tier list like as is. I won't just show an image of the tier list because people will just inevitably pause it on the tier list and go on that and then not look at the rest of the video. My intention is for this to inform my video, because like I don't want to just sit there and be like, right, so basically everyone else is wrong and I'm right, so this is what you should build. Like that's kind of hypocritical of me to say. So like that's why I'm seeking your input. This is a tier list to inform me as opposed to the subject of the video. Quora, Bubble. Ideally, one of Quora, Bubble, Beagle, and Cardigan in that order, and ideally one of Gummy and Spot in that order. I disagree with putting Beagle there. I very strongly disagree with putting Beagle above Cardigan, like you say, because you say in that order. I would strongly disagree with putting Beagle above Cardigan, but if I'm very open to having one of Quora, Bubble, Cardigan. Beagle, I really don't think deserves to be in the same tier as these. I really don't think she does. Beagles change order with Dunnar. I don't know. I'm not sure about that. Podenko is literally an upgraded Orchid. Okay. Let's not get. I'm getting too hung up on defenders here. I'm getting way too hung up on the defenders. Let's move on. Let's just move on. And then once we've got all the units down on the list, then we can think about adjustments and stuff after that. Okay, let's do that because we've been stuck on Cardigan for way too long now. Catapult. AoE physical damage. Catapult. Catapult. Where should Catapult go? Robot Team A6 Catapult reporting in. She floats when you need AoE fizz. I mean, kind of. She's not very good. But again, remember, this is early chapters. This is up to chapter 4. Just to remind everyone. Catapult, I don't think she's that good though. Even in by that. But I wouldn't recommend against a new player building Catapult. You know what I mean? I think it's the same way I wouldn't recommend against anyone build Beagle. I just don't think she's that good. I think Catapult is in the same tier as Beagle, like C tier. No, I don't think there's very few 3 stars that I would actively recommend someone don't build. Right, 3 stars are just not. They are like the most fundamentally atomic. I don't know what. They're the basic units that you learn that you use to learn the game. They are the teaching units. Yeah, C tier is reasonable, right? Okay. Midnight, I think, deserves to be in B. Midnight is a good unit, but well, maybe even higher than that actually. Maybe A. A or B. There's no way she's remotely Shirayuki tier. It's again, this isn't just about operator strength. This is I was second guessing myself on whether make doing this in the tier list format, but yeah, it's not just about operator strength. It's about like whether or not we would recommend new players build it. Like F is like, I would not recommend a new player build it from like chapter 0 to 4. EX is I would. Amiya is you must, and everything else is between. D is like, as I said earlier, D is I wouldn't recommend against building them, but they would be the very last operators at all that I would recommend a new player build, and then everyone else, it's that kind of scale. So like Shirayuki and Catapult, we can argue that they should be on different tiers, but like it's saying like, oh, Catapult is obviously not Shirayuki tier, but it's not purely in terms of strength. They have any other source of AoE damage. Agree on A, at least A. Every 3-star should be built for a new player. I don't know about every. I don't think it's every new 3-star, but certainly most of them. Like you don't need all 3 of Spot, Cardigan, and Beagle, for example. I think Poppercar goes in the same tier as Midnight. I think A tier is reasonable, very reasonable for Poppercar. Don't think Midnight I don't think Midnight justifies A. He's so cheap that I can see the argument for recommending over Irene, but he's not great. Well, we've got Irene. C. I don't know. I disagree with you on that. I don't think he's not great. I think he's reasonable. Like he's decent enough for the early chapters. He's perfectly fine. I don't think there's any problem putting in A. Same with Poppercar. Also, by the way, this is also something I should clarify. This doesn't mean like build everyone in EX, S, and A, and then do what you shouldn't build everyone in A. You shouldn't build everyone in S. You should probably be building the people in B. It's just a matter of like your priority shouldn't be to build the pushers if you really need like a defender or something. That's the sort of thing. It's tier lists again. Just remove tier lists remove a lot of nuance. This is not something that will be directly in the video. This is to inform me. It's to inform my creation of the video. Should I build everyone in Amiya tier? Yes. It's not build every 3-star because while they're cheap, you do want to save up for higher tier units in the meantime. Yes, exactly. You shouldn't be building every 3-star immediately, but you should be building 3 stars to an extent. These are reserve ops. Fang is EX tier. I think there is no situation that you should not be building Fang. Do we agree? Do people disagree? I do not think there is any situation that Fang should be any lower than EX. Do we agree? If you are a new player, you should absolutely 100% be building Fang. This is why we put where are they? This is why we put Scavenger and Korea down in C and D, because the 3-star vanguards are just, why would you not be using them? You know what I mean? Again, this is vanilla as well. Vanilla, I don't know about EX, but S tier is probably reasonable, right? You don't necessarily need both, but you should probably be using both. And if you have to choose one, it's Fang. Does anyone think differently? I'll probably put her in A tier. I'm open to that as well. I'm open to putting her in A tier because vanilla is worse than Fang. But it's, you know, having the 3-star vanguards is like... Actually, wait, hang on, no. Plume is next, Plume in S tier. Do people disagree with that? Plume is someone you absolutely should be building early on. Vigna you can live without. Plume you should be building. I think Fang in Korea is better than Fang in Vanilla. I mean, that's fair, but the point is that Fang is in both of them. Zoe, thank you for 36 months of tier 1. That's 3 years.
Attack range changes. 80k.
What skill is this?
115%. Attack interval greatly reduces, and normal attacks now deal damage if the target is under the burst effect of burn damage.
What the fuck?
And other summons within their attack range combines them into a higher
Blaze Altar, of course. And then there's also Ling there for some reason. Thank you for that, Zoe. Much appreciated. Plume, Vanilla cheaper. Chargers are just good. Chargers good. I don't know about. I wouldn't say chargers are universally good, but Plume good. Understandable. Plume for more DPS. I would drop Vanilla quite a bit. The value proposition for upgrading a Vanilla build into a Scavenger build is pretty big. I still think Vanilla goes in A, personally. I wouldn't put her any lower than A. For the early chapters, you know, if you choose to build Vanilla over Scavenger, I wouldn't then recommend, you know, in the later chapters that you then just build Scavenger instead. I would, if you have one of these built, if you have one of these built and then you going to build another Pioneer Vanguard, I would just say Texas, like beyond chapter 4, right? Personally. Come.
Come.
Yeah, Texas is also guaranteed. Yeah, so like, I think this is fair. I think Vanilla in A tier is totally fair. You could put an asterisk. I can have an asterisk that's like, you know, Vanilla and Scavenger. Like, you can have one or the other. You don't really need both, like, because you definitely want to be building Fang, like, but like Vanilla is just the cheaper option, and you probably aren't going to be using Scavenger that much later on, so it's better to just be using the Vanilla for now. That's why I think that would be my justification for this, right? Because if you're having Pioneer Vanguards for early game, you're generally not going to be using Scavenger later on. Vanilla, you're not going to be using Vanilla either, so if you need to use the second one, then just build the cheaper one, right? That's my justification. Maybe, hopefully that makes sense. The medics, so Hibiscus, Ansel. This is why like Myrrh and Gavial are down in F, because these two exist. Oops. Right? You're not, honestly not going to be really using Pioneer Vanguard's period late game. Yeah, exactly, which is, again, I think just further justification for putting Vanilla higher than Scavenger. Ansel, EX, Hibiscus, A. I would not necessarily... I don't know. I think Ansel... I'm on board with putting Ansel in EX. But I don't know if people would agree with that. I think Ansel in S tier is probably more reasonable. Then again, I've just realized there are no medics in EX. And there probably should be at least one medic. But I guess, and I don't know, maybe again, nuance doesn't mean to be baked into it. We can just say that you should have, even though there's no medics in EX, you need to build at least a few medics. In fact, if anything, maybe that's just a reason to put like Susuru and Perfumer in EX tier. And then put Ansel and Hibiscus in S tier. Do we disagree with this? Like, but I was arguing for Perfumer EX. If we just promote Cicero to EX tier and then put Ansel and Hibiscus in S tier, are we okay with this? Hibiscus should be one lower than Ansel. Yeah, I can get behind that actually. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Do we agree with this? Okay, so we seem to agree, we seem to be in agreement. Let's go. That's good. Consensus. We love that. Then we've got on our last few 3 stars now. So let's just bring them all in here, and then we're gonna move on to these units, the 1 stars and 2 stars. So Lava, I think it was Skami earlier who said Lava EX tier. I think Lava definitely goes in S, at the very least. I would also be down though. I can get on board with EX. Like, you absolutely must build this unit. Actually, no, hang on. Where the fuck is my AoE arts generally? Is like Podenko, is that it? Yeah, maybe Lava EX tier is very reasonable actually. Cruz Amiya tier, not even a joke this time. I'm not gonna, like, Amiya is the Amiya tier for a reason. I'm not doing anything of that. Amiya is just an exceptional case. That's why she has her own tier. Lava EX, no. EX is a bit too much. Steward EX, no. Steward is definitely not EX. The Cruz is EX. Steward isn't. Well, let me just do that. Actually. I don't think anyone can disagree with this. Cruz and EX. Lava EX. Okay, let me. So Adnakiel, I don't think is really think it's the same as these Beagle and Cardigan for these, and then Steward. There, I think. Yeah, A tier is fair, I think. Okay, and then yeah, Cruz is obviously an EX. I think we can all be in agreement of that, yeah. No, the tiers aren't in any particular order. Just get get a group, guys. Okay, right. So now 2 stars. I think Noah Korn goes in B. Because, like, I think, I dead ass, I'm not even kidding, I think Noah Korn is a better option to build because they're so cheap. Like, than Beagle. Oops. Yato does not go in the same tier as Gravel. I'm sorry. That's cap. I think putting these two in the same tier is reasonable. I do not think Yato goes in S or above. I'm sorry. I'm down to put her in A. I'm down to put her in A tier, but S, no. Do people strongly disagree with that? With putting Yato in S tier? I mean, in A tier, sorry. Because again, my mind is open to be changed. I can admit if I'm wrong. You can play enough IS3 Dorothy starts? No, I started with Texas all the time. Or Cruz. Cruising, Texas, and Highmore. I think 2 stars should all be 100% built. That's... You know, actually, I think there's a strong case to be made for having the 2 stars in their own tier, but at the same time, I really don't think Rangers is necessary. Or Durin, for that matter. They are dirt cheap, though. I think it's reasonable to put, well, just have their own tier for it. Oops. Lol, didn't mean to do that. We can just actually wait, no, hang on. We can just call this starters. And just put all of these in here. Because they're just that cheap to build that it's not like putting a strain on new players to build them. And we can just say, yeah, you should build all of these because they'll help you out. Like, they only go up to level 30 and there's no other investment required. I think this is fair, right? Just put them in their own tier and say, yeah, you should probably build these. You don't necessarily need to build every one, but if you need something, if you need utility from these units, just build it. There's no harm in doing so. Because they're dirt cheap. Go to level 30 and that's it. Don't know if a 12F would be recommended at all. That's not what this tier is. Like, the starters. That's like, I'm gonna like say that this tier, the starter tier, is you don't necessarily need to build any of these, but if you need utility from here, you can build them at will. You can just, like, there is no harm in doing so because their resources are cheap, but they're also just useful in general, and they will continue to be useful. I think having their own tier is totally fair. We'll just put them up there even. Maybe down. Just like down here or something, yeah. Because it's not like must build, it's a bit more unique than that, but still, yeah, anyway. Okay, so now we move on to some of the events. The event stuff. Anyway. So, where are we? Indigo. What's the next? The Roberta's next after that. Okay, Indigo. What do we think? Indigo kind of sucks pre E2. Strong disagree. She's fine at Elite 1. Welfare ops? No, we're not looking at welfare ops. I'm just like flat out saying, until you get to chapter 4 and you've upgraded your base, just don't build anything above 4 stars except Aoya. Unless you have, like, you know, some 6-star that you've got into this game for the purpose of getting and you really want to build them, then that's fine, whatever. B, like, yeah, okay, I'm down with B. I'm down with B. Oops, what have I done? Fuck. Like, same as Beanstalk, Vigna, that sort of thing. I can get behind that. So a lot of YouTubers saying A, a couple of S's as well. Roberta has, you know, the shields are cool with the artificers and stuff, with the little devices. There's Roberta is F. A. C. Okay, we've got like all over the spectrum here. I don't know about this. I don't know about this one. Roberta. The tools are great, but only one hit. Roberta is legit only used for being a supporter, and but that's it. Not much impact chapter 1. Yeah, okay, yeah, that I can get behind. Like she doesn't really have any impact in chapters 1 to 4, so putting an F tier I think is totally fair. Chapters 1 to 4. Just a sniper there. Pudding. S tier. Like behind Lava, she's the next best source of AoE else. I think putting an S tier is very, very reasonable. Do people disagree with that? Slower and arts damage AoE, well, multi-target rather. Anyone disagree with that? Anyone would put her higher or lower? Putting green lava level, but S also makes sense. I mean, yeah, but like, I don't know. I wouldn't put pudding in the same level in the EX tier. I would, you know, and I am the chaincaster guy. I like, I'd like that. Put S to S is my gut instinct. But pudding falls off as Aston exists as welfare. Like, I've already explained a million times why we're not putting the welfare units in here yet. Chestnut is F tier. Sorry, there's no justification for putting him any higher. Just no. You don't need elemental damage. You don't need elemental medics. Luo Xiaohei is limited, so new players aren't going to be able to get him. So we'll just leave him out of here. Totter. I don't really think new players need Totter. I don't think it's really necessary. I know he's good, but it doesn't teach you anything, and it's just like for early game you just don't need him at all. Like, yes, there's invisible enemies, but it's like, you know, it's completely unnecessary. He doesn't add anything because the invisible enemies aren't particularly threatening in the early game. It's just like you block them and you heal and you damage. You know, that's what it wants you to do. I just don't know. I don't like people saying be for invis and stuff. I like absolutely be built later on. I don't agree. He doesn't necessarily need to be built. Like, I know he's fine. I wouldn't recommend against building him later on, but for the early game, no. Just no, he's completely no. I don't think I'd recommend a new player to buy multiple red cert units, and Ethan does a more unique job. You only need one copy of them, though. You don't need pots. They're really not expensive to just get one copy of. You could make, again, you can just put an asterisk. Like, you don't need to get the potentials for them, especially not early. But one copy of each is not at all like, it's 150 red certs each. 300 red certs is not difficult to get at all. It just isn't. I think that's fair still. It's just a high damage option in early game, and invisible casters are also a real threat in chapter 3. Besieger is not really needed. We're doing only 4-star and below. Where if there's a 5-star that you think should be included here, you need to make a really strong case. And no, Cruz being really good is not strong enough of a case. If you want to argue that a 5-star should be included, like Amiya, you need to make a really strong case for it to convince me, because otherwise my default position is going to be not to add any 5-stars to this chart unless they're in the selector tier. Quartz. Bloop, are you here? No, Robin teaching use of Trap Masters is not good enough. Yeah, no, I don't think Quartz is F tier either. That being said, there aren't many situations. You know, if you put Quartz up against a ton of mobs, she's just going to die really quickly. You want her against, you know, the big threatening enemies that hit slowly. But it is also fair to it's also fair to say you might not necessarily have the heal to sustain presses. Presses are very weird. As much as I'd love to indoctrinate people, C. Yeah, no, I don't think F is. I think F is not really fair, but I think D would probably be reasonable. I wouldn't recommend against someone building Quartz, but I wouldn't actively recommend someone build Quartz. Proviso for new category base. If you haven't even, like, remember what this is. So I'll throw it as my wife. Remember what this tier list is. This is a tier list for people who have only, you know, they're still reaching stage 4-7, which is the last stage from which you get the control center upgrade item. So this is for players who haven't got a fully upgraded base yet. Like, they haven't even reached the point of 252. So no, Proviso does not get the new category for being base. I get the justification, but that's not what this is for. New players. This is for players who haven't got that far yet. Go for build later for D. Single-handedly taught me so much about physical damage versus defense, and her survivability is very unique and capable to apply. She isn't worth buying for 150 certs. Recommending Quartz pre-chapter 5 is madness. Go for build later. I think that's a reasonable take. Saying, like, you know, Quartz is fine for chapter 5 onwards, but for chapter 4 is not really necessary at all. Same with like Haze, Meteor sort of thing. I still think D is fair though. Like, I don't think it's a big deal to not build her, but it's all like, because it's just, you know, I wouldn't actively recommend building her. And don't build is not for trash units. There are units in here that I would still recommend players build later on, but just not for the early chapters, like Meteor and Haze and stuff like that. There's no new players come up to me, I'll ever recommend Quartz. Right, but would you actively recommend they don't build Quartz? There's a difference there. Like, I would never tell a new player to build Estelle. But if a new player said, should I build Estelle? I wouldn't say, no, don't build Estelle. I would just say, it's almost certainly not going to be worth building her later on, but if you really want to, it's fine. Versus someone like Meteor, who I would say, no, you don't need to build this, don't build this right now. This has, but you aren't using it. No, this is the selector tier, which, oh, actually no, hang on, what am I saying? This is no, okay, no. So this tier is not like don't build ever and build later. This is not just build later. This is you know, for example, Myrtle, Pure Stream, J. I put in this tier because I will, like, guaranteed be recommending them later on for chapter 6. Like, I know for a fact that I will be recommending new players build this, but not just yet. That's why they're in this tier. Quartz is not a unit I don't think I will ever actively tell players, right, for this thing you need to build Quartz, as opposed to these three. F is a bit of a mess in terms of that. This is what I was apprehensive about when doing the tier list format, because like the tier list just removes a lot of nuance from like yeah, it's a bit of a mess, but it's like this. It's important to state again, this tier list isn't going to be directly in the video. This tier list is to inform my own making of the video. You know what I mean? Okay, where are we? These are collab limiteds. Hummus. And this I can put in this here as well. this as well. Yeah, hummus. What are we saying? I don't think he's really necessary, but he's a decent enough enmity unit that, you know, just like having, you know, a soloist, you know, a Reaper with the self-sustain, that could be useful. I might be wrong. At least A. A lot of people say A. Hummus should be in C. Hummus is B tier. A or B, B or A. I think putting him higher than Indigo is probably unwise. Maybe. I'd be down to put him in B. Because he's not really, you know, it's not like Hummus. Hummus is fine, but it's not like he's going to do anything that the other units won't. Because Indigo is S, maybe? I don't know about that. Do we... Okay, people are starting to strongly disagree with Indigo here. Do people disagree strongly with Indigo in B? Because this is, again, remember, this is early game. I think Hummus in B is fair. Hyru, welcome to chat. Enmity mechanics might be a little confusing early, maybe. Also, build Highmore, she's pretty. Highmore is pretty, this is true. But also, Enmity, I don't think it's that confusing. I don't want to baby new players. You know, I don't want to treat them like they're completely unable to learn. Because, I don't think it's that confusing. It's just like they can't be healed, basically. The sources of healing, the only source of healing that will recover HP of enmity units is Perfumer. So, and it's I don't think it's that confusing. I think it's fine. You know, you put down and ignore him, he does everything. I still think B is fair because it's not, you know, he's the only unit here so far, other than Utage, who's also in B tier, who can't be healed. And so having Utage and Hummus in the same tier, I think, is pretty reasonable. Indigo needs to be higher, or else how else can we convince people to build Eben? True, good point. Let me... Where are we? Hodera, S tier, no, okay. Verdant. Verdant has to be F tier. I don't think Verdant is as bad as people think he is, but I would still put him in F tier. For like whether or not I would, you know, how much of a priority it is to recommend him to new players. I don't think you should recommend new players build Verdant. Without context, this looks terrible. Well, that's why I've got context on the side. What do you mean? You know, you say without context, people can probably figure out by the fact that these 4 3-stars are in the EX tier that this is probably a tier list for new players. Early game has a decent amount of ranged arts, which Verdant is decent for. Teaches immortality to new players. I don't know. I feel like... No, I don't think there's just like I can see it being something interesting for players to learn beyond chapter 4, but for the early game, I just don't think that's worth doing at all. I think that's a hard no from me. Caper, this is a decent. This is a pretty good. This is also red certs as well. To be fair, I mean, we've already got Ethan and Pudding there. Caper is really solid though, and like a good way of learning about attack intervals and stuff as well, I suppose. Like loop shares. Pinecone's A, Caper is as well. Yeah, I can get behind that. I can get behind Caper in A. Caper high C, low B. Great for learning loop shooter archetype. Well, it's not like learning a specific archetype is not something we should be considering. It's like, oh, this teaches you how to use loop shooters. Like, that's not. We shouldn't be thinking about that. Like, don't think of it as learning a specific archetype. Think of it as learning a specific game mechanic. Archetypes don't matter. Arturia is my wife, says Virtuosa is EX tier. What? That's crazy. Who would have guessed? I think A is fine. This is a good point that Kaxara brings up. Caper is really good at teaching positioning because of the attack interval trait that she has with loop shooters. That's actually a really good point. This is a really good way of teaching positioning. That's actually a good point. I actually would consider maybe S tier for that reason. Thinking about positioning is a really, really valuable thing to learn. Very, very valid take. Good contribution. This is what I was hoping for when I asked for like chat contributions. That's a really good point. There's no urgency. It's not about that. It's not just about the urgency. It's about, what it teaches new players. Does horizontal position in the same tier matter? No. This is not going to be directly in the video. This is just to inform me. Where would I place Granny? It's low. Very low. She's not good. I'm sorry. There are some welfares you can recommend in side stories. No, only after chapter 4. This is a tier list for up to chapter 4. Positioning as in where to put or when. Yeah, because Caper, the loop shooter, if enemies that are far away, she's going to have a long attack interval, whereas enemies that are close by, she has a short attack interval, and that directly correlates to like an enormous difference in DPS. So she absolutely does teach you, about the positioning. And I think that's a very valid thing for, so I absolutely do I think S for Caper is very, very solid. Doesn't Pinecone do the same? No, because Pinecone is she has the very limited range and she just there's nothing to think about with positioning there. It's just you put her very, up front. You put her up close. I don't think that's the same thing. New players, is learning new stuff or being easy to use a better point? Learning new stuff. To an extent. They can't be like that complicated to use, obviously, but the 4 stars aren't generally that complicated. Okay, let's move on to the next unit. Lutonada! Is there anyone else after this? Oops. This is just another starter. Contrail as well. Oh, and this guy, the Liberator. I forgot what his name. Windscoot, I think. Yep, that's it. Okay, it's just three. Just those 3 left. Unless anyone again. If anyone wants... Oh, this is a starter as well. This is the Confess 44, whatever his name is. Yeah, so it's these 3. Lutonada! Is Liberator in the end? No, we get him with... Monster. Oops, what have I done? Fucking hell. Lutonada. We are saying Lutonada F. Unhealable enormous DP. I don't want to say this, but F for Lutonada. Will not recommend newbies build Lutonada. On Twitch, average says B. Sick. Lutonada for new players. I don't think it really, I don't think it's a bad unit to be using. Yes, it has a high DP cost and everything. I don't think F is. I think I would consider Lutonada to be in the same thing as Quartz, right? I wouldn't actively recommend someone not build Lutonada, but I don't think. Then again, actually, I will murder Tobo, but not for this tier list, but for no reason in particular. What? Why? Azzy? What the fuck? What did I do? We are currently sitting at 99 viewers on YouTube. Let's go. Thank you for the far reverb, Duster. Very cool. Windscoot, I would also not recommend new players build, just because it's really not necessary at all. Doesn't teach you anything, it's just damage. And then Contrail, I think Contrail in B is fine. It's a specific use case. There's a lot of drones. I think it's fine. Because if this utility exists in the game now, it's fine to learn how to use it. I think it's fine. I think it'll take off early. I don't know about take off specifically, but the ability to block drones could be quite useful. It's such a niche unit, I don't know how useful she'll be. I don't know, I feel like she's in the same sort of tier as like Beanstalk. In terms of, niche use cases. I think B is fine. I wouldn't put her any higher than B for sure, but I think B is totally fair. No? Are you forgetting she's strictly invincible while takeoff? Is she? I didn't know that. Is she actually? That doesn't sound right. The biggest upside of Sky Rangers is that they're invulnerable while taking off, and which isn't applicable to new players at all, and her blocking drones ain't that much of an upside since drones are spammed. This is a good point. This is a good point. Yeah, maybe not, actually. I was thinking about, oh, maybe seed it, but actually no. If we're just thinking about the early chapters, there's just no need. We just want players to deal with drones conventionally, I think. So yeah, F tier for that. So just have B's all together. That is all of the 4 stars and below. Doesn't really teach much to a new player. Now let's go over this. Let me just unpin this. There we go. Let's go over this and refine it, because there's going to be people who disagree with certain things in this list. We already had disagreements with it. Does anyone strongly disagree with any specific placement in this tier, in this list? I put Hodor and Hodor tier, right? Yeah, obviously. Where is he? Let's go. Okay, right. And by what I missed, well, we're done with the first. Well, I think we're done. We're just refining this now because we've put the last few 4 stars in. Now, okay, so 2 questions actually. The first one is, does anyone strongly disagree with any placement in this list? Remember that there's nuance and asterisks that aren't visible that we've been talking about. And the second is, does anyone want to make a really strong case for a 5-star to be included in this list that isn't Amia? Because remember, 5 stars, you know, I banned 6 stars for a reason. 5 stars aren't that much better. I don't think it's, you know, I can't think of any 5 stars that it's actually worth building. Savage is everyone says, yeah, but she doesn't, no, it's not worth building Savage. 5-star agent, no, don't agree. Lapland, she's down here in the selector tier. You should either exclude them or explain every option. Yes, I will. The reason the 3 medics are there is because they are extremely hard to get and new players will want to have access to them later on. They are now extremely hard to get with them being in the kernel banner. And so I think the 3 5-star selectors should always be used on these 3 medics. Because even, like, you know, late game players, you know, basically everyone, regardless of thing, they all use these 3 medics pretty regularly. Texas is not selector. Texas is from the pinboard mission. But I don't think it's strictly necessary to build Texas. I think that, yeah, these 3, that's why these 3. Lapland is because Chapter 6. I think she's a perfectly viable option to bring for Chapter 6, but I'm going to attempt anyway to convince people to use J instead, but Lapland is also fair. And Liskarm is here because I think she is a good teaching unit in being an SP battery. I think that is a, you know, I think using Liskarm as an SP battery, as long as I can explain that. If you just use her as a conventional defender, then no, absolutely not. But Liskarm being used as an SP battery, I think is totally fair because there's, you know, that's it may not be applicable in the early stages, but like, I don't know. I feel like that's a good way of a good teaching thing. I could Telopsis at the bottom. Oh my fuck! Read, bro. Telopsis at the bottom doesn't mean she's bad. Read the fucking. Okay. Disagree on Promanix. Disagree on Cruz. I will be recommending Cruz later on, but not for early game. Remember, this is for chapters 0 to 4. Literally any agent, no. Red, no. Wind chimes, absolutely not. Highmore, no. You need to play IS3 to do that, and you shouldn't be playing IS3 in the early chapters. Not even remotely, definitely not Highmore, ever. Or Tin Man. No, don't, guys, don't suggest IS units. We are not going to be telling new players to play IS. Holy shit. Oh my god. Spectre, no. You official should be A tier, true. A new hack, you can use Wizardel to clear IS1 pretty easily. You have missed the entire point, Vaintex. You have completely missed the entire point of this tier list. The reason I am making this tier list, the #1 biggest reason, is because new players are so consistently told to E2 Myrtle and then borrow Wizardel to get through early game. You will never, ever catch me, ever, till the end of time, telling anyone to just borrow a broken 6-star to get through IS2, just to get rewards. No, absolutely not, ever. I would rather kill myself. No, okay. Why Quorans do it A tier, not higher? Because I don't know. It's fine. What's wrong with A tier? A tier isn't bad. A tier is like pretty solid. Okay, so actually now that I've just looked, Podenko and Orchid. This is something I want to reconsider. Podenko Orchid. Is it worth? Like I was talking. No, I think this is still fair. Podenko for later chapters, definitely goes, you know, much higher. But right now, I think this is still fair. Matterhorn worth building. He does like nothing. I putting Matterhorn there because he is a really good arts tank, but he's not the, he's not really necessary. You don't really strictly need an arts tank this that early. So I think it's still totally fine to build him because he's a perfectly capable defender. But it's, yeah, I think C tier is still totally fine for Matterhorn. Pudding, she's slow to farm in early game, especially when you have Ethan and Caper as alternative choice. No, I would still say Pudding is S tier. Multi-target, slow, and arts. Just, oops. Crowd control is something you really need to learn early on. Pudding is good at that. That combines it with damage. Second tier list about Wealth and Valve, which is a good idea. Yes, that's what. Yes, I know. We're going to think about that. Like remember, this is. How many times have I fucking said this? This is for early chapters, chapters 0 to 4, all the way up to chapter 4, stage 4-7, when you get the last thing that gives you the base upgrade material. This. We get this from 4-7. That's why we're going up to here, because this gets you upgraded, lets you upgrade the base, and then you get players to build a 2-5-2 base, and you have a passive resource income, and then you start building the 5 stars and 6 stars because you have more resources at your disposal, right? Now start murdering people? No, not yet. I don't know why it's called a keel either. There's no 5-star with building earlier than Agent. No, I still don't agree with Agent. I think agents are not necessary. I don't think. If there was a 4-star Agent, then I'd be on board, but no. I really don't think agents are necessary. I think the 3-star, the Vanguards like Fang are just totally fine. It's not necessary at all. So yeah, I have yet to hear any convincing case for adding any 5 stars to this list. Lethe was complaining about the Jessica versus Vermeil. I guess this, sure. I don't think it's that much of I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think Jessica's still totally fine. She's an anti-air sniper who'll get the job done. Vermeil is an anti-air sniper who I guess also will get the job done. She has like an extra target, I guess. I think there are some operators in F tier that don't belong there. Since F is the active disrecommend tier, I think the criteria for being an F rather than D should be that we expect the new player to regret building the character. I would move Meteor, Matoi Maru, Vermeil, Haze, and Totter to D. I don't think the active... Okay. This is a very reasonable comment, but the criteria for being an F rather than D is not that the player regrets building the operator. Like there's... I think... I wouldn't tell a player to... I don't think F is the player should regret building them. The F, actively disrecommending someone isn't quite the same as that, in my opinion. I wouldn't try to tell any new player that they've made a mistake in building, or maybe I guess not that they haven't made a mistake, but like I would no new player should regret building one of these operators. This is just like I would disrecommend building them early on. It's not, I wouldn't, if they have built them, I wouldn't then say, oh, you've made a mistake. No, like this. No, you shouldn't be. No, don't do any more of that. Just listen to me. I'm not gonna do that. It's just like, I don't think it needs to be that strict of a requirement for being in F tier. Lutonada should be in D with Estelle. They're fairly similar in what they do, at least early. I don't think they are. Estelle is a lane holder, Lutanada isn't. Also, again, I will state this because I keep saying this. This tier list is not going to be directly shown in the video. This is not a hard and fast like ranking. This is a tier list because I want to do this as an activity and get the input of all of you. But it will exist to inform my creation of the video. Because I wanted the input of several people, and I decided to do it in a tier list format because people like making tier lists. And people like to argue about it. So a lot of nuance gets missed in these formats, and yes, I've explained this a million times. I'll post this tier list as words under the video, and I will delete the comment. Don't do that. How dare you? Okay. So that's this one. I don't think anyone has convinced me that any, I've put Vermeil next to Jessica. That's about as far as I'm willing to go. This is bait for us to be active in the stream. No, that's a very cynical way of looking at it. Radioactive. It's not just bait to get you to be engaged. Like people saying, oh, it's just engagement bait. That's like saying like, oh. Getting people to exclamation point, exclamation mark. Fuck, I can't speak English. Jesus Christ. That's like saying getting people to type exclamation mark play to play the marbles on stream on Twitch is just engagement bait. Yeah, it's kind of a single way of looking at it. People like talking about tier lists. People like making tier lists. It's just something people like doing. People like arguing about the rank thing that people want to do. The rank that you think somewhere should go. It's not engagement bait. It's just a fun activity that we're all doing, right? Can we just think about it? Not be cynical about it. Okay, so this is the list for. Hang on, let me just make sure I don't lose this. Oh god, what have I done? Shit. Wait a minute. Alright, yeah, good. Okay. So, I have this saved. Can I just like open it in another tab? It's a template. Oh no, it's just done by like cookies and stuff. Maybe if I... Hang on. Alright, here we go. Okay, new slate. So, whoops. Let me change the text here. Who have upgraded their base to 252 and are now and have reached playing chapter 5 onwards. Bear with me a moment. Wait, no, that goes on. Okay. So, pin these. Do I need to go through all of? Am I going through all of these again? Maybe I should have just done like. Should have just altered the other tier list. What do we think? I think whatever. We'll play it by ear. I'll go with this for now. Because we're not going to be adding like every single unit, are we? So a new player has built their units. Sorry, has built their base up to 252, and they've upgraded that, and they've got that done, and they are now at chapter 5 and onwards. So. And it's, they're sort of reaching the point where you're building 5 stars and 6 stars, and then once they've got to like 7. Okay, actually no, I should clarify that in the text. Playing chapter 5, playing chapters 5, 6, 7. I think this is reasonable because like chapter 5 is one thing. Chapter 5 is a good chapter. It's got a lot of drones. It's a good chapter. It's the first chapter that was added after like post release, and then there's chapter 6 has all those frozen mechanics, and then chapter 7 is just iconic for reasons everyone knows. So I think these are 3 good chapters to be thinking about. Definitely is chapter 5 for new people. I don't know. I think I specified chapter 4, stage 4-7 specifically because it's the it's where you get the final base upgrade. None of this matters because Tobo ain't reading my stuff. Wait, what? What did I miss? If you have a smart enough teacher, you may be encouraged to use 3 stars anyway, making Doberman not as essential. That's why I don't make this to encourage 3-star usage. I don't think the buff that Doberman gives to 3 stars is worth Bloop. I do very much get what you're saying in that 3 stars are the most fundamental units, so that they teach you how to play the game better than anything else can. But firstly, I don't think the buff that Doberman provides is anywhere near good enough to justify building her with the 3 stars. But it's also like I have to be pragmatic about what I'm doing here. I'm not like no one is going to if a new player opens up YouTube and types in, new player guide and stuff like that, and if they click on my video, if I tell them, don't build that one unit that that 6-star that you downloaded the game for, don't build her until you get to like chapter 10 billion. Like if I try to force them not to do certain things, they're just not going to listen to me. I have to compromise with them in some respects, right? So obviously, just fine, go build the waifu that you downloaded the game for, sure. But like, also, if I tell them not to build any high rarity units ever, and just only to use 3 stars, they're probably just going to look for another guide, right? So I have to sort of compromise and be willing to, and I have to be willing to accept that the vast majority of people, including me, don't play this game using only low rarity units. The vast majority of people play this game because of the shiny 6 stars, right? Or husbandos, sure, whatever. Like, if you want to use that terminology. Okay, anyway. Saria is a good, like, Hoshi and Saria, I don't, so Skadi I obviously wouldn't, I say obviously, I wouldn't recommend Skadi, Schwartz, Helliger, Magallan, these units, but Hoshi and Saria are totally fair, I think. I would put Saria in S tier, and I would put Hoshi in A tier. I don't expect you to change, but to me, I would recommend someone's first E2 is Domo because of what she can teach. But yeah, okay, that's fair. That's fair. That's just like a difference in approach, I guess. New player banner units. Which are they again? Mountain, Arketo, Thorns, Blaze. I can't remember the others. Who are the units on the new banner again? On the Newbie banner, I mean. Mountain, Silver Ash, Thorns, Blaze, Arketo. Is Arketo on the banner? Is it Weedy as well? Okay. Right, so... I don't know about Mountain. I think Mountain could... Mountain... I wouldn't put him super high up, but I could say A. I'm down to put him in A tier. Because again, remember what we're trying to do here. This, from chapters 1 to 4, I think players will have learned most of the fundamentals. Banner. Oh, it's Exu, not Arketo. Okay. Thorns, Exu, Silver Ash, Mountain, Blaze, Seria. Okay. She was on the old one. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, if that's the case, then all 6 of these units should be on the charts somewhere. Where's Blaze is there? Blaze I would put in B. Silver Ash I would put in S. Well, what I know, actually no, because I just remember what I was going to say. I've fallen into that trap again, haven't I? Like, remember what I'm trying to do here is players will have learned most of the fundamentals in the early chapters. Like, I don't need to be thinking about like players need to be teaching, and I want to be teaching players the fundamentals. With this one, it's more about like what is going to help build on that knowledge that they've learned. Not so much as teaching units, but as constructing, building on what they've got there. So I think like Seria is totally fine. Mountain I think is like Hoshi. These 4 I think are fine because the Mountain is a lot of roll compression, but I don't think it's that bad as long as it's not like every unit is. But so a unit like Silver Ash. With the really high burst damage, I don't think that's a good idea. What level are we expecting from Ops here? That's a good question. Are we expecting E2? Like, I don't need to bake this into the chart again, because like nuance is going to be lost in tier lists, but let's say Elite 1 Max is the highest. Let's say there's no 6-star E2s yet. Let's go with Elite 1 Max for now. And then we'll go all the way up to 718, which is the Patriot stage, but they're not using these units to fight Patriots. It's so like a 7 including up to and including 717. And then 718 is where we say, right, this is the most iconic stage in the game. Just go all out, build whatever you want for it. So Thorns, because he needs such high investment, I would say F, for example. Silver Ash I don't think is that bad because his S1 is his S1 is okay. 510 suggested level is E2 level 20, so okay, that's interesting. Let me hang on. Maybe I'm out of touch. One moment. Elite 1 level 70 for 410. For this one. Actually, now that I think about it, this can actually catch a lot of players out. This one, the Frost Nova. This is already a unit where you need to have a lot of game knowledge. Not a stage where you need to have a lot of game knowledge for 410. This is like a good test of skills. 6.82 alt. I haven't been. No, I haven't. I haven't really done that much for it yet. So I've just been occupied by other things. So 5.7 is Elite 2 level 10. So it does recommend that you have Elite 2s by this point. 5.7 is the first stage where it recommends Elite 2. Probably assumes 4 stars. Does it? I don't think it necessarily assumes that the 4 stars are going to be Elite 2 level 10. Didn't need to do that, don't worry, just do Elite 2 level 10, Elite 2 level 25, Elite 2 15, Elite 2 25, Elite 2 30. Yeah, that is a good point that Kuroto brings up. Of course, 4 stars can't be Elite 1 level 70. These will have been made in, with early game in mind. They won't. I don't think they've been updated. So, Interesting. Whissadel is SSS plus tier. She saved players a lot of time in story quests. She is Queen Carrier. Buddy, I really hope this is ironic. Please tell me this is ironic. Holy rage bait. Good lord. Okay. So 410 with his manatee. Right. Okay. So we'll say for this. No. Yeah. Okay. So in that case, we won't say elite 1 max. We'll say elite 2, but level 20. So like low level elite 2s, but not many of them. Right? Because they're not gonna suddenly have loads of 6 stars elite 2. But it is also important to mention that building a 6 star to elite 2 level 1 isn't once they early game, yes, it's super expensive. Once they have their base, it's not that expensive. It's building beyond elite 2 that is expensive. If I've got my thing, yeah. So it's it costs the same. Oh Jesus Christ! Okay, maybe I'm wrong. So no, forget I said that. It costs more than I thought it did. So a 6 star to elite 2 level 1 costs 360,000 XP and 590,000 LMD. Building a 4 star to elite 2 level 70 is 480,000 XP and 480,000 LMD. It costs more LMD to get a 6 star to elite 2 level 1 than it does to get a 4 star to max level. But less XP. Annihilation 3 used to be a gigantic wall for new players. Yes, it did. It very much did. The recommendation for people was almost always to build units like Silver Ash and AF Yala to get through it. So I think, my fully upgraded 252 produces about, you know, with you know, good base combos and stuff, produces about 45,000 XP per day and 50,000 LMD per day. I think. Let me go to the base and see that. Yeah, about 50 to 55,000, and then 44,000 XP or so. So, this is good. This is good context. With a bit more context in mind. So now, with this in mind, if we're thinking, if Elite 2s, I mean, if 6 stars can be Elite 2, even if they don't have any masteries or levels necessarily. I still think Thorns is maybe, I think Thorns can do a lot, but I still wouldn't recommend it because it doesn't really build on any of the knowledge. I think it's just an easy carry. I don't think Thorns is worth building for what he offers. And yeah, they're not going to have that good base combos, but it's not, you know, the point, you know, having the 252 upgraded as far as it can go is still going to do quite a lot. Like the good base combos aren't going to make a gigantic difference beyond that, right? They'll still have enough. Oh, I should also put those medics back up. Where are they? Telopsis. Where's Warfarin, and where's Silence? Where the fuck is she? Am I blind? Oh, there she is. Okay. These three should, at the bare minimum, go in this. At the bare minimum, go in S tier. Yes, Thorns in F. I make no apology. These are S tier because they don't need Elite 2 to be good. Like, you could make the argument that Telopsis E2 is a good buff, but like, Warfarin and Silence especially at E1, extremely good.
I think you should put Aesthesia, a 5-star, on your list. My reasoning is I know where you live. Just kidding.
Are you kidding though? So Kixara, you say Thorns do everything: hit, land, air, massive range, potential skill, gun outside. Yes, I know he does, but that's not like, I'm not thinking about this purely in terms of operator strength. This is like the danger of doing this thing in a tier list format. This is not. I will say this louder for people in the back. This is not an operator strength tier list. Read. Why is Mountain in A but Thorns in F? Just because Thorns in air? No, because the amount of investment you need for Thorns to carry his weight, to pull his weight and start doing things, is not worth it. For, like, you know, it's not worth building him all the way to E2 just for that peace of mind of having Thorns in the squad. I don't think that's worth it at all. It's not worth the resources to build it. Any unit eligible for this? Yeah. Any rarity. It's just like the reason Thorns is here is because Thorns is on the beginner banner, and there's a high chance. So there's a high chance that a new player might have Thorns. And so actually no, for that reason, I think it's fair to put him in D. But like, I still wouldn't say he's high priority. Like, so all of these units should be on the chart somewhere. But for someone like say Skadi, there's no need to put her on the chart. Because it'll just clutter it, So where are we? There is also... Exu. It was Seria, Mountain, Blaze, Thorns, Exu, and Silverash. Where's Silverash? There he is. Okay. So if we can assume Elite 1, Silverash can do okay at Elite 1 max. How does a player start to consider... how far in does a player start to consider buff and debuff as like Shamir? A good question. Good question. How far... I think we can start considering it here because past 4-7 you're getting to like the 4-10 which has Frost Nova in it. You got Mephisto in 5-10. You got Frost Nova again in chapter 6. And then you're approaching Patriot in chapter 7. So I think debuffers are like reasonable to consider as long as they don't require like a ton of investment, I guess. So Silverash skill 2 I think is a really good like an underrated skill. A very underrated skill. I think it's reasonable to be putting him in like C tier or above. I don't think it's, if you're only building him for skill 3, I don't think that's really worth it, but yeah. Man, I love Exer. I hope she gets an ult. My top tier, Wizardel, Crownslayer, Kalshit, Amir, Exucial. Okay, this has to be Rage Bait. I'm sorry. There's no way this is not Rage Bait. If it is Rage Bait, then 10 out of 10. You are a master of your craft, but holy shit. Please. Hey guys, I wanted to ask if it's easy to get back into Arknights. I wanted to read the story because I'm hyped for Enfield. I played a bit on release. Zai answered and then he's not said anything else. If you're still here, Saber, it's easy to get back into Arknights. Just open the game and play. Just it's if you're, if you didn't play that much, then you might, I don't know, but if you only played for like a week or two, then it's probably worth just making a new account with all the stuff that new players get. But if you played for a little while, then just bring back the old account and try it out and see if you like it. There's a lot of new stuff that's been added in the past few years. Number one problem for newbies is lack of burst damage. That's a fair point. I think, Cutter is good burst damage, but that's not really the same thing. So I do think it's fair to... I think once you get to chapter 4, it's fair to be considering Silverash. I still wouldn't put him in S tier. I think Exu is also, fair enough in there. I also wouldn't actually. I'm going to put Hoshi down because, like, if you already have Quora built, if you already have like Tanky Defender built, there's nothing that Hoshi particularly offers that's new to that. Newbie's own main story will be the exploring side stories on intermessages as well. Yeah, so this is what I was talking about with, yeah, thank you for reminding me that, by the way, Radioactive. So let me find, where's Cruz? Where is she? There she is. So units like Cruz, yeah, EX. All new players should be picking up Cruz at some point, right? This is the part where we can consider, like, with welfare units from the side stories. Like Tequila is like easy S tier. Gladia is I don't know if she would I put her in EX? Certainly S tier at the very least. Lumen is high up there as well. Maybe A tier. Ash Jenny's high up there as well. Maybe it's worth including all of the like red search shop operators as well. Just pull all the welfares now? No, this isn't like pull all the welfares. It's just putting all the welfares. I think it's worth putting all the welfares from the side stories in the record restoration. I think it's worth putting all of them in the list because at this point we can say, okay, you know, you can go and get those welfares now, but it's worth saying like which ones are worth getting. I think that's fair. I'm just making sure let me grab them all first. Is Benna welfare? Yeah, she is, isn't she? IS, okay. IS units. No, I'm not going to put IS units here because I don't think players should be tackling IS until they've at least beaten Chapter 6. Arguably even Chapter 7. This is a good song. Good request, Chrissy Bear.
Tobo, you have some Chapter 9 and later welfares there. Also, I have
good
to
point.
ask NB?
Good point. I do have some Chapter 10 later. That's a good point. Ask Jenny. I have to ask Jenny B. She's in A. What do you mean? Bring off like how do you when she starts 90? Yeah, and that's a good point. I just didn't think about that. I was just thinking about like who was welfare because I'm not thinking about like where. I'm just putting them in the current thing. My bad. No, that's chapter 13. Diamante is red certs. May as well put Caper there because he's red certs as well. Who are we gonna put? Who else was there? There was someone else. Oh, whatever. I'll look at there. Harold. Wenqing. And then everyone else is not in record restoration yet. Well, actually, hang on, no. You can't even get Wenqing from record restoration, can you? That's a good point. Fuck. Who is the most recent restored operator? Read. So Puzzle. Puzzle is the most recent. Only just got visual. Yeah. Okay, so I think it's worth including up to like, because these will get added soon. I think it's worth like, but do we even need to include like Insider and Briar Fighter? And Cold Shot, I don't think we do. Like Lessing's not going to be there for a while. He's the first one that I think is like worth considering, even slightly. Cold Shot is just not good as much as I like her. Briar Fighter, no. Insider, no. So no, yeah, no. This is fine. We'll just go up to Puzzle, and then that'll be it. These are red certs. We don't need to include these. And then Silence is Lone Trail restored. It's not. Alright. Alright, we can consider these. We also need to add the other ones from, the earlier events that aren't. So Granny. Who... Oh, I can't click on the fucking thing. God damn it. Let me... Thank you, Arknights. Flamebringer, Salem, Bison, Snowson. Absinthe, Falnik, Sideroka, Tamimi.
Please, go ahead.
Don't forget Texas, from Pinboard.
True. Is Babik? I don't know if you can get Babik. Falnik. And Tomimi. Mint, Wizlash, Robin, Lava.
I'm here to help.
Yeah.
Bibik is S tier because Beak's
Oh,
tools
Jaehyun.
teach players the importance of bullet time and neurotically pausing so
Okay,
no one ever wants to edit your gameplay footage.
Okay. So these are some welfares. I've not got everyone, but whatever, it's no big deal. You can fix it later. Okay, so the thing about the welfares, Granny is F tier. I don't think this is controversial to say. I don't think any of these are controversial. Bison has good taunt. What's a new player? Early story prog, a couple of E2s trying to clear events. It should say, you should read on the right hand side of the tier list. I've put some context there for people to read. We already did a tier list for new players doing chapter 0 to 4, and now we're doing like beyond that, like chapter 4-7 up to 7-18. The vignette ops, they're all harder since you need to be playing during a vignette to all grind red certs. Which ones are the vignettes? Wait, hang on, no, that's not right, is it? You get them from here, right? Oh wait, you need those things, yeah. Benna, Mint, Absinthe, Snowsun, and Flamebringer. Yeah. I don't think these are like Absinthe, Snowsun, Flamebringer. I don't think any of these are worth like building anyway, so I may as well just not include them. This prevents clutter. Bison, I wouldn't recommend against Bison. But I don't think he's like. I think he's fine. I would say D tier. Like I would say Cardipola is more, more useful. But Bison has decent taunt, right? His skill 2 is actually like a decent taunt skill. I've seen people use it in like late game content as a alternative to Monar, Lee, that kind of taunt. Absinthe is cute and therefore essential for gameplay, despite it not being the point of the tier list. Very cool. Thank you. Absinthe and Bena should totally be on the list. I don't think they I can see the argument for Absinthe, but Bena definitely not. Not Bena. Fallenik, no. Don't try to argue against this. Side Roka, no. Tomimi, as much as I think Tomimi is funny, no. Whislash, I can get behind. Players need a dollkeeper. I don't think they like. Just if they're gonna tell them to build a dollkeeper, tell them to build Verdant. Don't tell them to build Banner, in my opinion. She's not actively bad by everyone below her. Yeah, no, I don't think Whislash is that good, but I think she's like fine. Maybe Thorns should go a tier above, to be honest. Robin is good. Robin should go up somewhere, like pretty high tier. Like Robin is just a genuinely good unit already, and for free as well. Robin is definitely up there. I think same tier as Ask Jenny is totally reasonable. Robin's a DP sync. It doesn't matter. Like I'm gonna be telling players to build with what's the element saying? Myrtle. For chapter 6. Lava, no. Heavy Rain. Heavy Rain is really good. Heavy Rain has a genuine use case in the camouflage. I think it's a utility that people underrate. I think this is a. I would even be open to putting her in A, but B just B feels appropriate to me because of her like use case. It's a specific use case as opposed to a general use. But do people disagree with this? Heavy Rain for B? Every else out is faulted at the side of Cruise Halted. It's kind of ridiculous how good Cruise is for being free. This is insane. Honeyberry is Red Search Shop. We'll do the Red Search Shop ones together. Like, we'll do them. I'll go and find them and do them all at once. I think Erato is also like one of the CC units, so it's probably it's best to consider her separately as well. Wildmane, like Wildmane is cool, but there's just no reason to build. Kiara, same as Wizlash Bison, I think is reasonable. Enforcer, I think is worth considering more so than those, because Enforcer actually has a unique use case in being the only shifter who can shift without doing any damage. Like, for example, the Sarkaz flag bearers that wake all the other Sarkaz enemies up from Dark Knight's Memoir. Enforcer can shift them without activating them. You shift them into holes and stuff. Like that sort of thing. I think Enforcer is underrated in terms of use cases. So, Starlight Solari, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Alright, okay, Cherney, my guy, my boy, where is he? Have you considered learning an instrument? I'm qualified to teach in most of them. Yeah. Get out right now. You are playing in the wrong key. Alles gut. Okay, right. Cherney, I think is actually like I think he's about the same as like Wizlash and yeah, like these guys. To be honest, I think he's cool. I think he's better than people give him credit for, but I think he's also like totally replaceable in almost all instances. Minimalist, no. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Jaehyun, I would put there as well. Maybe down. I think Jaehyun is better than people give her credit for, especially on skill 2. Like the skill 2, like throwing the disc. Why is Ask Jenny an A? What, she should be lower or higher? What do you mean? I don't think the return on investment is that great compared to other units you have up there. I think it's fine. Like I think she's a better investment than say Heavy Rain. I think she's a better, considering the players will probably have like Quora, but I don't think Hoshi is really that necessary, or Blaze. I think she's a better investment than these three. Yeah, maybe I was too harsh on Thorns being in D tier. Maybe we can put Thorns in here. I certainly wouldn't put him any higher than B, though. I don't think he's A tier at all. This means you have rated everyone too high. Well, again, this tier list isn't going to be... This is... fucking tier list, man. Tier lists are just like easy content, man. It's just like maybe whoever was it, Nightwalker, who said it earlier, or was it Radioactive, in saying that tier lists are just like the most easiest the easiest engagement bait because fucking everyone disagrees every fucking time. Like, yeah, so I think this is reasonable. What the fuck? Put her back up there! How could you disrespect my wife like that? Every time, rinse and repeat. Easy content to be wrong. Thank you for the fart reverb, Desta. Okay, puzzle. Agents are always good. Agents, I think the puzzle goes up here, actually. Agents are just good by default. And Vigil, I think, yeah. C tier, maybe. Like I wouldn't put him down in D tier, but I think C tier is probably pretty reasonable. Like he doesn't really have a specific niche role to fulfill in B tier, but he's not like, yeah, I think C tier is fine. The Liberator and Trapmaster good for new player, some player too dumb to play them too. I mean, that's besides the point. Like an important thing of context, Wank Radio, incredible username by the way. The important bit of context here is that like we've got another tier list based on like teaching players the fundamentals, you know, for early game stuff. And so this one, for being like after chapter 4, assumes those fundamentals. So we're not assuming that players are stupid with this. So let me. Okay, so Ethan pudding, quartz, caper, contrail. Where are we? Where the fuck is... There's contrail. I've gone way too far. Quartz and pudding. Where are you? There's quartz. There's pudding. Okay. And then the 5 stars. Breeze, honeyberry, candy palette, diamante, and filet. Candy's already there. There's Breeze. Honeyberry. Whoops. Honeyberry and diamante. And then filet should be down near the bottom. There you are. Okay, cool. So, red certs. Filet is EX or your opinion is wrong. Go on then. Can you give me a reason for Filet being an EX? An actual, like a real reason that isn't just she's hot, or like boobs or something. Bring a fast redeploy to bounce the balls. Can I request a specific fast redeploy to bounce my balls? Excuse me. Sorry. Going to roll to him so he's going to play it. Can't, she's hot garbage. I love her. Okay, cool. That's fair enough. Filet can be an F tier. Single-handedly counters 1017. That's why she's EX. True. Also, lol. I almost like Vigil being pretty good early on at E2, and E2ing at 6 stars is a hefty investment and Vigil falls off. Yeah, that's kind of my thinking as well. It's the same reasoning behind, like, people saying Thorns is like, you know, yes, Thorns is good for early game and he carries you through a lot of it, but he's also like a really big investment and he's not really gonna do that much for you when you get to, you know, yeah, he'll be good for a while, but I basically never use Thorns except for like annihilations and stuff. Sometimes. I don't know. I think Thorns is very overrated. Thorns Altar, I think, is very underrated, on the other hand. Caper, I think... Yeah, Ethan... I think even EX tier. Does anyone disagree with this? EX tier for Ethan? Because they're not necessarily going to have modules by this point, but they are definitely going to be like elite. The 4 stars are probably going to be elite too. Let's be real. Can we make a tier above that called Ethan tier? Ethan tier for Ethan. Ethan EX. Yeah, okay. More than Lux blocks by this point. I don't know. Like, well, remember again. We're assuming elite 2 level 1 to 20. And the 4 stars need elite 2 level 40 for modules. I guess for 4 stars that's reasonable, but I don't know. We had 2 years of annihilation guides basically being how to keep Thorns alive for long enough to kill everything. Yeah, true, we did. The dark times. Contrail. E? Anyone disagree with B? Or would she be better off in C? I'm open to both. Don't think she goes in A by any means, but I don't think she belongs in D either. Contrail really worse than Caper? They do different things. If we're not talking game module, well, I mean, I'm willing to. Should we just make a blanket rule? Yeah, let's just do blanket rule and say no modules at all for any of these. No modules ever. Like these units are at most level 20 elite 2. And for that reason, I can see like Ethan with module is EX, yeah, but like for this, I'm gonna say S tier is probably fair. Cruise without module is still totally fine. Like she still goes in EX. Actually, now that I think about it, actually, wait, no, yeah, wait, hang on a minute. I'm being inconsistent here. I'm thinking of Ask Jenny with full investment. Ask Jenny, no, B tier. I was thinking of Ask Jenny with, like with module and everything. No, B tier for Ask Jenny. That was my bad. Yeah, I'll put my hands over that. I was thinking of Ask Jenny with module and everything. Sorry. Okay, yeah. Okay. Right now, Quartz. It's Elite 2, level 20, no module. And we are past chapter 4 by this point. Like we're going, like we're doing chapter 5, 6, 7. I think Quartz goes in at least B. I don't think she should be any lower than that. As for how high above B she goes, I'm not sure. So it's okay. Well, to be specific with the stages, it's from 4.7 to 7.18 is the range of story stages we're going with. But we are also considering like the record restoration side stories and stuff. We're getting like welfares. But it is also important to remember that players unlock Chapter 9 after completing Chapter 3. We should be telling players not to do Chapter 9 until they've done the first chapter, because that would be really weird, because we want them to be doing the story in order, but never mind. It is what it is. Mountain's easy EX for new players, since I just started a new account and he's carrying the team. He only needs E1 to become amazing at what he does. Okay, so yeah, remember Chris Hernandez, look at the context on the side. Well, I don't know if I'm actually explained it that well. Anyway, this is not a tier list on operator strength. This needs to be said. And I'm going to put this in the text actually, just so it's made clear to people who are just joining. This is not an operator strength tier list. It's not an operator strength tier list. It is a tier list for how much we would recommend, or how much I would recommend new players build a unit. So like EX, I think every new player, once they reach Chapter 4 and like Chapter 5 and so on, they should be getting and building Cruz. Like 100%. I don't think they should be building these operators. I wouldn't actively recommend against building these ones, but I certainly wouldn't recommend them outright. Honeyberry F, since there's no elemental damage in Chapter 7. That's a good point. We can put this at a row below. Hello? Maybe later. I'm not going to make another tier list for like later chapters. This will be the only, it's just these two, but Honeyberry can go in maybe later. Breeze is an easiest no of my life. Pudding can go in the same tier as Destiny. And Diamantes, no. So that's the welfares and red certs, and the three with the selectors we got. Let's do this actually. I didn't need to do that. The horizontal order literally doesn't matter, but whatever. So now we consider some of these. Oh, Texas as well needs to be up here somewhere. She can be, yeah, ATS fine for Texas, I think. It's reasonable. Icebubbles not making the list for some reason. Yeah, because we're doing chapters 4 to 7. Remember, and I don't think it's wise for players who haven't yet done chapters like chapter 5, chapter 6, chapter 7 to be doing IS. I think 7.18 should be considered the cutoff at which a player should be doing IS. Right? I don't think that's unreasonable. I think it's unwise for players who are with that kind of account to be doing IS. IS is a late game mode. You need built units. You need units to be relatively strong in order to do IS. I don't think it's it's not a mistake, but I think in order for them to enjoy the experience more, especially with things like IS2 and especially for the newer ISs as well. For IS2 maybe it's fine, but for the newer ISs especially. I think I got my first IS2 before I killed Patriot. Well, sure, but like I still think it's better for players to learn, to have killed Patriot before they start tackling IS bosses. We're using Wolf anyway, so why not bring along Quartz too? Yeah, that's very true. Wolf skill 1 with a Crusher is good. I think Quartz is in B is fine though. I wouldn't put her above B. I think B is totally fine. It's totally reasonable. Now. Oh, Savage as well. You get Savage for free, so no, don't build her. Oh, and with a certain number of recruitments as well, you get Indra and Vulcan. No, don't build those. Now we just start thinking about like random 5-stars and 6-stars that are just good to build. It's past chapter, going up to chapter 7. You don't really need Nightingale yet, but it's worth putting her in maybe later. Very, very fair. Totally reasonable to do that. I don't think anyone would disagree with that, especially for like 718. I mean, not 7, especially for JC83 stuff like that. Cliffheart, no. Disagree with that. Talking about agents, or do we respect? Assume we still want to respect DP. We can. I think going up to chapter 4, I think it's fair to. I think agents are fine. At this point.
You get her for free a week in.
I don't think you do anymore. I think she's bundled up in the vouchers. Okay, let me just grab some units that I think should be in this list somewhere. Maybe. I'm actively going to put Surtur in F tier, actually. This is probably, hopefully this is a good indication of what I think this tier list is supposed to be. This should hopefully get people, with the right expectations of this, people who are coming into the stream. I don't want people. Surtur is a unit. Surtur is a 6-star that actively ignores tons of mechanics. She carried me through early game because, that ruined my early game experience. Surtur absolutely should go in. Do not build her. Use her. When you get to Patriot, then yeah, sure. But I think if you get up to Patriot, then I think that's a lot more reasonable. Getting to Patriot and then using Surtur for that. But until then, no, definitely not. No, we're not. We're still not considering modules. We're still not considering modules. So no, not these.
Don't forget Amiya for the Amiya tier.
Oh yeah, true. Good point. Just pin this. We want these now. Still not considering modules, so... Indigo, maybe. Maybe. Blue poison. No, blue. I think blue poison. Blah, blah, blah. English words again. I think blue poison is kind of overrated. I can't lie. Cal will come up a lot with research. Wait, what do you mean? Because of new players getting to choose free E2 5-star at the start. What do you mean by free E2 5-star? Where does the E2 come from? Blue poison is great for aerial. I guess, alright, fine. Where the fuck is she? There she is. Okay, it's worth addressing. So even if I put him in, regardless of the tier I put him in, it's worth addressing the strong operators. It's worth addressing these, all of these, so including Logos, Dagon, Usadal. It's worth just addressing them in the list. No, what am I saying? Stupid. Point shoe because the video will be up towards the end of the banner at some point then. Next time this banner, next time she will be available isn't like a year after the video, so no point doing that. And there they are. I don't need to put server there, it's fine. And then these units we don't need to really consider right now. Okay. Okay, cool. Let me... If anyone has any other, like... If you want to yell at me and say that some other operator from this list should be... We should consider them as well, then yeah, sure, go ahead. I probably missed one or two. So... God damn, I love Negan, don't you? No, I do not. Stop saying that. What the fuck? So... It should go without saying that don't build should be... Maybe I should make a separate tier for these, actually. Like, one for these, you know, these welfares and stuff that, you know, just don't build. And then there's others that, like, actively harmful. An actively harmful tier. No, hang on, wait. Add a road below. Go do this. You can't even see it, what it says. Actively harmful. Just make it red. And then just put like these in here. Would Texas go there? Maybe I'll do an at E2. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. And then Amia. I don't know about Enos with this tier. Because like the skill that everyone uses on is skill 2. Right? And that like I don't think, like, you know, Elite 2ing Enos isn't really going to do anything. If they build Enos at all, it's going to be harmful. Well, will it be harmful? I don't even know. I think it's fine, actually. But, like, Enos is very strong, but, like, I think Enos would... I think Enos is actually, like, a totally fair recommendation. Like, yeah, she's broken, but she doesn't, like... Enos is broken. Yes, she's extremely good. I don't think she's harmful to new players. I don't think she causes you to not need to think about anything. I don't think she makes you causes you to not think about any mechanics or ignore any mechanics, right? Like she just does things really well. Like she gets there's Invis reveal, but like we're also recommending Silver Ash, so I don't think that's the big deal. Like, if we're recommending Silver Ash and A, then Enos revealing Invis is not a big deal. I think Enos can go in A tier, to be honest. I think she can go in the same tier as Silver Ash and Mountain. Because, like, remember, this is Elite tier level 20. I don't think, you know, even just like an Elite 1, she's going to help, like, people will already be learning about, have learned, you know, to treat DP as a resource by this point, assuming the knowledge of the previous tier list. I think Enos is fine. I don't think she belongs in the same tier as these. Yes, she's busted, but she's not busted in a way that lets you ignore mechanics besides invisibility, which you could already do with Silver Ash. These 6 operators, on the other hand, do let you just ignore and brute force your way through mechanics. That's my reasoning. Do people disagree with that? You can disagree, because I know Enos is extremely strong. That you can ignore DP as so far as any Vanguard does. My reasoning with that, though, Scummy, is that if I'm going to be recommending Myrtle in Chapter 6, I don't see any reason why we can't, you know, I think it would be hypocritical to say, okay, here's Myrtle in Chapter 6, but don't build Enos. I think if we're, you know, in the sense of ignoring DP, Myrtle, like flag bearers in general, let you ignore DP generally because they just generate so much of it and you just stand them in the corner. Enos, I don't think is any more harmful than that. Are you considering the materials that the character used to E2, like nucleic crystal, is extremely rare early game, or so some operators will be difficult to level? So operators like that, you know, but like post chapter 15, where the nucleic crystal. Oh no, wait, no, hang on, that's salt, isn't it? No, okay, I was thinking of like the nucleus, the new material from chapter 15. No, no, I'm not considering that. But again, this is not a tier list that will be directly in the video. This is a tier list that will inform my creation of the video. And so if that comes up later on, we can consider that. But for now, we don't need to consider the materials needed to build them. But good question. Good question. Why is Worf being glazed so hard? Genuinely curious. Because she's extremely good. Like, she is she's a buffer and a healer. Who, her skill 1 is a very good healing skill, especially for crushers. Really, really strong. Her skill 2 is a really good buff skill, but it's also a fair buff skill. It has a high SP cost. It's like 60 SP or something. It has a downside to it in losing HP. But you can argue that, yes, you have Worf there to heal, so the HP loss isn't that big a deal, but still. And then, it's fair. It's a fair, but it's not just like a broken buff that allows you to ignore. Warfarin is a genuinely good and fair buffer, and I think that's why it's you can place her with Warfarin with Cruz, for example, will just go crazy. It's but also like Warfarin teaching you learning how to buff units. Learning that is an option is also really, really important, because a lot of players don't tend to use buffers. They tend to just like put down operators that will deal with things by themselves, like Wishadel. I do think there is merit in the idea of getting players to get used to using buffers and debuffers. Speaking of which, Warframe MMO is EX tier and you should pick her instead of Tilopsis. I'm open to the idea of Warframe being the best of the three. But I'm just putting those three in the same tier for the sake of like having them together, They're the three that I'm gonna be recommending that new players take from the vouchers. And so just having them grouped together is just consistency, right? Most of this is E1 level. No, we're assuming Elite 2, like it says on the right hand side, Elite 2 level 1 to 20-ish. Sometimes Elite 1 max level. Thorns in B is like, there's again, there can be an asterisk next to Thorns. Again, like tier list, nuance, gets lost, stuff like that. April. I think B tier is fine. It's like it's a specific use case thing for April. I think that's there is no one who does what April does. There just is no one else who does that. So I think that's a very fair thing to recommend, is like for a specific use case. Liscam, why did I put Liscam here again? Oh yeah, it was for the SP battery. But thinking about it, actually, Liscam is on the kernel banner now. So maybe that's not a wise thing to recommend. Lapland, now. I think that's reasonable. If you have Lapland, the big gigantic asterisk next to Lapland, because she's also kernel banner, right? The big gigantic asterisk is if you decide to get her from a voucher, then it's fine to build her. But I would still recommend you take these three, because Lapland isn't that useful later on. She will be helpful early on, but she stops being useful later on. And it's quite a high investment thing. You're investing quite a lot in a unit that will not be that helpful later on. So that's my big asterisk next to Last Land. But nonetheless, it is a valid choice because it does make Chapter 6 just a lot easier. Consider Virtuoso as actively harmful as well. Probably, but she's also limited, so I'm not gonna put her. Like, but I guess like Whissadel is a different case because Whissadel is going to be upcoming in November. Virtuosa isn't for months. Whissadel will be Spark. You know, you'll be able to get her from the shop with the 300 Spark in November, which is like in a few months. So I think it's reasonable to put her here. Texas actually. Given that logic, it should Texas be here. Yeah, if I'm not including Virtuosa, Texas shouldn't be there as well either. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Can't you spark Virtuosa with Whissadel? Actually, that's a good point. Can you? Same limited pools in Texas. Oh, okay. In that case, right? Yeah. In that case, we include both of them. Where's Virtuosa? There you are. Put the limiteds on the left and the non-limiteds on the right. Is there an argument for Lappy a harmful cause because she makes you just ignore some mechanic at the stage event? So no, I did initially think this, but actually I don't think she does. Like, you're not just ignoring it. Silence, silencing the cold effect of the frozen slugs, that sort of thing. Silencing them isn't ignoring the mechanic. Ignoring them would just be out DPSing them with brute force and not caring about the cold infliction. Silencing is specifically bringing a counter to it. It's not ignoring this. It's not ignoring the mechanic. It's also not like you're broken. Yeah, it's like it's either one or two targets. I think Lapland is fine. I still, but like I said, I still wouldn't recommend new players get her from the voucher because I would recommend these three because they're so hard to obtain. I probably when I say that I probably will make include an asterisk for Lapland though. Because, it's also worth pointing out that Lapland is on the same banner, same selector. Warfarin and Silence have their own vouchers, but Lapland and Telopsis are on the same one, so I think it's worth including an asterisk for that, for Lapland. Spectre, I don't think is actually... People were saying Spectre earlier, right, for the first tier list? But I actually don't know if that's all that worth it. She's overrated. I kind of agree. I do think Spectre is overrated, but it is like she's overrated, but I think she's also maybe worth addressing. And yeah, I shouldn't discount people watching the video after playing around for a while, but still. Extremely well-statted operator. Spectre is replaceable with Popokar if you don't build a pistol squad. Okay, that's a bit of an overstatement. She's definitely not replaceable with Popokar, but like. She is overrated, but she is nonetheless good. No, she's not. Yes, no, like I just haven't moved around yet. Like I'm not gonna put it in D tier. I think, like my gut feeling was B. Maybe. Yeah, I think B is fine. Weedy. Why did I put Weedy here again? I don't know. Whatever. Pramanix. Debuffers and stuff. I've got Meteor here as well. So, where's Haze actually? Where are you? There you are. So the current Pramanix, Meteor, Excuse me. Permanent Meteor Haze. This can just be, these three can just be considered like debuffing in general. I think these could go, because again, it's situational, right? But I think it's still fair to be like, yeah, you may want to consider bringing some debuffers later on in some, you know, for like chapter 5, 6, 7. I think it's still reasonable to be, you know, debuffers could work there. Haze is like C and Meteor F. I don't know about that one. Promanix is C. You do understand how good Promanix's debuff is, right? Elysium for debuff? No, because I'm only just going to include Myrtle in like for chapter 6, you know what I mean? I don't think introducing Elysium right now is wise. I'm gonna include a, maybe actually, no, hang on, wait, whoops. Add a row below. Chapter 6. Is this reasonable? It's like having these introduced at a specific point. You know, chapter 6 is just different to the other early chapters because of the cold. It requires different way of thinking, and so I think I'm going to include these just here. So yeah, let's do that. Indigo. Why is there a sudden discrepancy between the buffers in S tier and the buffers in B tier? Wait, what do you mean? What buffers in B tier? These are debuffers, not buffers. Like buffing to get more damage is, you know, a very reasonable thing, but debuffing to lower their defenses is usually not, you know, it's not as universal as buffing is. Debuffing can be necessary sometimes, but like it's not going to be, you know, if you're going to recommend one over the other, you always bring buffers, right? Generally. For especially like before 718. Still really needs her module? I don't think that's the case. I really don't think she does just absolutely need her module. Like, she's decent already. I think maybe it's like I just don't include this, because I was thinking about crowd control, you know, teaching and stuff, but we don't need to really include this in this one. Quercus. Yeah, Quercus. Quercus is worth bringing up, especially because of like the late game. Usage for her. I think she should go in B though, because you don't build her. Maybe Quercus should go in maybe later actually, because for the same reason as like Nightingale and Honeyberry, because Quercus is not really necessary in the early chapters, but she is worth keeping in mind for later. She doesn't. Does she need the module? I don't know. But yeah. Okay, anyway, Blue Poison. I really wouldn't put her higher than C, to be honest. I wouldn't even include Blue Poison in the chart. I don't know why we did that. I'm not sold on Blue Poison. Canter, it was just the same as Enos, and Totter. Yeah, B. Same, like, so just specific use case sort of thing, again. Now, Blue Poison is the same for Ling event, so is Ethan S1. And we've already been telling people to build Ethan, so. Are there any other units in the list that you think should go in this list for, chapters 4 to 7, or 5 to 7 rather, that aren't blue poison? Stop telling me to include blue poison. Proviso should go to EX tier. I will include Proviso in the maybe later thing, not because as a maybe later build, but just as a footnote to say Proviso is the only operator that is the only exception to the rule of don't build anyone for the base because of the return on investment that she has. See if we can find her again. There she is. Let's put her here. Because she's the only, and I mean it when I say this, the only unit in the game that you can consider building just for the base. Everyone, that you should not ever be building any other unit for just for the base skill. Proviso is the only exception to that. Perfumer because A because of global healing. I'm already, Perfumer is already an EX on the other tier list. I don't need to include her again. Whoops. She's already up here. I don't need to include her again. Lumen's overrated. I can get behind that. I do, it's not, if we're talking about, specifically for his cleanse, status cleanse, but yeah, I can get behind that. But he's also just a really good medic. I wouldn't say Lumen's. I can get behind Lumen being overrated, but Lumen is good. You have Suzerain on the list. Why? Why Suzerain? You gotta be able to justify it. Exualter is the welfare. Wait, what? No, I'm not. No. If you're talking about this, no, I'm not. They don't. Who's next? Is Entelekia next, and then Iblana, and then Monster? I don't. I haven't used these units personally, and so I'm not confident in speaking authoritatively on these personally. Entelekia I wouldn't include for the same reason I wouldn't talk about Executor. Eblana is strong enough that she may be worth addressing, but in theory the video will be out. To be honest, in general, you can talk about Execute Lemon and this one as well, Sancta Exparator, but the reason I mentioned in the previous tier list, having the waifu slot as of because that's what so many people download these games for. They'll see a 6-star that's upcoming, or maybe they'll just try it out and see the first new limited banner and they'll be like, oh, sick, that looks so cool. And just get sentimentally attached to that banner. We can just tell them. I can say that's fine. Just build them, whatever. Just don't. Your enjoyment comes first. Just that your happiness comes first. Just build the 6-star that that you've just pulled that you really want. So if that's Entelekia and Eblana and Monster are going to be big on that, right? There are going to be a lot of people who Entelekia is a vampire who's the same illustrator as Surta. Eblana, everyone is horny for Eblana, and then Monster, obviously, for obvious reasons. These are going to be these three are going to be big on that front. So I'm just going to say, you just build them. It's fine. Just don't go crazy with it. You need resources for other things. But the point is, there's no real need for me to put these specifically on to address them specifically, as opposed to something like Whistle, right? CC units because they're easily buyable. True, good point. That's a good point. Who are the other... Certificate store, crystallization sanctuary. Oh, here we go. Okay, Babik, Scene, Tuya, Erato. Okay.
See, Doctor.
They are not easily buyable now. They're in the gold/blue search shop.
Gold and blue search shop. They come up in event shops though every now and again. Seen Tragodia gameplay, that ship def belong at harmful. Yeah, fair. That's reasonable actually. Tragodia is just like completely and utterly busted. Well, you want the pots? I disagree with that. You don't necessarily need the pots early on. You absolutely do not need the pots for these. It's not necessary. Obviously they're nice to have and they're easy to get, so yeah, you want to get them eventually, but it's not like they're necessary for their use. Some CN streamers say he's just better than Whissidel in IS6. Wow. I can see that being the case, though. To be honest, like I can see it. I can see it. I can see it because there's just like there's just no counter to what Tragodia's strength is, which is the paralysis and nervous impairment stuff. While Whissidel, Whissidel is still, I think, the most broken unit, but she can be countered with splash damage, and she can be countered with reflect damage. Tragodia, yeah, I can see that. I can see that. I can see why people would say that. What's up about Tragodia? I'm really excited about being absolutely busted. CJ, if it makes you feel any better, I've been, you know how much I don't like Whissidel, and because of her effect on the game, I'm still gonna pull Tragodia and M9 him and max level him, while still acknowledging how busted he is. I am still of the mind that Whissidel is more harmful to players, significantly more harmful to players than Tragodia is. Much, much more so. It's not because it's not purely about operator strength. I've been of the mind for a while that I don't think Logos is harmful to for players that are learning, for new players. I'm including Logos and Tragodia in here as well, and like Munar. Yeah, I'm saying that they're harmful, but I think Whissidel is harmful to all players in a way that Munar, Degen, Logos, Tragodia. I think that Whissidel is harmful to all players in a way that they aren't. Moinar, as much as people meme on, as much as people like to dunk on me for saying this, I've said it before. Moinar has 40 seconds of downtime. He doesn't do anything for 40 seconds. Yes, he taunts, which is really fucking strong, I know, but he doesn't, the only damage he does is a pittance of reflection damage. You do have to consider what you will do during his 40 seconds of doing nothing. Logos is squishy. He doesn't have just camoed by default. He does a ton of damage. He's insanely strong on all of his skills, but he's just, that's what his strength is in more ways of doing loads of damage. Logos is giga strong and sort of makes has a ritualist module in a way, but Logos has he's just overtuned, so to speak. He has specific use cases. for Tragodia is, you know, he's busted in terms of his crowd control. You can see the point I'm trying to make, right? Then the only one that I think comes close to being a brain off win button is actually like Degen or Tragodia, but even they, like Degen, I don't like Degen at all. I think she comes very close to being, you know, I strongly dislike Degen, but not for her kit inherently. It's for her kit in context. You know, Degen's S3 being auto recovery instead of offensive recovery is just completely so fucking unnecessary. But again, that's like in the context. Like Degen's kit in and of itself is another matter. Logos has Tragodia has his cat, which is, you know, the cat summon, which is the another one of the big points of his kit that makes it as broken as it is because of the attract thing it has, as well as the paralysis effect from nervous impairment. Whistle isn't, you know, with Tragodia you kind of want to be, you know, with the cat summon, you're not just doing it for the sake of it, you know, you're thinking about where you're attracting the enemies to. Whistle just doesn't have any of that. Whistle is still just so much more, it's so much worse. I think Degen is the second worst, in my personal opinion, but people are free to disagree with me on that. In terms of, like, you know, brain off stuff. But even Degen is just not as bad as Whistle is. Whistle is just harmful to the player in a way that no other operator is. Where are the core casters like KOB in this list? There's no need really for them. Like, I'm not gonna include like a ton of, you know, it's like all the 6 stars possible, because it's just clutters the list. This is just to inform my making of the video, you know what I mean? Ulpianus S2 is stronger than the whole Patriot squad. Yeah, that's reasonable. But you also kind of, Ulpianus though, is the thing with Ulpianus is you need, for him to be, for like his S2 to just be doing a shitload, he kind of needs Gladia with module, right? Which Tom are not considering modules here. I have an operator for the actively harmful. Ayaberry, her healing makes damage basically non-existent. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with the Ayaberry thing. However, for the same reason I'm not including Shu, even though I don't think Shu is as harmful as these are, and I don't think she's anywhere close to as harmful as these guys are. It's going to be quite a while before players have the opportunity to get Ayaberry, so I'm just not going to address it. And apart from anything else, I also don't think Ayaberry is as bad as these. Like, because yes, she also does just allow you to ignore mechanics. But also, I don't know, after using her a little bit, like, because I put my stuff aside. I put my grievances with her aside, and I've built her to Elite level 60, just with no masteries. After using her a few times, I'm not actually convinced she's as bad as I thought she was. But that's, to be fair, also, I'm not using her skill 3. Seriously, what's the harm of spamming Whistle? Like, sure, you don't learn how to play the game, but if that's what you want to do, what's the harm? Worst case scenario, you'll suck at IS. What? Wait, what do you mean? What's the harm in spamming Whistle? you don't learn how to play the game, but if that's what you want to do, what's the harm? The harm is that you don't learn how to play the game. We can say that if that's what they want to do, and if that's what they okay, right. If that's how I'm not going to dunk on this because it's user's been here loads of times before. This is a question asked in good faith. If a player is spamming Witadel all the time, and that the issue is that they don't learn how to play the game, that they can even forget how to play the game, right? There's a reason that a lot of people who've pulled Witadel and even pulled her max pot, full max level instantly, M9 instantly. Even those people are not using Witadel that much anymore because they understand that it's kind of ruining their understanding of the game. It ruins. People can get Witadel brain. This was a thing that people mentioned on CN before she even came to global. People got Witadel brained. It might be fun to spam Witadel for a while, but the moment an event comes along that counters Witadel, which has happened, the moment something, well, not necessarily an event, but the moment something comes along that counters Witadel, people who are overly used to spamming Witadel are going to have a really bad time. Their experience of the game is going to be ruined, and if the majority of players, which is not necessarily a majority, but if a significant chunk of players are only playing by spamming Witadel, they are going to be loud and they're going to be annoyed and possibly drop the game. They're going to be annoyed. And if Hypergriff listen to that and they see, okay, there's a big chunk of players here who are annoyed at these mechanics, then they'll stop countering Witadel. Thankfully, they haven't really been doing that, and Hypergriff aren't really the type to just be like, oh, okay, sorry, but they've you get the concern that I have here, right? If we just allow people to say, okay, that's fine, it's not affecting me. You can just spam Witadel all you want because it's not affecting me, but it can affect us indirectly because if they keep finding, if they find the need to counter Witadel fairly often, then the people who are used to spamming Witadel just haven't learned anything and they don't know what to do because Witadel doesn't work anymore. And it's also I'm also really not a fan of the idea of what if they're just having fun. If they're having fun, who cares? It's not affecting me. If someone wants to shit in their hand and rub it on their face and they find that fun, that doesn't affect me either, but we should probably still call that out, no? We should probably still say, no, that's kind of weird, you shouldn't do that because it's harmful to themselves. In the context of playing Arknights, yeah, you can make the argument that, it's just a game. But if we take the argument that we are talking about the context of Arknights, and that, we want people to enjoy the game at its best, we want people to enjoy playing the game for what it is, then yeah, spamming Witadel all the time is going to be harmful to them, and we should encourage them not to do that. I don't want the player base for the game I love to be filled with...
Don't keep me too long.
We need a second Hortus to escape
shit eaters, you know what I mean? We do need a second Hortus de Escapismo, but I don't think we're going to get it because of how negatively it was received. What do you mean my busted units don't work? This is bullshit. This event sucks. We absolutely do need a second Hortus de Escapismo. Spamming Wisp means the game is boring, so you play without her and can't play the game and get mad, so you quit. Yeah, exactly.
Doctor!
Not just Hortus, let's get a second chapter 12 too.
True, also that, yeah, I do agree with that. Maybe not a second Demasti, because I'm kind of not really a fan of Demasti in general, but that's partially because Demasti is just overtuned, but still. Accidentally got max pot Witadel pulling for Logos, had fun hitting the funny button, and haven't touched her this month. Exactly, right? She's fun for a little bit, but then everyone's had their fun with her now, and now that she exists in the game, it's just ruined things for everyone. Okay, yeah, I understand the concern, but just I personally haven't found the Whistle counter mechanics to be something so terrible I feel like dropping the game entirely. Are you admitting to doing this? I bring Wizardel to most boss fights. So you see this, like you don't have to be fly in my room, shit. Like you don't have to be ashamed of it. I'm not gonna shame you for it or anything. But you see this part. Worst case scenario, you'll suck at IS, right? This is bad. IS is like the end game mode. Like if your only enjoyment of this game comes from spamming Wishadel, well, not necessarily only. That's probably being a bit uncharitable to you. But if your main enjoyment from this game comes from just like spamming Wishadel and like not having to think about things, the meat and bones of this game, the real meat and bones, is in the late game modes. That's what people play this game for so long for. The Arknight has become as popular as it is because of modes like IS. Primarily because of IS, in fact. That's why it's lasted so long. It's like if you're like being bad at IS means you don't have a good understanding of the game's fundamentals. That's kind of the case. And if you don't have a good understanding of the fundamentals, you're gonna have a bad time with these modes. And when Arknights continues to try expanding on these modes, you're just gonna be stuck doing the general events, the side stories, and the the general content. And you're missing out on so much of what makes this game phenomenal. I'm not gonna shame you for. I'm not going to shame a regular of my chat, a valued person in my community for using Whistle as much as you want to. But you must understand that you are missing out on so much of this game, of what makes this game the way it is, as phenomenal as it is, because you are not getting a fundamental, you are losing that grip on the fundamentals of the game through just using Whistle all the time. Is that reasonable? Is that a reasonable thing to say? No. That's why IS6 now has 6. Yeah, we're on IS6. They keep iterating on it because it's brilliant. Yeah, they've dropped the ball a couple of times with IS5 and stuff, but still, like, I completely understand. Yeah, thank you. Is she bad in Big Year 2025? So the thing with Ling is, I like Zai, my mod, who's the YouTube guys. You'll see Zai in the chat. She's my close friend and moderator. Zai will disagree with me on this vehemently. She very strongly disagree with me on this. I don't think Ling was that bad. Ling was a lot of high-end players, a lot of really skilled players were extremely worried about Ling. Because Ling's summons on skill 3 are essentially fast redeploy mud rocks. Ling is extremely strong, and as soon as Ling came out, she completely demolished basically every single record for every stage that existed. And that's why people were concerned. But Ling did not have the effect on the player base, it didn't have the effect on the game that those high-end players thought she would. Personally, this is my opinion. People free to disagree on this. Ling, the fears about Ling were understandable, but ultimately unfounded. Surtur and Texas Alter had far greater impacts on the trajectory of the game than Ling did. Because Ling is as someone who's designed to solo stages, she has an extremely high ceiling, but she is not particularly easy to solo stages with. She's very strong, but because she's not completely brainless, she just didn't have that effect. Surtur, Texas, Moinar, Degen, way, way, way bigger impact on the trajectory of the game. Ling, I don't think has ever been the sin that a lot of people say she is. But yes, the point of it completely destroying the low op scene, yes. That is a very reasonable thing to very reasonable grievance. It didn't affect the general sentiment, but clearing stages with low op counts, like the record chasing community, which is a pretty significant sub community of Arknights. It's one that should be valued in any community. In people who want to hyper optimize the game and speedrunners should be valued. Record chasers should be valued. That sort of thing. That is so. Ling completely demolishing that, taking a giant sledgehammer to it, is a very, very valid grievance. But I don't think it had a impact on the wider trajectory of the game, personally. Yes. Anyway, so we're gonna do these, won't we? Okay. Well, we'll just do these 4, and then yeah. I guess how high the ceiling is depends on who you compare it to. Yes, a lot of existing ops, but not to Surtur or Texas Alter or those older metal ops. Wait, hang on. Let me reread this. I guess how high the ceiling is depends on who you compare it to. Yes, a lot of existing ops, but not to Surtur or Texas Alter or those elements. No, Ling's ceiling is extremely high. She has a really high skill ceiling, but what most people are going to get out of her is not even close to what they'll get out of these operators here.
Attention Radiant Skill 3 soloed 7 to 18. Take cover, we may be getting washed.
You may be getting washed. Uh-oh. Bird's in trouble. Uh-oh. Okay. These four. Bibik, what are we saying for Bibik? I think Scene goes in B for sure because of the Invis and the she can teach summoners, she can teach, she's good at Invis Reveal and stuff like that. I think B is totally fair for Scene. Don't think I put her any higher. I think Tuya should go in C because I think Tuya is legitimately quite good, but she's she doesn't do anything better than the other medics you have access to, right? I think Tuya is very underrated as a medic, but it's also very hard to be a bad medic. C for Bibik is, I would argue D. Because I wouldn't recommend against building Bibik. It's important to make that clear, right? I would not recommend against someone building Bibik. But of all the operators on here, well, actually no, hang on. If Vigil's in C, wait, No, yeah, okay, no, I can see C. Who's Gabriel? Wait. Okay, elitist FM, go back to AK. Wait, what? I hate every 6-star that isn't Arc. I like Arc because he's 6. This is the Arknights elitist stream. I am the Arknights elitist, the guy who griefed his teammates. I am so arrogant and elitist that I killed my teammates and we weren't even able to play the game anymore. How dare I? If you don't use the exact same operators as me, you suck. You deserve the death penalty. No, okay. Crash outs on every video, moving on? No. Don't expect crash outs on every video, please. Erato. Last operator to think about. Erato C. I'm down. I'm open to putting you in C. Yeah, that's fine. Then we can just delete this row. Cool. Can't have gay sex without X. Cool. Are you implying that we should have gay sex with our exes? Needs to put Mr. Nothing in EX. I'm not putting Mr. Nothing in EX. It's interesting. Hang on. Wait, we've only got Cruise in EX, and I've just... Wait a minute. This... This doesn't feel right. Only Cruise in EX doesn't feel right. This needs adjusting. This is 6-3. This was Desta, nice. Suggestions? Suggestions? Anything else that should go in EX, maybe? Because it feels wrong to have only Cruise and Warfare in there. I didn't forget Hodora. I'm just not putting Hodora in the chart. Come on. No, not Myrtle. She's down here for a reason. Chapter 6. Ines can go EX if you don't want to exclude her from the list. Demote Mountain because that's too brain rot. I can... Yeah, I can get behind that. Ethan's a good contender. He needs his module, and we're not considering modules right now. That's a good point, actually. Tequila and Shamir have really good base skills on top of being really good units. I still think they should go in S. I still think S is reasonable for these. Gladio, I think, can go in A, to be honest. Just put you next to Lumen. Let's go through the list again. So if anyone sees any operators that would be suitable, let me know. I'm not seeing anyone. I'm not seeing anyone personally. Let me see. Nightingale is already in here because you like Nightingale for like chapter 8 is where you like the first place where you really want to be using her, like really want to consider using her. Bagpipe? No, I'm not convinced. Ascalon. Ascalon. Maybe. I'll put her in the same tier as Ines. She's not ignoring, like, Ascalon isn't someone who's ignoring everything. She's just like another ambusher, like Ethan, but just, you know, she just does it really well. It's like a role. There's obviously a lot of role competition there, but
message for you from user.
From user. I'll get to it in a second. Just let me finish my train of thought. Like Ascalon, yeah, I can see that. Rose Salt, no, because they can't get it anymore because it's event welfare. Ray, no. Perfuma, we already explained why, because we put her in the EX in the last tier list. Sparkable ops in the upcoming limited. That's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good fucking point. Okay, let me... Oops. Add a row below. That is a good point. Spark. That's a good point. Very good point. So, who is going to be available? Please. Wiki, hello? Okay. Where is it? Oh, it's here. Doesn't fucking... Oh no, it's just there. Okay, so Mulesis, Virtuoso, Virtuodel. Who can be Spark? Entending. What are the things called? Data contract. Yeah. Oh, it's here. Okay, right. No, okay, sick. Still doesn't tell me anything. Fucking goddamn it. Let me... Fuck! Maybe if I do... No, don't fucking... Oh my god. Oh, okay, so it's got the pools here, right. Okay, good. So, Mulesis, Virtuoso, Wizardel are... Oops. Are the ones on this banner. And then it's also... Texas, Spectre, Null, Scotty, Ros, W. Oh yeah, so Luis, thank you. Okay, let me do this, and then I'll put them in the box, and then I'll look at user's message. One sec. Where are they? Oh, there's W. There's Rosmontis. Guardi Alter is... here. Spectre Alter... there. Null Alter. Nexus Alter, which we already have here, and Virtuosa and W Alter as well. Yeah, and Mulsis as well. Mulsis. Everything. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Right. So let me find this message. Real quick, returning to my previous point, I do think you should spend a bit of time asking the viewers to gauge how much they're willing to engage with the game, because to someone like me who doesn't play IS past grabbing a medal set or RA at all, bringing Richardell to a stage when you're tired of thinking probably isn't terrible. I think that's the point I was trying to make, sorry it came out so argumentatively. Oh, and there's a message before saying, I probably just don't engage with the game on as deep a level as you do. I guess that's where I was coming from. Okay, so... The point I take issue with here is when you're tired of thinking. There is a difference between being a casual and not wanting to think. Crosswords and Sudoku puzzles are casual, but still require you to think. Right? You still use your brain doing those. It doesn't engage your brain a lot. Because, you can do easy crosswords and easy Sudoku puzzles. But they're still puzzles that use your brain, right? I think the same mindset should be taken to Arknights for casuals. Casual should not be synonymous with brain off. It shouldn't. I am just wholly against that notion in its entirety. Casuals are good for communities. They just are. There's this weird notion that's been going around since the Enfield videos that I'm against casuals and it's the elitist accusations. I'm not. I am very much pro-casual. I want games to be more accessible to casuals. I don't want games to make concessions of their to make themselves easier, and to be altered in their trajectories because of casuals. Right? I think that's a reasonable thing to say. So when you say you're tired of thinking, I don't think this is the right mindset. This is not a mindset I can get behind. If you want to use Whistadel, I am in no place to stop you. I'm in no place to tell you you can't do this. It would be unreasonable for me not to. If you don't want to engage with the game, at all, and you just want to spam Whistadel and not think about things and just get collect rewards for the sake of it, you can do that if you want. But you're not gonna enjoy the game for very long. This is not a strong gameplay loop to be hooked on. If you want to enjoy it by just spamming Whistadel, then that's fine. But if you ever complain that something is too hard, I'm not going to take it seriously. That's something that you should be aware of. If you complain that something, if... I think that's a reasonable thing to say, right? You can use Whistadel if you want, just don't come complaining when something is too hard. And yes, CJ also makes a good point. If you are describing burnout, if what this is not you just don't want to think, but is actually just burnout, that's a different issue entirely. If you're burned out, just uninstall it. It's not worth keeping up with it just in case your burnout subsides. I've experienced burnout with gacha games before, not Arknights, but I have experienced burnout with before. And every game I have experienced burnout with, has been either a Hoyo game or a game that I have just been maintaining my account. If you're using Whistle just to maintain your account, then just... If you're just doing it because of burnout, just... You know, if you're just looking for a reason to uninstall it, then just uninstall it. Burnout is a whole different issue. But if it's not burnout, then what I said before, then that's work. Is there a fly buzzing around, like a big one? Or am I just seeing things? Whatever. And if we see the fly, well, I've been seeing it like either in the corner of my eye, like flying around here. So I felt like it would be big enough to. Anyway, enough hallucinating. I had burnt out of AK before thanks to IS4. Yeah, that's applied, almost applied to me as well. But thankfully, I've sort of learned the right lessons from it. Almost didn't play last year. Brute forcing stage was full Stark Star and reading story. I mean, that's another thing entirely. Like just reading 6 stars. I mean, sorry, reading 6 stars. Fucking hell. If you're just in it to read story, then yeah, fine. Just be, I guess. It's just like, if you want to use Whistle all the time, then just, you know, I've still got this up. This doesn't really speak up. If you want to use Whistle all the time, then be my guest. Just don't come. One Ronan, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. If you want to use Whistle, then be my guest. But I'm not going to listen to those players when they complain about gameplay, ever. I think that is a reasonable thing to say. Is it not? People who don't play Arknights, if they were to see me say that, if they were to hear me say that, they would probably think that's unreasonable, but Arknights players will generally understand the sentiment of that. Alternatively, if you haven't had the time to play an event when you do get back from a break from work and just want to clear it up in a hurry, I wouldn't be opposed to skimming through it. Yeah, okay. Oh, there is a fly buzzing around. It's just it's a little one. Fucking goddammit. It's a little fly, not a big fly. So Wolfsart also brings up a good point. This is totally fine. I will put my hands up and say something. I'll be like, just give you a confession, right? Polyvision Museum, the minigame event that was recently. I did the first 2 things. And then, because I was busy with the Enfield video for a while, I had about 2 hours. You know, I gave my account to Zai to do the rest of the event for me because I really needed to sleep. But the code didn't work, and I only found out when I woke up. So I had like, 1 or 2 hours to clear the event. I just used Ecogen guides. I didn't even get all the rewards. I got the avatar from it. There's no shame in that. If you have no time, that's fine. I will not shame you because I do it as well. If you don't have time to do it. But my definition of having no time is probably different to what most people's is. A lot of people, when they say they have no time, what they really mean is they don't want to play the game. They have plenty of time, really. They just don't want to. They just want to do it as fast as possible because they want to maintain their account, right? They don't want to play the game for real. And yeah, if you as Mostoma says, if you know what you're playing for, then that's really all that matters. My problem is that criticisms of just using Whistle are so often dismissed with like asinine retorts. You know, like let people play how they want. It doesn't affect you. Like, you know, it's single player game, stuff like that. Like you're just a hater, you know, stuff like that. It's so often dismissed with asinine remarks like that. But there is real, you know, it's a real thing that deserves to be addressed. And then also, yeah, Zai, as Zai says, and then counterpoint, Zai had no time during the Thorns Altar event because she was moving and she just didn't do any stages because she wants to enjoy them and they'll come back. So like, figure out what you want, how you want to act. Figure out what you want and act in accordance. The Polyvision Museum probably won't come back. It's almost certainly not going to come back. So I decided to pull up a couple of guides and just get what I could, and I managed to get the avatar thing just in time. About 5 minutes before the event ended, I think. You know, in contrast with using Whistle because you want to, you know, using Whistle every event because you just don't want to engage with the game at all. That's a very worrying thing, right? So like I think what was it you said? It was something along the lines of yeah, this one. So I just don't engage with the game on a deep level as you do. Have anti-Whistle counters, you know, to be like what's the point of what's the use of my Whistle? Yeah, I don't like what's the harm? You don't you suck IS, like that kind of mentality I can't really get behind. That could just be like a knee-jerk thing, so I'm not gonna like single that out and nitpick it for ages, but like, you know, I get the sentiment of what you're saying. The sentiment of what's the use. That's not what's the use. No, I get the sentiment of what's the harm in doing it. You know, it's just me. It's me by myself. Who cares? But there is harm in it because it's harming your own experience of the game. And as soon as an event comes along where you can't just blast through it with Whistle, you'll have a bad time, and you're not learning the game if you're just not engaging with the game, and it's just you're missing out on so much of what makes this game great. And I want this game to be enjoyed by people who like the game for all of its flaws, all of its breakthroughs, all of its innovations, everything it is. I don't need to convince any of you how much I love Arknights. It is my favorite game. I adore everything this game is. I even, you know, it is flawed, it is not perfect. There are so many things that I would do differently with it, but it is my favorite game. It doesn't have to be perfect to be my favorite game. It is, you know, you can see that mentality in when I talk about why, you know, when I start crashing out when people reveal that they play this game on mute because the music and sound design is so incredible in this game. You can see it in the you can see it in when I talk about how, you know, even when like last year was a very difficult time of my life as what am I listening to? Oh, it's the ABM from Twitch. This is one of my videos. I made a video about hunting Whistles with Arcs in the co-op game mode. But like, if you're not referring to music and referring to my rant, I'm basically just like trying to say, like, if you want to, again, like, just to simplify it, if you want to use Whistle all the time, it's totally fine. Just know that you're missing out on what makes this game great. This game is objectively fantastic. It is a really, really good game. It just plays completely unlike any other gacha game. It plays, you know, you could argue like on launch it was maybe like an anime Plants vs Zombies with extra twists to it, like with extra steps, but it's just not even close to being that anymore. It's just like everything that this game has become is just incredible. It's not something I would ever thought to do. It's just Hypergriff are easily the most innovative, the most exciting developer that exists in the quote-unquote gacha space right now. It's just not even close. And you know, it makes me sad when people don't want to engage with this game and just want to get rewards from it because they treat it like other gacha games where they're not engaging with it as a game, they're just engaging with it as like easy dopamine, and they're just actively wanting to switch their brain off. That's just sad. I don't like that, and I want to advocate against it. Just to be clear, I do think it's a good idea for a new player to avoid using Whistle. And I agree that using Whistle is a lot less fun than solving the stages without. I still think there is a lot of situations where it's understandable that someone might use Whistle, and I'm a bit concerned that your advice to new players might come off as gatekeeping or whatnot. If my advice comes off as gatekeeping, that is a them issue. If I am making a guide for new players to enjoy the game to its fullest, and it gets interpreted as gatekeeping, that's on them. If I wanted to gatekeep, I wouldn't be making a guide for new players. Just simple as that, really. Resending my suggestion for Grey Altar to be added to the list. Grey Altar is very good, but I don't think he is like the reason these units are on this list as they are is because they are easily obtainable welfares. Like there's some 6 stars from the Newbie banner. There's some from the selectors. And a couple of exceptional units. I don't think Grey Altar is exceptional enough, like Shamir is, to be put on this list, right? I think that's a reasonable thing to say. Yeah, Grey Altar's not welfare.
Please, go ahead.
Why is Hoshi there then?
Good fucking point. Why is Hoshi there? That's not what I wanted. Excellent point. Well presented. Why is Hoshi there? I don't know. That's a good point. I don't know why. I think it was just because she was first on the list. She's like the first 6 star on that template. Let me see. Yeah, that's fair. I guess I'll just have to wait and see how the video turns out. Yeah. No, Hoshi's not part of the beginnings, man. I just put her there by accident. Fucking hell, I can't string sentences together today. Jesus Christ. I've actually been trying to find gachas with a more satisfying story and gameplay loop, which is another reason I'm back to AK. So ignoring the tower defense with an instant win operator kind of sucks. Yeah, 100% agree. It's I think let me pull up a tweet that wait a minute, where is it? A lot of people don't realize it yet, but they're tired of gacha games. Very low chance you'll ever have the same feeling as you did at launch because launch was a full game and updates are just fragments to incentivize you to buy. This sentiment does not exist in the Arknights community, I don't think. Maybe it exists to an extent, but it exists only among people who play it like a gacha game. I responded with, if by gacha games you mean Hoyo and Wooer, then I agree, but after 4 to 5 years of Arknights, I still haven't burned out once. Endlessly replayable, challenging endgame, rich stories, new gameplay with every event, and HG is always experimenting, and I'm praying that Enfield will be the same. And a lot of people seem to agree. It's just... like, you look at the replies of Brax's tweet, and there's just so many.
Tobo help, I have ancient tree fruit or hand of pulverization. The law says you must always fruit but the hand of pulverization.
Tree fruit, always. Always trinkets, what do you mean? Resist the temptation. I'm not Hoyo Pill, so I have no idea what they're talking about.
Doctor!
But the fruit can get you the hand shy.
Can it? I don't know if it can. I've never got a hand from the fruit before. Brax was mostly talking about Hoyo style games. Yeah, exactly. But that's what I mean. This sentiment, like, he's not talking about Hoyo style games. He mentioned gacha games. Brax doesn't only play Hoyo games either, or like only Hoyo Wuba. He plays others as well. Like, this sentiment exists in gacha, but Arknights, you can call me a glazer, like a hypergrifter if you want, but like, Arknights just isn't like that. Arknights just isn't like that at all. Like, yeah, people burn out of it sometimes, but if you play it as a gacha game, that's gonna happen. Play it like a real game. Treat it with the respect that it deserves. It's just different. And it's really telling the responses to both of the Enfield videos was just really telling. You could tell who treats these games like real games, and you can tell who treats these games like gacha games. And you can also tell who hasn't played Arknights. It's just... Hyperglyphic goes harder than name? Yeah, I came up with that. It's just like, you know, a lot of the time when I sort of... a lot of reactions to it, so many reactions to it, of the both Enfield videos, are just like... Oh yeah, but gacha games are just live service. They're designed to do this, that, and the other. And yeah, I get that Arknights is also a gacha game, and it does have some of those design elements. But just like, if people were, I just guarantee that if people were to engage, if those people were to try out Arknights and engage with it like a real game, they would change their mind and they would see gacha games differently. Their perspective would change, and it's just. People see the 2D chibis and they're just like, ew, gross. No, go back to give me woo-wah. Yeah, lots of flying around, please. Press buttons. Woo! Look, guys, Peep has wings. This is like sick. Cool. I do feel that me being allergic to 6 stars is wholly responsible for me continuing to log onto this game day after day. Not to say the 6 stars are entirely responsible, but there is real beauty in how the 5-star side of Arknights is designed. I agree with that. I agree. The Blue, I don't know if you are aware of someone called Reltats, who was a regular in the Arknights category on Twitch. Reltats stopped streaming recently. He quit streaming entirely. Posture check? Wait, what? Oh. Thank you, Nightwalker. Reltats quit streaming entirely recently. He used to be a 5-star only player, but he gave up on it. He stopped doing it because he just couldn't, you know. He was upset with the direction that Arknights was taking. Basically, he was restricting himself. In fairness, like he was restricting himself more than was necessary by also doing like 4P relay. Which really wasn't necessary at all, but like, he just couldn't do 5 stars anymore. And yeah, he burned out of it because he was restricting himself. And that's why I think it's not necessarily a good idea to insist that every player restricts themselves needlessly. When you're learning the game initially, yes, absolutely. When you are learning the game, it is important that you learn the fundamentals. Restricting yourself arbitrarily can lead to burnout. I very nearly got burnt out because from people will know the meltdowns I had from in the time period between Degenbrecher or rather the time period between Viviana and between Wyssadel, right? I was close to burning out. I realized that my burnout was not the game itself, it was because I was viewing the game in a different light. Niche Knights was ruining my enjoyment of the game. Caster Knights was ruining my enjoyment of the game. Especially. Worthy Naught, thank you for the follow, appreciate that. And Hans Dutch 7 minutes ago, I only just saw that, my bad. Question, can you get an audio and operator with the headhunting pack's guarantee? What headhunting pack? You mean... do you mean this one? Yes, you can get one you've already owned. Yeah. Fun fact: I got thorns from one of those actually. my first thorns was from one of those paid packs. He just didn't feel the same about gaming. He's been on Musume, but otherwise not much. Yeah. You were tweaking like last year. Yeah, I was. Caster Knights was just ruining my enjoyment of the game because I was restricting myself more than is necessary, and I wasn't playing the game the way the game wants me to play, essentially, and I was getting burnt out. But after abandoning that and just playing the way I want to, without just but it's important to, okay, I'll rephrase that. But playing the way they want me to play, and not, but still engaging with the game's mechanics, engaging with the game as a real game, and not just treating it as a gacha game, but also not just treating it as this game should cater to my own self-imposed restrictions. Finding that balance in the middle was what helped me not burn out of it. Yeah, the Doom, yeah, that was real. I managed to claw out of that, thankfully. Got burnt out of my no gacha niche because of those restrictions. Yeah, exactly. You just, like, the only person I know who hasn't burnt out of a niche is Zai with birds. That's it. That's the only person I know who hasn't burnt out of a niche. But maybe she has. I don't know.
Please, keep an appropriate distance from me.
I don't chase records aggressively anymore unless it's a stage only I can do because of course.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Silvergun with 4 stars? Yeah, but like Silvergun is also like I maintain that 4 stars is also one of the only, not, I don't want to say legitimate because that's not the right word, because that would be kind of insulting to all the people who spend so much time perfecting their skill in a different niche. But that's one of the only niches or self-restrictions that is still within the bounds of how Hypergriff want you to play the game. Is that reasonable to say? Yeah, it doesn't it's not even about, it doesn't inherently know what mechanics want on it. It's just, it's still like limiting yourself to 4 stars is still playing within the realm of how Hypergriff want you to play. Using only birds kind of isn't. Using only casters definitely isn't, right? Playing with only 5 stars though is. So, who knows? The game is not balanced with 4 stars in mind. That's cap. I get a sentiment on Caster Knights. I burn out of Vasling and Deer, but I'm still enjoying the game a lot still, yeah. I just don't do Deer anymore. I still have the Deer squad here, but it's just, I'm not going to be, I don't do Deer anymore. I like, the only niche I do sometimes is Pero, and when that gets too difficult, I just stop. Right? I do this because I love the operators, right? It makes me happy using these sometimes. Like this is what people should get into niches for. Not for like a specific challenge, just because you like the operators in the niche. Like I love these. Like, I love seeing KOB Cardigan, Almond, Podenko, Jackie Cardigan, and the boys here as well, like Killer Grey, Winfrey Hung. Just having them all pop off and just go just handle things. It's great. I love it. A niche you find fun, yeah. It's and I think that's what Zai is with birds as well. Like, it's just great. Just don't do a niche just for the sake of doing a niche. You know what I mean? Okay, also maxed out. Yeah, I have all the dogs maxed out. The only I have all the modules maxed out as well. Except wait, where's Winflit? Oh, there we go. Okay. I have all the modules maxed out, but the only skills I haven't built are Tequila's skill 1 and both of Winflit's skills, because Winflit is bad. I'm sorry, he just is. He's just not very good. Oh my god, he's really bad. Okay. Above message about Silvergun. Wait, where? Silvergun exists, but I get the feeling that people don't look at 4 stars realistically and consider what it cannot clear, or what it takes too much RNG and time to be reasonable. Yeah, that is a real issue that people have. That exists. You know, like Silvergun will take forever, for example, to clear something with 4 stars only, and he'll, you know, work his ass off for hours and be like, I did it. This shouldn't really be possible, but I did it. And then people will see it and then be like, oh yeah, you can clear this with 4 stars. Look at this one. Look at this clear. See, it's fine. Without really considering, like, you cannot clear most of this. You know, you can clear most of this game with 4 stars only. Yes, this is a fair thing to say. You cannot do all of this game with only 4 stars. You will actively harm most players' experience of the game if you tell them to use only 4 stars. If to use only 4 stars for like the late game. When learning the fundamentals, yes, you absolutely should be using the lower rarity stuff. When playing stuff like the real events and doing like IS and stuff like that, you should not be limiting yourself like that. Using, you know, even just 1 or 2 6 stars, just even if it's just like 1 or 2, that's more than enough usually most of the time. But there is a lot of content where you kind of want to be using a lot of 6 stars, like you know, D15 IS and stuff like that. AK clears look a lot more simple when watching rather than just executing. Yes, this is true. This is very true. Very, very true. What are you planning to use in the upcoming CC? I have no idea. I haven't figured it out yet. I've only looked at the stage very briefly. So I've got no idea. I just know that the only thing I know...
Are you
Kip Twitch...
waiting for a compliment?
I'm assuming that's how you say your name. Kip Twitch. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. The only operator that I know I will be using, because I have seen, you know, how his talent thrives in the stage, is Chiltuk. I specifically made an effort to get him P6 for that reason. He has been on my support units for a long time now, like since he came out. My Chiltuk will continue to be on support for CC3. I will be using him. That's it, really. that's the only thing I know for certain. Quad skin, let's go! There's also the Hibby and Nightmare skins as well. Incredibly good. How does the P6 Chiltuk feel? He's I don't know, he's great. He's neat. He's pretty neat. I think he's great. I don't know. What do you mean by how does it feel? Like, how does he feel in gameplay, or just how does it feel to have a P6 Chiltuk? You bought Passenger. It's like, let's fucking go, Mostuma. Absolute Giga Chat. Can we get some nice cocks? Any nice cocks in the chat in the Twitch chat for Mostuma for buying Passenger from the shop? Let's fucking go. My goat. Where's the... Oh, there we go. Subarashi Senjutsu desu. Hello, if I buy Passenger in the shop and send a screenshot in Discord, can you read out Hodo S3 in a sensual tone? Yes, absolutely, 100%. I will absolutely do that if you buy Passenger from the shop and build him. But you have to build him. That's the condition. A -2 DP Chiltuk compared to a 1 DP Chuck. I haven't used him enough to know that. Skarakara, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that a lot. Well, Desta, you can borrow him from me if you want. I have you added. You can use him. You can like borrow mine and see how it feels. Build, damn it. Yeah, you have to build him. Don't just leave him on level 1. Can't accept that. Good grief. My club is insane. Yeah, and I specifically leave it like this because if I claim all, then what happens is like I'll claim all and then I'll, after a while, I'll need some specific clue but then people aren't sending them to me because I, have all these other clues. I've just claimed all these clues. By doing it like this, this shows up to other people as not having clues 2 to 7, and so people send me them. That's why I do it. I refuse to hit claim all, ever.
I once sent him 10 clue 3s.
You did. It doesn't compare to when there was a coordinated effort to send me like 100 clue 7s, though. I need full Crusher ASMR in that case, then? All 10 skills. No. That's too far. I was completely willing to do Hodora S3. But if you're going to make me read out the entirety of the Crusher, like the Crusher subclass in a sensual tone, yeah, you need to pay up, buddy. That comes at a premium, my guy. Okay. $6 are expensive. You have hardly any built.
The funniest thing about that clue 7 bomb was that Reltats also sent one and he wasn't even there.
That was funny as well. I remember that. Bloop has sent me the screenshot. Oops, didn't mean to do that. The new passenger. All right. Hold on. Okay, if I'm doing this, I'm going to do it properly. One second. This might get me copyright struck. I'm going to do this. Hang on, wait a minute. So YouTube guys, you're not going to hear any music. Because YouTube's copyright is extremely aggressive. Twitch, you will hear some sexy saxophone. Consumes 100 HP per second and deals 200 true damage per second to enemies that have either attacked or been attacked by this unit. Attack range +1. Max HP +60%. Attack +120%. And each attack restores 5% HP and has a 25% chance to stun targets for 5 seconds. Alright, that's enough of that. Welcome, new people. That's good. I'm going to make that into a short. That's going to be a YouTube short. Congratulations. Best be, yeah, I'll make it into a short. Don't worry. Oh yeah, no, that would have made it better. I should have like slowly zoomed in on this. Whatever, never mind. Sex up. Okay. Yeah, I'll do it in the short. Yeah. I'll figure something out. Maybe. Wait. Hang on. Is he like bare chested in his skin? He is. I can zoom in on that. Let's go. Imagine watching this guy with the Enfield video and then immediately seeing the Hooder at ASMR. Let's go. We gotta do it. You hear the music on YouTube? Rip. Wait, did you? Do you hear it now, or did you wait? Did you hear the saxophone on YouTube? YouTube guys. Fuck! Shit! I was playing through the wrong input. No, never mind. I forgot to change it. Never mind. Okay, if I get copyright struck, that's on me. It's Joe. Let me see. Well, I can show you what it is. It's just this, right? It's not like a. Oh, maybe it is. Okay. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. That's 100% getting copyright struck. Never mind. Never mind. No, I'm not. No. They're, like these copyright, like these content ID matches don't get copyright strikes. It just means you can't monetize the video. That's all. It's not a big deal. Okay, I've been streaming for nearly 7 hours. It's 5 in the morning. I'm gonna call it there. Oh, this is a good song request though, Desta. The Palladio. Okay, Twitch, we are going to raid. Ooh. Dr. Socrates is streaming. But he's streaming IS. For those who aren't aware, let me have a look at that quickly before I end quickly. Just one second. Wait. Don't go anywhere. Also, we've had really good viewers for this YouTube stream. This is good. We like this. We like this a lot. $5.7K. Yeah, 5.7K views. Absolutely nuclear. Holy. Big W. Ginormous W. Very, very good. Very, very good. You should watch this video if you haven't already. It's the best response to the Enfield videos so far. It's generative, it's unique, it's original, it's good. It's very, very good. Anyway. I'm going to call it there. Clip interface is awful now? Yeah, it is. I don't like the clip interface. What's this? Consumes 100 HP per second. And deals 200. Oh wait, the text is still there. Shit. Per second. No! No! 2 enemies. It's okay. I can fix it in the short. I can fix it in the short. Or been attacked. Ruins the Twitch clip, but never mind. Nobody told me to take the text away. Fuck. I don't have an eye on the preview all the time. Okay, never mind. Okay, we're gonna raid Dr. Socrates on Twitch. YouTube guys, this is where just end it because they don't have raids on YouTube. Thank you for hanging out. Next stream will be not Monday. What am I saying? Oh, don't give me an ad. Fuck off. Okay. Thank you, YouTube guys, for hanging out. Twitch, we will be ready. Next stream will be Tuesday. Tuesday, innit? Thank you, thank you. Tuesday at the same time. Thank you. It's been a pleasure. This was fun. I will continue to work on the video. Make progress. Until then, 07.